and welcome here to the National Cricket Stadium here in St. George's, Grenada. And we've got two teams locked in battle here. Of course, Windward Islands 11, Volcanoes 11, Windward Islands Cricket Board 11. And the news is that the Windward Islands Cricket Board, they've won the toss and they've decided to bat. And they've opened with Japani Robinson and Junior Henry. And I'll say good morning very early to Raphael Crooney.
Well, good morning, Stevenson. And very good day to all of you wherever you are listening to us this morning. Despite the weather, certainly the sun has come out pretty brightly. We're able to start this morning, and we expect again really a competitive game as we look at top players in the region competing.
Yes, this is going to be very good for them, and it's lovely to see, of course, the sun coming out, not shining out in all its glory, but sufficient to have the game started. It's a belated start. Ryan John is going to move into bowl to Henry. Henry taps away, looks up, and sees John in now and bowls. And Henry gets a delivery outside the off stump that he leaves alone and allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper. So, one without loss with Windward Islands Cricket Board 11. Jelani Robinson and Junior Henry opening the batting for the Windwards Cricket Board 11. And a good opportunity, Raphael, for all of these players to showcase their skill and to vie for a place on a Windward Islands team, whatever the case is.
Yeah, and both players are young players, as you said. Robinson is from Dominica.
John is in and bowls outside the off stump to Henry, who comes across quite nicely in a rather stylish manner, pokes the ball out to short extra cover, and there is no run.
Yes, Robinson, right-handed player from Dominica, and Junior Henry from St. Lucia. Both these players, as you said before, are young players. None of them is contracted as yet, so they will want to state a claim in this game.
It certainly will. And John, of course, who is a very talented cricketer, but still think really and did not really push on as well as so many of us would have expected. Leans forward, passes the umpire now, and bowls. And Henry gets a short delivery that he plays very well, gets right on top of it, has sufficient time to ease onto the back foot and push it out to wideish extra cover rather. Ambrist moving around very quickly. The batsman had time to cross for one. So Henry's off the mark. He's gone to one, and the total has now gone on to two without loss. Brings Robinson to strike.
Yeah, Robinson, talented stroke player from Dominica. He has so far played 12 first-class games, and he is a player that we expected quite a bit of. He would have been done very well at the under-19 level, and has represented Dominica. So he would really relish this opportunity to do well here today.
John to Robinson. Robinson is looking to drive. I thought for a while that he was a bit tentative about that, whether he should drive or whether he should just push it out on the offside. I think in the end the ball more took the bat rather than the bat going to meet the ball and squirted it out to squarish cover. The over comes to an end. So just the 2 runs coming off the first over by John. A warm-up over, if you want to put it that way. And at the end of it, Windward Islands Cricket Board, they're 2 without loss.
Yeah, John was just about, his line was pretty good, just off stump and just outside the off stump, but have been able to get the ball to lift somewhat. But both Henry and Robinson just seem to be pretty comfortable after this first over. And they would really want to give the team sort of start that they want, build a foundation. Windward's Cricket Board 11, batting first after winning the toss. And they will be endeavoring to give them a good start.
Yeah, it will be ironic. I've seen matches in the past, warm-up matches and matches preparing teams for competition, and the lesser team turning out to do much better than the so-called better team. So it's going to be Tyson who's going to move in, and he's going to be bowling to Henry. He's got 3 slips and a gully. He's in now on bowls. And Henry's off the back foot and pushes out to mid-wicket and was a little bit slow there in taking off for the single, but in the end got it. So he's now gone on to 2, and the total has moved on to 3 without loss.
Yeah, and Tyson, again, another player from Dominica, and he is a newly contracted player. So here's an opportunity for him. Really, he would want to really want to show his worth. He did play in the previous game and did pick up wickets in the previous game that was played last weekend. So he would be not from a very long run.
He's off the back foot. Is Robinson and spars the ball out to squarish cover. He doesn't have a long approach. He has got a relatively short approach to the wicket. That's Tyson. So he's going to go all the way back and prepare to move in once more. He's got 3 slips and a gully, so he's got support on the offside. Also, there is a squarish cover and a mid-off. In this Tyson now bowls, short rising delivery. Robinson gets right on top of it, plays it with comfort, no discomfort there in his getting onto the back foot and opening the face of the bat and just squirting it out on the offside. So he remains on 1, Robinson. Windwards Cricket Board 11, 3 without loss. And when considering the torrential rains that we had last night and early this morning, it's nice to see a play starting before the 12 o'clock hour. Tyson is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone. Not gathered well by the keeper. They will in fact get a bye as Devon Smith having to do the clean-up as the ball. I thought it carried, but just made a bit of a muddle of it, really.
Yeah, probably just carried and didn't glove it properly. But again, this is one of the few delivery I've seen pitched up and it swung a bit. And they just need to, and the condition is ideal for this sort of swing bowling. Just need to bring the ball up, have the batsman playing on the front foot. And certainly the condition now is really good to enable swing.
Here's a delivery outside the off stump. Again, not kept cleanly by Smith behind the stumps. Total remains on 4 without loss. So, Windwards Cricket Board, the news is they've won the toss and decided to bat, and they're opening with Robinson and Henry. Henry is 2, Robinson is 1. Tyson in his first over, just the last delivery in this over, would move in with a shortest approach. So he really wants those last few strides because he's got a short approach and uses the shoulders quite a bit. Delivery that looking to turn that up on the onside, maybe just behind square rather on the onside, doesn't make contact. Ball strikes him somewhere around the forearm, goes out on the offside. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, Windward Islands Cricket Board 11, well, they've won the toss and decided to back their 4 without loss.
Yeah, very quiet start by the Windwards Cricket Board. We see the first over from Tyson, and one gets the impression that he probably depend a lot on swing. Seem to be a bit skiddy off the wicket. Just need to bring the ball up a bit more, and just cause the batsman to be on the front foot. But very quiet start. No aggressive intent by none of the opening batsmen. I think probably just trying to get a feel of the wicket. A wicket with probably going to give some little extra help to the seam bowlers this morning. But as Ryan John pick up the attack from this northern end to bowl the second over.
And he bowls to Robinson. Robinson gets a wayward delivery down the leg side and seemed to have gone further away after pitching. He's been having to come around to his left, guarded rather nicely. Total remains on 4 without loss. Robinson remains on 1. But the conditions, Rapel, just ideal for good, genuine swing bowling. Overcast conditions, heavy atmosphere. So the ball will have to search its way through as John once more leans forward, straightens his approach, passes the umpire now and bowls to Robinson. Robinson comes forward, drives pleasantly out to extra cover, gets a comfortable single. Didn't look to hit the ball too hard, just came onto the front foot and drove it neatly to the right of mid-off, verging on extra cover, single. He's now moved on to 2, and the total has gone to 5 without loss.
Yeah, Robinson just reaching for that delivery a bit, and this is sort of area you want to bowl, just short of that good length that going to cause the batsman to come on the front foot, and there was a sense of unsurety there as you were looking to drive. So I think it would be important for the bowlers to use the condition and therefore try to bring the ball up to the bat.
John to Henry. Henry is leaving that alone outside the off stump. Good judgment there. It was just outside the off stump and a little bit of lateral movement into the right-handed batsman. But he saw the length and the line, and discretion prevailed and allowed it to go into the gloves of Smith behind the stumps. Total remains on 5 without loss. So a good opportunity for these two, both Henry and Robinson, to show, in fact, that they're ready for first-class cricket and can begin their long journey in their cricket career, as John once more moves in to bowl to Henry, and Henry is coming forward and driving well. First bounce attempted stop there by John on his follow-through, and there is no run. But he certainly has the good height and shoulder and physique, refill. That's John to be a good fast bowler.
Yes, and a strong player. He does move the ball about, particularly the ball that leaves the right-handed batsman. So I think he do possesses the ability to move the ball, and can be very quick. He hits the wicket pretty hard, so can be very quick coming off the wicket.
Yeah, he rubs the ball on his trousers and begins to move in. The sun has just come out temporarily. Not brilliant, though. He's there now and bowls to Henry. Henry is onto the front foot. Pushes the ball up to mid-on. No aggressive intention. Total remains on 5 without loss. So, gloomy conditions here at the National Cricket Stadium. The Olympics are off and running, Refill.
Yes, well, I know it's scheduled for today. I haven't had the opportunity to see anything for the morning, but after so much challenges and difficulties, being able to have it to start this morning, I think is probably good.
Yeah, well, goes down in the history. Here once more is John in now and bowls to Henry. Henry is coming forward and driving back to the bowler, who in a very athletic manner plucks the ball out of the air. Did very well there on his follow through. As John, the over comes to an end. Good economic over by John. Just 2 runs coming off it. And at the end of the third over, Windward Islands Cricket Board, who won the toss and decided to bat their 5 without loss.
Yeah, better over by John Lee. You could see him bringing the ball more up to the bat. That final delivery, just seemingly leaving the right-handed batsman, but he was equal to it, and Henry, and just push it out on the offside. Well, just to give you a bit of the team, the Windwards Volcanoes 11, Devon Smith, Desron Maloney, Jamal James, Sunil Ambris, Alec Atenes. Sunil Ambris is the captain of that team. As we look at the first delivery from Tyson.
Outside the off stump, left alone by Robinson in a very stylish manner, collected behind the stumps by Dennis Smith.
Alec Altena, Dennis Smith, Ryan John, Larry Edwards, Courtney Anslem, Gilon Tyson, Josh Thomas, and the 2 reserve player Darius Martin and Nicholas Redhead.
So, good lineup there. Virtual lineup of what the Volcanoes would look like in competition. Here is Tyson in, and that's driven over. Ball takes the outer edge and goes over the third slip into the boundary for 4. That's not where he really wanted it to go, I dare say. He wanted to drive that maybe over extra cover, and the ball peeled off the outer edge and went over the third slip down to the boundary for 4. A bit of fortune there, but they always say that fortune favors the brave. He's gone on to 6. The total has gone to 9 without loss.
Well, 2 things happened here. I think one is that the ball was pitched up, it was further up to the bat, and Robinson went hard, and that was the important thing. He really went hard at the delivery, tick off the edge as it leaved him a bit, and flew over the third slip down to the boundary for 4.
Here is Tyson outside the off the back foot. That's a fine shot. That might go very close to the boundary. And no, it's going to be held up just inside. Are they going to come back for the third? No, the return comes to Smith. It's a good one. And they get 2. But it was short. And onto the back foot went Robinson. And this one was neatly timed. And there was no iffiness about it. Down to the cover area. He's got 2 for that shot. The total has now moved on to 11 without loss, and he's gone to 8.
Yeah, good shot, short delivery. Really Probably a bit disappointed not to get it to the boundary, but you could see it seemed to come up a bit slowly, and you could see him have to wait and hit it down to that cover point region and picked up two.
Here is Tyson once more in, bowls, slanting down the leg side. Good diving take there by Smith, who had a couple of moments this morning, a couple of deliveries that he didn't really grasp very well, but this one, which was much more challenging than the two that he didn't hold all that well, slanting down the leg side, made a couple of steps and then hurled himself in goalkeeper-like fashion and pulled off something that would have gone down to fine leg for 4. The total remains on 11 without loss. Robinson is 8. Here is Dyson once more, bowls, and Robinson is off the back foot. Looking maybe just to turn it out on the onside. The ball might have just hustled onto him a little more, a little quicker than anticipated. But in the end, I thought he handled it well, pulled the bottom hand away. The ball dribbled out behind him on the offside. No harm done. Total remains on 11 without loss, and Robinson is on 8.
Yeah, got a lifting delivery there, and Robinson had to really get up on his toes, push it down in front of him, and that seemed to be the style of the bowling of Tyson there, that ability to get the ball really to hustle off the wicket.
Here is Tyson once more to Robinson, who is getting a short rising delivery down the leg side. Maybe for a fleeting moment, got inside the line with some thoughts about hooking, but then saw that it was much too high. Smith having to go down the leg side to take the ball. The ball must have just swung a bit after pitching. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, the Windwards Cricket Board 11. They're 11 without loss. Robinson is 8, and Henry, who will be taking strike, he's on 2.
So we had Windwards Volcanoes team, just to give you Windwards Cricket Board 11. Jelani Robinson and Junior Henry, the opening batsman. Henry is also the keeper. Teddy Bishop, Roland Keto, captain, Dylan Douglas, John Lewis, Kizari John Lewis, Kevin Augustine, Darrell Cyrus, Vincent Lewis, and Sherman Lewis. Not playing Anil Matthew and Tyrone Charles.
So here is John. We'll move in now to bowl to Henry. And Henry to this delivery is getting it wayward outside the off stump. A bit of a bit of away movement after pitching, and Smith collects the ball outside the off stump. That was left alone by Henry. Total remains on 11 without loss.
Yeah, he would want to bring it just a bit closer to the right-handed batsman. That ball really moved away nicely outside the off stump from Ryan John. He just want to get it a bit closer to the off stump.
Yes, he's getting the ball to move, but then the length and the lines got to be proper. It's got to be immaculate there. Leans forward, and here he is now bowling to Henry, who turns it up on the onside, just behind square, and would get a single. As John comes off the boundary, sends the return to Smith, who stylishly takes it and attempts to whip the bails off, but realized the batsman, that's Robinson, was in his crease, and the total has gone by 1. 1 to Henry, who's gone to 3. Robinson, who's on 8, comes into strike, 12 without loss. So a good steady start here, Raphael. They don't look perturbed, these two. And they have a good opportunity really here to take their time and to get a good opening score here for Windwards Cricket Board 11.
Yes.
As John once more moves in to bowl to Robinson, who is coming forward. Good delivery, really good delivery. Ball took the outer portion of the bat. He was looking to play that back along the track, and because there is a little bit of away movement after the ball pitch, took the outer portion of the bat and went across to Arthanes. I think they're feeling at backward point. And there is no run. The total remains on 12 without loss.
And this is the sort of length that you want to bowl. You could see a sense of unsurety there from Robinson as he came forward, and not sure what to do, whether to drive or whether to push. And as it left him, he just took the outside edge and went to that point position.
He moves in once more. Is John Bowles. He's coming forward and driving the ball rather pleasantly, but with no great sense of power. The timing was all right, but not a powerful drive. Went up to mid-off, fielded there by Sunil Ambris. Total remains on 12 without loss.
Yeah, and just to see that they are using some pink balls today, not the normal red, but ball just ping ball they're using. I guess and it's all because of the background that we have here today. So certainly,
Here he is once more. John in and bowls to Robinson. Robinson is flashing outside the off stump. Dangerous shot there. He was looking to hit that behind square in the offside. It was short. His eyes lit up and he went after it but didn't make contact. The ball going over the top of the bat and Smith collecting behind the stumps 12 without loss.
yeah, we see more movement there, and this is the sort of player Robinson is. Even from the on the 19 tournament, I know this, which would have been I think. Could be around 2016 around there when he played. You know, he's a sort of dashing player, plays a lot of shots. And this one, I think it was really in the act, but it was wide and it left him as he went for the drive.
John is in once more, bowls to Robinson, who is onto the front foot, pushes the ball out to mid-on and won't get a single. The over comes to an end. So at the end of round John's over, his analysis: 3 overs, no misses, none for 4, just a 1 run coming off that over. Windward Islands cricket board there, 12 without loss.
Yeah, very quiet start after 5 overs. Robinson is on 8. Yeah, so far 18 deliveries, and Henry is on 3 from 12 deliveries. I think, and as you said before, I think that we are fortunate to have some cricket being played even at this time, based on the amount of rain that we had this morning. And it speaks to the quality of this facility. Really, the field continues to look very well, and the wicket so far is playing good.
Yes, it's such a wonderful facility here at the National Cricket Stadium. Really lovely. Here is Tyson once more in now and bowls, and Henry is in defence, pushes the ball out to mid-on, and there is no run as John comes in very quickly. Total remains on 12 without loss, so Robinson is on 3. Robinson is on 8, Henry's 3. We're now into over number 6, so it's been a quiet start by these two. 3 slips a gully. Backward point, rather short in. Tyson is in and bowls. This is on the leg stump, and he hits that over to the forward square. They've gone for 1, will come back for the second. The ball was airborne quite for some time. Really didn't handle it very well. Didn't get right inside the line. Maybe the ball hustled on him a little faster than anticipating. No, it was more of a full toss. Didn't really drop. And you could see that's what brought the awkwardness. We get the replay here. And almost brought about his demise, but he got 2, Henry.
Yeah, just seemed to be beaten by that full delivery, and you could see him as he hustled, just tried to play it off his body.
Tyson is in, bowls the Yorker like right up in the block hole. Did very well, is Henry, to dig it out, and we'll get 2 as the ball went down there to mid wicket. So 2 more to his total. Henry has now gone on to 7. And the total has now gone on to 16 without loss.
Yeah, ball right up. Well played there, and was good running, because just went to the right of the mid-on fielder, who is not very far, and they was able to come back for 2 runs. Good bowling there by Tyson, keeping the ball right up.
Tyson is in once more, bowls outside the off stump, and that was a naughty shot by the opening right-handed Henry, who was looking to pull that through mid-wicket. It wasn't really pullable. Maybe you should have just left that alone. Or if you wanted to really play an aggressive shot, then you had to pull a little bit outside the leg stump and cut that behind point.
Yeah, well, I think it was even short enough to play off the back foot and through the offside. There's a big gap between extra cover and a point position there.
Tyson, good judge, good single. As it was short, and onto the back foot went Henry and pushed the ball up on the onside. The bowler came through on his follow through. But I think it was a quick call by Robinson, who saw the opportunity for the single, and they came through. Good running. So both batsmen now on 8, and the total is now moved on to 17 without loss.
Yeah, just quiet start. I think both batsmen is really looking to get a feel. I think Tyson just a little bit on the short side.
Here he is, Tyson in now and bowls, and he's onto the back foot. Is Robinson turned it up on the onside, will get a single. So 1 more to his total. He's now gone on to Henry has now gone on to 8. No, sorry, Robinson has gone to 9. The over has just come to an end. 18 without loss.
Yeah, and after 6 overs, we have seen some really good running in the wicket. We running have been positive. We see that again making it difficult for the bowler, having bowled to do different batsmen. So one of the things you don't want to the bowler to get used to any one batsman for too long. So they have been picking up the singles very well. This pair who would have also opened in the first game. Henry in this first he got 10 and Robinson got 6, so they didn't get off to too much a good start in the first game played last weekend. So they really would want to make a statement as we as we play in the second game. They're 18 without loss, which certainly is a better start than they had in the first game. They only at 14. The first wicket went, which was Robinson.
So Ryan John will move in again with his fourth over in to bowl to Robinson, who is coming forward and driving neatly. He doesn't look a nice total picture, is Robinson. Raphael Crony did suggest that he is by nature an aggressive player, but when he is ensemble, he really can look very attractive. He middles the ball pretty well, maybe just has to be a bit more discreet in terms of shot selection. 18 without loss. Robinson is 9. 8 to Henry, who looks on from the non-striker's end. Here once more is John leaning forward, straightens his approach now there and bowls, and Robinson is coming forward looking to drive a little bit half-heartedly, and he's just pointing out to Henry that there was in fact movement. Ball swinging away from the right-handed batsman, and that's the reason he missed it. Didn't get to the pitch of it. Well bowled by John, and that should be an encouraging sign for him.
Very encouraging sign, and he wouldn't be too put off about Robinson driving, and this is what you want. And that ball I thought was pitched up on a pretty good length and really left him nicely, as again he was looking for the drive. But you sense a tendency of unsurety when that ball is pitched up to Robinson.
Here's John once more in and bowls, and Robinson gets a good delivery, but he's equal to the task. One that was tempting to move away from him, but I thought he covered it very well, Raphael. It was a nice stride coming forward and pushed the ball out to Ambrose, who is feeling there at short extra cover. Total remains on 18 without loss.
Yeah, you could see him being very careful there, very cautious as he covered up and pushed that ball on the offside. Again, little away movement, but he was equal to this one. And really good bowling by John. And Robinson, we just need to be a little bit careful. As you said before the shot selection, you just need to look at that.
Here is John once more outside the arc stump, driving well. The runs here for him. They could get 2. They've gone for 1. Will come back for the second. Are they going to come for the third? No, they decide against it. It was pitched up, a bit over pitch. He came forward, a little overweighted delivery, and drove it nicely out to extra cover. So 2 more to Robinson, takes his total into double figures. Now he's got to 11. And the Windwards cricket board have gotten off to a nice start. Raphael, they're 20 without loss.
Yeah, as you said, pitched up outside the off stump, but again, because of the movements of the ball, you could see the confidence wasn't there to come forward and hit it square. But this was one of the deliveries that was over pitched, was wide up the off stump. And he hit it through extra cover. Again, the timing was not there.
John,
to pick up 2.
None for 6. Soper comes forward, driven well down the ground. This is going to go close to the boundary. They're going to come back for the second. Will there be a third? No, there would, as the return comes to the keeper's end. That was really driven sweetly, and it did in fact come off the body, the foot of Ryan John on his follow through. We got the benefit of the replay. Yes, it hit him, and to tell you how sweetly it was hit, even after it hit him and ricocheted, it was able to go past him, and they got 2.
Yeah, really good shot by Robinson. He was in good position there. As you could see him, he was, his foot was to the pitch of it and stroked it really beautifully. And John, just as he fallen away after his delivery, ball just coming off his right foot, and still was able to get close to the boundary.
22 without loss, as is John now, and bowls to Robinson. Robinson feels for that outside the off stump. He really should have been pushing that left pad down and across, but he just pushed it down, not going across, and the ball just rushing past the blade and into the gloves of Smith. So that completes the over. At the end of John's over, 4 overs, no miss, none for 8. Robinson is 13. Henry's going to be taking strike on 8. Windward Islands Cricket Board 11. They're 22 without loss.
Yeah, good, interesting over ball by Ryan John there. You see him continue to move the ball away from the right-handed batsman. Robinson in this particular over, you could see being very careful. Played two good shots at straight drive. That's really he picked up 2, and also was hit down to extra cover for 2. But certainly is a interesting battle between both players. As we see the first bowling change, Josh Thomas going to pick it up from that southern end. Thomas, who is not contracted this time around, he was a contracted player last year. Again, he will want to prove a point here today as he bowls his first delivery.
Outside the off stump, and he's on to the front foot is Henry and pushes the ball out to mid-off, and there is no run.
Thomas is bowling to 2 slips and a gully, a backward point, a cover, and a mid-off on the offside. So just 3 feelers on the leg side.
Yeah.
Long leg on the boundary. You have a forward square leg and mid-on, which is very short. So his line of attack, certainly he would want to focus just on that off stump.
Moves in once more. The third slip is moved away. Tyson had a third slip refell, but noticeably they've got only 2 now. Here he is now. Is Thomas in and bowls, and he's coming forward. Is Henry plays the ball out to mid-off, and there is no run. There is in fact a gully in, but they started off with 3 slips and a gully. The third slip is taken out, so they've got 2 slips, first and second, and then there is a gully. And so not as attacking as it was with Tyson. Thomas would want to redeem himself. No player likes to lose his contract at all. Moves in to bowl to Henry. He's there now. And Henry is pulling that well. That's a fine shot. That's going to go over the square leg area, down to the boundary. That 4. Beautiful shot. He was onto the back foot. He saw it very early that it was short, and he just got nicely onto the back foot. There was no danger in the shot at all, and pulled it in front of square. He's now gone on to 12, and the total has moved nicely to 26 without loss.
Yeah, good confident shot by Henry. And the ball was short of a length, not really short, but I think he was into position really quickly. Really picked it up and hit it over a forward square leg. And it went down to the boundary for 4. First positive shot we have seen from Henry.
Yeah, it really looked lovely. Might well be called the shot of the morning. The straight drive of Robinson was also good. Here is Thomas. Nicely played. I say nicely played because it was a delivery that moved away from the right-handed Henry. Sort of squared it up. Looked a little bit ungainly in the end, but you've got to give him credit. The thing about it, he was getting behind the ball.
Yes, he certainly got in good positions to negotiate that ball, which was leaving him. And he looked really confidently pushing it out on the outside.
Yeah, well played. Well played. Good lateral movement from Thomas, who turns once more from the top of his mark. He's none for 8 so far, so it's not a very good first over. He's in now on bowls, and Henry is moving across his wicket. Gets one that is around waist high after pitching. Stabs the ball out to short extra cover. No run. Total remains on 26 without loss.
And you can see him making the necessary movements for the ball leaving him. He's very quick to get across and finding himself in a really good position with the ball that is leaving him, so you're able to push it out on the offside.
Yeah, this is a good start by the Windwards Cricket Board. 11 really good. 26 without loss. Taps away at the crease. Is Henry. Here is Thomas in now and bowls, and he is coming forward and pushes the ball out on the outside, but he was not very certain about that. Looked a little apprehensive, looked a little tentative, but pushed it out to a short mid-on.
Well, Thomas would have brought that one back in, and again he was looking to get into position for the ball, leaving him, and it just seemed to have stayed on a bit, just coming off of the bat, just going out on the onside.
It was in fact a
Again,
no ball. Sorry, repel. 27 without loss. We're in over number 8. As here is Thomas once more. He's going to bowl to Henry. Henry, who's on 12. They both have looked pretty good, both he and Robinson. In now is Thomas and bowls outside the off stump. There was a bit of movement into the right-handed batsman, but it was short enough and saw it rather early. So Robinson is 13. Henry is 12. 27 without loss, which of course is the latest score here at the National Cricket Stadium as these two teams are locked in battle.
Yeah, and Henry is looking more and more comfortable. First over by John, again by Josh Thomas. Again, bowling a no ball in his first over. Again, as we know, this area just seemed to struggle a bit. But I thought that Henry looked really well in this over. He was really getting himself into good position to play the ball, leaving him. And really, at 27 without loss, I think they can feel pretty satisfied with the condition that the fast bowlers have to bowl in, that they have not lost a wicket up to this point.
Yeah, well, that's good. It's August for a good start. Last Sunday, these two teams played, and the Cricket Board 11 didn't perform all that very well. So it's a good opportunity for some of these players to show their worth and, of course, to show their skill and to show their value. Larry Edwards is hailed into the attack, and he's going to be bowling to Robinson, who is on 13. There he is. Just a one slip in. There's a backward point, short extra cover, conventional cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. But there is a deep backward square, or deep square leg preferably. Edwards in now and bowls. He's onto the back foot, turns it nicely, not just behind square on the leg side. They've hustled for one, will come back for the second. That's all there'll be. Delivery that pushed him onto the back foot, and Devon Smith had to run from the lone slipper down to backward square, so the batsman had time to cross for 2. So 2 more to Robinson, who's now gone on to 15, and the total has now moved on to 29 without loss.
Yeah, both batsmen looking more and more comfortable. Larry Edwards with his first over, left arm spin, bowling from this northern end, and he's bowling around the wicket. Now he's looking to, yes, he's bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Robinson.
And Thomas, who's at deep backward square, is now being brought into almost a leg gully delivery that squares him out. There's an appeal for leg before, not given out by the umpire. One seemed to have bounced a bit too. Might have been a little bit high, but it was well bowled. He was onto the back foot, and I think that, yeah, it might have been just sliding down.
Yeah, very, very good call by the umpire. Just seemed to be going with the arm.
Edwards, he's coming forward, driving that ball. What really happened there, Raphael? Did you get it?
Well, certainly happened so quickly. We're going to look at the replay there, but it was tossed up, and there was Robinson going for the big drive, and actually went straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, and the umpire had to take evasive action too, so it's going to go down as a chance. Edwards bowls, comes forward, takes the outer part of the bat, and goes down to a short third man. Will get a single, so he probably be happy to come off the mark. Come off strike, that is Robinson, who's now gone to 16, 30 without loss. What we can say, the delivery before, he hit the ball very hard and it came back to the bowler, but it came back so quickly, really rushed him, wasn't able to pull off what would have been a stunning catch. Edwards would move in, left arm orthodox, wrong the wicket, and he's going to bowl to Henry, who is 12, 30 without loss. He's in, bowls, and he's coming forward to a ball that is given generous flight. Just thought maybe could have done a little bit better with that, the use of the feet maybe, and drive it between the cover and extra cover, but decided in the end that he should just push the ball up to extra cover, to mid-off rather. Here is Edward once more in and bowls to Henry. Henry is coming forward, nicely flighted delivery, but he's equal to the task is Henry. Pushes the ball in front of him on the offside as Ambrose picks up The over comes to an end at the end of the over. Good start. 9 overs gone. Henry's 12 will be taking strike. Robinson is 16, 30 without loss.
Yeah, interesting over by Larry Edwards. His first over there, and we see in the first chance there. I think he was looking to take more or less evasive action with that ball coming back so quickly. So in these sort of ball, you had to pull your body away and try to get your hand in a sort of reverse position. I think he came back so quickly, that he was not able to hold it. But again, Robinson being that sort of player, he's not afraid to put the bat to the ball. And if he's there to be hit, he's really going to hit it. But a good interesting over bowl by Edwards. The last few deliveries, you can see him giving a bit more air and not bowling as fast. Henry coming forward and was very careful to push on the offside.
Here's Josh Thomas with an over. He's going to in now, bowls to Robinson, who leaves it alone. Wayward delivery outside the off stump. If that were a limited over game, that would have been called a wide. Dennis Smith collects behind the stumps. Total remains on 30 without loss. Robinson is 16, Henry is 12. So this is a good, nice partnership. They'll probably want to think, Rayfield, of looking at certain milestone. They've gotten past 25 already. They'll probably want to say, look, let's bring this up to 50 and then go further. These are little goals and little landmarks that batsmen would have to, keep thinking about when they're playing the game. Always have to be thinking. Here, what's more, is Thomas is in and bowls to Robinson. Robinson is getting a beauty of a delivery. Absolute beauty. One that straightened on him. And you can see him pushing and sparring at it. And the ball just rushing past him. Just turned him around a bit. And the keeper, Smith, collects behind the stumps. Total remains on 30 without loss.
Yeah, tremendous delivery bowl by Josh Thomas. Certainly the best delivery bowl for the morning. It pitched, it bounced, and it left him. Really was a really good delivery, and just so not being able to take the edge there, but really a good delivery. Delivery that should give him some confidence in terms of just being able to keep your line and bring the ball up to the bat. And in that area of uncertainty, really have been a good delivery. But as you said before, he will really want to redeem himself. I don't think that he had too much good spells lately.
Thomas, who would seek this opportunity to do well. Delivery that is down the leg side, ill-directed. Smith goes around very quickly. Robinson was looking to turn that, maybe just clip it down to fine leg. He'd gotten a little tickle onto that. It would have been a challenge for the fine leg fielder, but he didn't make any contact at all as Smith just skipped around nicely, collected behind the stumps. The total remains on 30 without loss as Robinson once more. He's got 3 slips now. Thomas supporting him. Those form part of the supporting cast in the shallow, and there is also a gully. In here he is now and bowls to Robinson. Robinson is off the back foot and pushes the ball just outside, out to wideish cover, as no ball signal there confirmed by the umpire. Guilty of overstepping there is Thomas, and Thomas made just a little inquiry from the umpire. Says, hey, what did I do wrong then? The umpire must have said you overstepped.
Yeah, it's one area of his bowling that you really need to work on. As we saw earlier this year, T10 tournament, I think he was guilty of bowling quite a bit of no balls, and certainly going forward, this is a different level, and certainly you want to make sure that that's really not part of the armory.
Here is Thomas once more in and bowls at Robinson, who is off the back foot and cuts well. The runs here for him. He's got a long chase there. The fielder from backward point would not. Yes, just pulls it back just inside. They will come back for the third. Let's watch the return that comes to the keeper. It's a good one, really good one. Lovely. Just over the top of the stumps, but the batsman had time to cross for 3. So 3 more to Robinson. He's now gone to 19, and the total has gone to 34 without loss. That was a lovely shot.
Yeah, good shot. I think he was in good position and timed it beautifully as he hit past that backward point fielder there, and it really was down to the boundary. Just being able to pull it back just about a meter or so inside the boundary.
Here is Thomas in, bowls outside the off stump. Not handled very well there by Smith. And they will come back for the ball. Is pulled just inside by Smith with a little bit of footwork. He's a good skillful footballer, is Devon Smith, and the batsman had time to cross for 2. So by signal by the umpire, didn't he? Yes, he did. Total has gone to 36 without loss. So
And
he's had a bit of challenge already for the morning, Smith.
yeah, just seemed to be having a little difficulty. Although that one just seemed to be dropping a bit, just in front of him. But you would expect at this level that he should stop this one.
Yeah, I agree with you. Here once more is Thomas, but moving to bowl to Henry in gloomy conditions, and no ball again signaled by the umpire. There's Josh Thomas again, guilty of overstepping. The ball is pushed up there to the offside, so he is in fact being supported there by fellow paceman Ryan John, maybe just giving him a bit of advice here or there, and it could be one of those upsetting things for any bowler when he's overstepping, overstepping the crease, and when it happens on two or three occasions. Harris Thomas once more in and bowls a delivery that is right up into the block hole, and Henry comes forward and pushes the ball back past the bowler. They will come back for the second, so that's 2 runs to Henry. Well, for a moment it didn't look as that would happen, but I thought that the bowler didn't make any great significant effort to cut that off. The over comes to an end. I don't think he's very happy at all with his performance so far as Josh Thomas. 2 overs, no maidens, none for 12, and the Windward Islands Cricket Board 39 will lost. They're off to a great start.
Well, certainly, it's not the best over as we see the players now coming off. I think they will probably be taking lunch at this point in time. But we see Thomas again continues to struggle with the no balls. And I think when you are bowling no balls, obviously your confidence will drop. And now you will be running up thinking about your ball no ball. You had three no balls in that particular over. Certainly, he would really need to work on his run up to the wicket. And obviously, if he does not get a run up right, he will continue to struggle. But one would hope going forward, as the players now comes off a lunch, that he would really relook what is happening. Maybe even do some work during the break, just to get it right. But a good start by the Windwards Cricket Board 11. They are 36 without loss. They won the toss and batted, and I was a little surprised that they batted. But certainly the start they had were, they should feel very confident going forward. Have not lost a wicket with Henry on 12 from 27 deliveries, Robinson on 19 from 34 deliveries. They had 36 without loss, and we had some 10 overs being bowled.
Yeah, this is a correct.
39.
This is a correction. Repel 39 without loss, and 4 bowlers used so far in the pre-luncheon play. John, who started off with Tyson, 4 overs, no miss, none for 8. Tyson, 3 overs, no miss, none for 13. Thomas bowled 2 overs, couple of no balls in the process, none for 12. And Larry Edwards, just a 1 over for 3 runs. So that's it at lunch. Of course, we started off rather late today. The Windward Islands Cricket Board won the toss and batting there 39 without loss. Robinson is 19. He's looked well. Henry has not looked as smooth as Robinson has, but he's been effective. He's not out 14. 39 without loss. I'm sure the Windwards Cricket Board 11 will be very happy with the start they got. And of course, we'll be on hand to continue to describe the game in the post-lunch session.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
Tourism connects us all.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours, that's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10, 11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean, and I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
I'm masking for my family and friends. Who are you masking for? A message from the Ministry of Health.
The Nutmeg Princess is very special to me because I think it's the first Grenadian fairy tale, so to speak. Growing up as a young boy and stuff, we never really had positive images of fairy tales where we can see a black princess or a black prince and stuff. So I really wanted the world to know that there is a black princess and she comes from Grenada. There are other stories of black princesses, but this one is a special one because it's a spicy princess called the Nutmeg Princess. So she's a really beautiful black girl, and she lives in one of the most exquisite places in Grenada called the Grand Etang Lake. And it's a lake that has no bottom, right? And the only way you can see the princess, even if you're outside on the sailing on the sun and beautiful blue Caribbean Sea, the only way you can see the princess is if you have a good heart. You must have a good heart. And sometimes you think you have a good heart, but you might not have a good heart. So you might have to do little things to have a good heart. So to have a good heart, and then you will see her. And she will appear, and she's the most beautiful. She has diamonds in her hair, lots of braids, and sometimes she appears and she'll be singing a song. Sometimes it'll be a sad song, sometimes it'll be a happy song, depending on how you feel that day. If you're happy, you'll always get a happy song. So that's Nutmeg Princess.
My name is Anthony McClarence, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McClarence. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats. In his life story, I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was 1/4 lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel that come from Guyana, and the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
You know, sister, we are doing big. Much more to life than just living. This holiday season, I'm not taking any chances. I'm wearing my mask. And you should too. I'm COVID-19 smart. Are you? A message from the Ministry of Health.
You know, sister, we are doing big like Blue Whale. Big like Blue Whale. Are you gonna wear your mask today? You see everywhere you go, there are rules you got to follow, so don't you say COVID-19 will delay. Take the opportunity to save your community. Don't be that guy, put a mask on your face if you're heading outside. It's your life, my life, more lives will be taken if we don't try. If you feel any symptoms, call the hotline. Stay inside until you feel fine. 6 feet away every day. Keep COVID-19 far from away. Keep Grenada safe. Be COVID-19 smart.
Hello from Grenada. I'm Chrislyn Lashington, your dance instructor for today. We're going to be learning the ballet dance, a traditional dance here in Grenada, born out of a resilient era in our history. It merges African as well as French influences. With me today are my dance buddies, Preston as well as Nadine, and drummers, Kendon, Bevan, and Lawson. Now we're wearing parts of the traditional ballet costume, and you may not have that with you at home. So you can take a sheet, tie it around your waist, and make sure you have nice long arms of the skirts like this. And of course, if you don't have a skirt or sheet, you can simply use your arms, which gets you a good sweat as well, and you're doing the basic moves. We're going to start with the basic forward step, where we put our heel in front. So we start on the right foot every time, and then we bring it back. So the left foot, heel and back, heel and back, heel and back, heel and back. Good job. You're getting the swing of it. Let's do it with the drums. And I can tell you're getting it. We're going to add the arms. Now the arms are going to be going in and out. 5, 6, 7, add the arms. Go close and open. Close and open. Close and open. Close. Let's try it a little faster. Keep it going. Let's try to move forward with it. 1, 2, 3. Take it back now. Let's go forward again. Keep the arms nice and strong. 1 more. Now we're gonna get a little fancy and try it over to our right shoulder in a anti-clockwise direction. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Other way. Good job. Wow, that was amazing. Now, by now, you should be feeling a little burn in your arms, which is good because the ballet dance is going to work up a sweat for you. Now, a lot of the focus in the ballet dance is at the hips. I'm gonna teach you a trick that allows the hips to move more easily. Now, if you just try to shake your hips on the spot with the knees straight, you won't get much movement. But if you bend a knee by putting one foot on the ball, you get a lot more movement in the hips. See? Try it with your right foot flat and your left foot on the ball. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's switch the feet now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, switch. Make sure the hips are going. Other side. Now we're gonna try to move with it this time. Let's move, move.
So, back here at the post-lunch session, just missed a couple of deliveries there, bowled by Larry Edwards. We just missed two of them. This is going to be third, and he's moving in to bowl to Robinson, who's on 20, 40 without loss. Robinson comes forward and pushes the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow-through, just going across, diverting a bit to his left. Still 40 without loss. Windwards Cricket Board 11. Went in at 39, I think, without loss. At lunchtime, here he is once more. Edwards bowls, and he's coming forward, driving the ball back. Gets a comfortable bounce, is Edwards. He hit the ball hard into the ground, Robinson. And the ball went shoulder height to be grasped by Edwards, who is in and bowls one that is a little flatter. He's onto the back foot and just looking maybe to push the ball up to mid-wicket. So he's taking things as cool and calm as possible here. Is Robinson. Edwards in bowls. He is right on top of a delivery that is pushed bowl just on about the off stump. Good over there, bowled by Edwards, just keeping the batsman in check. And at the end of it, Windward Islands Cricket Board just one over after lunch, 40 without loss.
Yeah, good start by the Windwards Cricket Board, 40 without loss, and I think both batsmen would want to continue here. Really, they don't want to throw with this good start that they had. I think the difficult part this morning, they would have gone through it pretty well, and certainly at 40 without loss, coming back after lunch, I think both Robinson and Henry really would want to cement their position in trying to give the Windwards Cricket Board a really good start.
Well, they've gotten him off to a good start, 40 without loss, and both batsmen look rather comfortable. Maybe Robinson the more comfortable of the two. So Josh Thomas, who has not been very comfortable at all, he's got a few no balls, moves in to bowl to Robinson. He's there now and bowls, and Robinson is coming forward and driving well, back past the bowler. There runs here on the onside for him. They've come back for the second run. That's all there'll be. The return comes into Smith. So pitched up and just came forward and drove the ball through the line. Well driven too. He's gone to 22, 42 without loss.
Yeah, he just choked it and just past the wicket on the onside, and the mid-on fielder had no chance but had to chase back. But good confident start by Robinson, 22 from 37, and he's a player that is always prepared to take advantage of anything that's remotely loose. He's going to put the bat to it.
Well, he's certainly looked very well so far. Robinson is batted well for his 22 runs. Here once more is Josh Thomas in now, two slips waiting in the shallow bowls, and he's coming forward and drives. That's not where he wanted it to go. He's gone down to backward square. The fielder of the fine leg boundary comes off the boundary. That's John, and since the return they get one. But he was looking to drive that through the onside, maybe up to mid-on, and might have been a little bit of inward movement that carried the ball down to fine leg, backward square rather, and the batsman had time to cross for one. So one more to Robinson, who's gone to 23. Henry is 14 now, comes in to strike his 43 without loss.
Yeah, looking for the same shot, looking to play it to on drive, and as it came into him, just took the inside edge and went down to a deep backward square, picked up one.
Thomas bowls, pushing for that outside the off stump. It's one of those teasing, tantalizing deliveries, pitched up, and he's doing what he really should have done. After that ball had gone into the gloves of Smith, he was coming forward and maybe should have just shouldered arms, and well, turns out to be a bit of indiscretion on his part. Should have left that alone, but no harm done. Still 43 without loss. Windwards Cricket Board 11 off to a good start. Henry's 23. Henry is 14 taking strike. Robinson 23 looks on. Here comes Thomas in and bowls outside the off stump. Almost a similar delivery that Smith collects behind the stumps. This time he left it alone. So they've got Devon Smith, who is at first slip. That's a customary position of his. Loves that area. Also a good fielder at mid-wicket. There's Maloney, who is there at his right at second slip. And he got 95.
Yeah, he got 95 not out in the game that he played. Certainly he seemed to be in pretty good form.
We'll come back to that. Here is Thomas in now to bowl to Henry, and Henry is gliding that just to the right of Arthanez, to the left rather, who makes grounds, covers grounds rather quickly, and sent the return to Smith. The total remains on 43 without loss.
Yeah, Maloney got 95 not out with 7,000 and 2 sixes in that first inning that he played.
How did he look? Did you see the innings?
No, I didn't see the inning, but I seem to have played very well. The second inning he only got 8, so he got off to a good start.
Here he is once more. Thomas in and bowls. Oh, that was a good delivery. There's an appeal for caught behind. Not out, says the umpire. The over comes to an end as Henry was dabbing at that ball outside the off stump. He remains on 14, 23 to Robinson, and the Windward Islands Cricket Board 11 winning the toss and batting there 43 without loss.
Yeah, good over by Thomas. The last 4 deliveries, I think his line was really good, just off stump and outside, on off stump, and seemingly moving the ball away from the batsman. And Henry looking very unsure in this particular over, but I think Thomas just need to be consistent just in that area. And this is what has been lacking, you'll come and bowl 2 beautiful delivery and then the next one go be probably down the leg side, or you probably going to deliver a no ball. Just need to be consistent on that line. Yeah, and that particular over did give Henry some problems.
Yes, consistency obviously is so important. So here is Edwards in and bowls outside the off stump, driven not where he wanted to go. The ball peels off the outer edge. It's Robinson's batter. He really went into a big expansive drive. The ball took the outside edge and spiraled out behind square on the offside. He got 1, but there was no real conviction about that shot. He's gone to 24, 44 without loss. Here he is now. Is Edwards in and bowls to Henry. He's off the back foot and cuts, but doesn't pierce the offside field. Gets it out to extra cover. Sunil Ambris is standing there, one of those positions that he likes. Here he is once more, left arm orthodox. Edwards round the wicket and bowls. He is much more discreet about this one, pushes it back along the turf for the bowler to pick up on his follow through in a rather businessman-like manner. Edwards grabs the ball and goes back. He's in once more and bowls to Henry, and Henry is looking to sweep that. He's bowled him. Well, he was looking to sweep, looking to play the ball, really maybe slog sweep that down to mid wicket, and played across the tide of the ball. And so the Windwards Cricket Board 11, they've lost their first wicket. Injudicious shot there on the part of Henry, looking to sweep against the line. He's gone for 14, and the Board 11, they're 44 for 1.
Yeah, has been very good bowling by Edwards. We are seeing in this over that he's making every effort to slow the ball up, not to bowl too fast and give it some air. And the first delivery, we saw that Robinson looking for the big drive. It just went over a backward point, but you could see him having to reach for it. And this delivery there, Henry looking to, as you said, slog sweep, and really that ball pitching and just leaving the right hander a bit. He missed completely, and it just went into the off stump. But it has been a good over so far by Edwards.
Yes, good over. He's been a model of consistency, good line, good length. And it's always refreshing when you have a bowler who would want to give the ball a bit of generous flight. You don't have to flight everything. I think the varying of trajectory is what's important. But it's nice to see him allowing the batsman to look up. And I think that was a bat shot, really looking to play across the tide of the ball. Yeah. 44 for 1. So out goes Henry, and in comes Teddy Bishop.
Yes, the right-handed Bishop, as we look at that replay, is swinging right across it. And just outside the off stump. Well, just seemed to be holding his own a bit, but really was a bad shot.
Well, not taking anything at all from Edwards. It was a good ball. Bad shot by Henry. Brought his demise. So Bishop will now face up to Edwards. So Edwards has made the breakthrough. Important one in now. And bowls to Bishop. Bishop is coming forward. Bat and pat close together. Smothering whatever spin or movement that might be attached to that ball, and Smith comes from behind the stumps, picks up, sends it back to the successful Edwards so far. Goes back, would be very jovial about this success story he's had, moves in and bowls, and Bishop comes forward. There's an appeal for leg before. There's screaming leg before appeal to the umpire, who says not out. That completes the over. So a little dangerous time there. He had a big stride forward. Maybe hit just a little outside the line, Raphael.
Yeah, just outside the off stump. I think it's good decision by the umpire. But again, Edwards continued to bowl well, and this one, as we look at it here, just pitching Bishop, pushing way forward, and just seemingly hit just outside the off stump. I think.
So when you have those little doubts, well, there were doubts both ways. The batsman had a little doubt. This when you got doubt, you push out, and if the umpire has a bit of doubt too, then he will have to give the benefit to the batsman, and in that case, he certainly did. So with the over coming to an end, 44 for 1, and let's look at Edwards. 3 overs, no min. He's picked up 1 for 5, so it's going to be once more Josh Thomas into his 4th over. I thought the previous over was a pretty good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely a good over. I think the 2 overs that was bowled, the one previously bowled by Josh Thomas.
Delivery that brings Robinson forward and drives the ball out to mid-on, and ball goes very quickly to the fielder there at mid-on. Seemed to be Tyson. Total remains on 44 without loss. So they've got 2 slips of gully, back with point, short extra cover. So there are in fact let's see, there are 8 fielders inside the circle. That's the imaginary circle. It's not a limited over game here. But it just shows you that the batsmen have not been ultra aggressive. Here is Thomas in now and bowls to Robinson, who comes forward and drives that in the air. That's a fine shot. That's a wonderful shot. That's going to go all the way for 4. Well, he came forward, was pitched up, and he just drove the ball nicely on the up and hit that over wideish long off. Look at the body position. That was lovely. Just cleared the front leg slightly, just marginally, and hit that over wideish mid off down to the boundary for 4. So Robinson has now gone on to 28, and the total has moved on to 49 for 1.
Yeah, good shot, over pitch delivery. Picked the gap well. It was hit in the air, but he was able to pick that gap between that mid off and that cover, and went down to the boundary for 4. Yet another no ball bowled by Thomas. So I think he would have bowled a pretty good over previously. This one just over pitch, and I think Robinson hit it well.
Thomas is in outside the off stump, and he was a bit hesitant about that shot as to whether he should have played at it or not. Then did in fact spar at it. Smith collecting behind the stumps. But it was a good teasing delivery. He should have left that alone, but went after it. I think is the natural aggressive instinct, Raphael.
Yeah, certainly. But consistency is important. Yeah, that was a pretty good line outside, and he was in 2 minds. And this is what you want. You want to have the batsman thinking, have him in 2 minds, whether to come forward or to play back, or whether to attack or to defend. And that was a good delivery, and Robinson really was beaten by it.
Here is a delivery that is beaten again. Beautiful delivery. Absolutely beautiful. That one was pitched just back of a length and coming into the right-handed batsman. He would want to say maybe at the last moment he pulled inside the line, but looking at it there, he certainly sparred at it, and the ball rushed past the pushing blade. And Dennis Smith collecting behind the stump, still 49 for 1. Well bowled.
Yeah, was comprehensively beaten there. This one came back into him. The one before left him. This one you could see that he probably was not intending to play, but it came back and really went through him, and really didn't pass far from the stumps, but really a good delivery.
Turns from the top of his mark once more with the number 91 jockeying on his back. He's there now, and bowls to Robinson, who is coming forward. Well bowled, really well bowled, and he's equal to the task. Is Robinson pushes the ball out to cover, and there is no run. Still 49 without loss. Over number 14 here, bowled by Thomas. So he's just getting into a better groove here. Maybe he's just one of those bowlers that don't get into a rhythm immediately, but probably needs a lot of work. He's probably slightly short of work, and seeking to get himself into the right frame of mind and also right frame of body, physically speaking. He leans forward, straightens the approach. Now he's in and bowls to Robinson, who is driving well. Fine shot down the ground. There runs here for him. It won't go all the way. They've gone for 1. We'll come back for the second. That's all there'll be, as it was pitched up and he came forward in Robinson. And it's been a few of those deliveries, Raphael, that he's driven down the ground. He's gone to 30, 50 coming up. It's now 51 for 1.
Yeah, good shot by Robinson. Again, getting into really good position to that ball that's pitched up to him and just stroke it back past the bowler, picked up 2 runs. But the good thing there is that we see Thomas continue to keep the ball up to the wicket. So he shouldn't be too worried about that drive, but again, giving the ball an opportunity to move, to swing.
Here he is once more in bowls, and he is jumping onto the back foot. Is Robinson opens the face of the bat and spars the ball down in front of square on the outside. Arthanes came in very quickly, preventing the batsman from going for the single. So he's gone to 30. He's looked pretty well, especially when he's playing straight down the ground, is Robinson. And the Windwards bowled 11 who opted to bat their 51 without loss.
Yes, so far he's on 30 from 46 deliveries and really looking the part. Really have been stroking the ball very well. We have seen now 2 straight drive which he pushed down the wicket and looks really organized in playing those shots. But the last 2 overs bowled by Thomas, I think, were better overs, with the exception of maybe just 1 over pitch that was hit to the cover. But look, pretty much more organized.
Edwards brings Bishop forward, studiously forward, bat and pad close together, head right over the top of the ball, plays it in front of him, and the keeper in Dennis Smith picks the ball up and sends it back to the bowler, who moves in once more, bowls, nicely flighted delivery. That one was just a little flatter in trajectory, but well bowled. He's a tall man, is Bishop, so he used his reach very well and pushed the ball out on the offside in a defensive manner. Here once more is Edwards in and bowls, and again he's coming forward, well bowled, very nicely flighted delivery. Dennis Smith comes from behind the stumps. That's when, of course, somebody has to give. Can he continue to bowl as well as he's bowling now, or would Bishop just become a bit impatient? He's there now outside the off stump, left alone. Well bowled, well played too. That one was a little wider, a little of a flatter trajectory, maybe tempting the batsman for the cut. Decided not to be induced to it. As here once more is Edwards, who comes forward, brings the batsman forward. Is Bishop, pushes it out to a short extra cover. Ambrose comes in, picks the ball up. So this is a nice contest here between bat and ball. Can one of these players give? As Edwards once more, there are 2 slips employed for him and a forward short leg. Is Edwards in and bowls to Bishop. Bishop drives sweetly, lovely shot here, runs for him. They've gone for 1, will come back for the second. I think they've got opportunity for the third. They decide against it though as the return comes into the bowler's end. So lovely drive. It just shows you how important it is to be patient. He's off the mark of 8 deliveries. He's gone to 2. And the total has gone to 53 for 1, 15 overs gone.
Yeah, very exciting over bowled by Edwards. And we are seeing Bishop, as we know, very exciting player, being very patient. I think Edwards really flighted it really well in that particular over. And it calls for the patience. And we have seen Bishop really showing some patience and stroking the last delivery. Just beautifully through extra cover and picking up 2. He's such an elegant player. But patience is necessary, the judgment. But it really have been a good testing over.
Yes, is. I thought you can't really say which of the 2 won the battle, because they both were really well into the task. Here is a delivery outside the off, some driven over the cover area. I think it's going to go into the boundary. Yes, it does. 4 runs. Pitched up there by Thomas, and you would know, as we have said already on several occasions in the commentary, that Robinson, who something of a dasher, he really likes to go, especially if the ball is pitched up, and he was given a little bit of width, and he spang that through the offside, and it went down to the boundary for 4. Arthanes was going very quickly after it, couldn't pull it back. Total has gone now to 57 for 1, and Robinson has gone to 34.
Yeah, he really had the room there and he took full advantage. Really swung really lustily and hit it over extra cover down to the boundary for 4. But that's the sort of player he is, He's in his arc and he gonna really put bat to it.
Well, here once more is Josh Thomas, just sneaking past the umpire now and bowls off the back foot and cuts that one. That's a fine shot for 4. That was beautifully done. outside the off stump short. It was pulled back in length, and he got on top of it, Rayful, and that's a lovely thing about it. Look how he got on top of it and just gave himself sufficient room and cut it behind square. 4 runs. He's begun to motor on. He's gone to 38 or 48, and the total has gone to 61 for 1.
Yes, such a lovely shot on top of it and really hit it well. That volley really sped to that backward point boundary for 4. Really confidential. Probably the best shot he would have played in his innings so far. He really hit it well.
I love the straight drive that ricocheted from the foot of Ryan John. That also looked very good.
Well, we could think of 3 shots that he have played, the straight drive and that cut down to backward point there.
Here's a delivery. He's a little bit tucked up, but I thought he played it very well. Turned it up to mid-on on the contrasting side of the wicket, this time the onside. He is now gone by 1. Is Robinson on to 39, 62 for 1, brings Bishop now into strike. What do you thought about Bishop? I don't know if he understands how talented a player he is. I think he's a talented player, but some players maybe need to know that, look, from onlookers, we see talent here, and you just need to develop that little skill and ability that you've got. I'm going to come back to that. Here once more is Thomas in and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is a little bit tentative. Ball that is not quite pitched up, wasn't for the drive, but he used, of course, his height and just pushed the ball out on the offside. The bowler knocked it down on his follow through. Total remains on 62 for 1.
Yeah, well, we speak about Bishop in terms of his talent. Really talented player, but, as you know, the talent alone not going to bring you there. There's a lot that goes with it in terms of your discipline, your work ethic, in terms of what you do. And I think maybe that's the areas that they need to strengthen in terms of his discipline and, his work ethics, his judgment of shots, and the patience that we speak about. I was happy to see him face the first over.
Yeah.
He looked very patient in the first over and played it well.
Thomas is in and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is locked in defence. Plays it just past the bowler on his follow through, but with no aggressive intention though. The total remains on 62 for 1. And yes, there's some. I remember there's one former West Indian cricketer, I can't remember her name, but many years ago, Sir Garfield Sobers looked at her going out to bat and immediately said that she was going to score runs. And when he was asked later on, well, why did you say that? He was saying that she had a stride to the wicket that suggested that she was very confident. Here is the delivery that brings the tall, slender figure of Bishop forward, plays it out on the offside. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, 16 overs gone, 62 for 1. Bishop is 2 of 11. Robinson is 39. And, even your body language, Refill, can indeed say quite a lot about your playability.
Yes, I think certainly. And we speak so much about his talent. He looked very organized. When he's beginning to play shots, I don't think anybody look as more graceful than he is in terms of the stroke play. He has what it takes to go to the highest level. Well, I think now we just need to focus, probably just need a bit more discipline. And he, to me, is a player for the future. But I like what I'm seeing in the first few overs that he would have faced. He looked very, very focused. I think the first over bowled to him by Edwards, I think there, it really was a good over. He flighted. He had to show a great deal of patience. He did. And when he get one that looked a little bit over pitch, he was able to stroke it, not going for the big shot. But so far, he looks very organized in this inning.
Yeah. Well, Edwards, who's looked rather organized, who will move in to bowl to Robinson, who's batted pretty well for 39. In bowls off the back foot is Robinson, and looking really to push the ball out on the offside. Ball goes back to the bowler. Total remains on 62 for 1. Here's Edwards again, bowls, shorter delivery. It's onto the back foot and he pulls this one, really punked on it and pulls it nicely down to the deep mid-wicket area. We'll get 2 runs. So 2 more to his total. He's gone now to 41. It was just slightly short. And that's the beauty of good batsmanship, of course. When you see one just remotely loose, how well can you capitalize? How well can you pounce on it? And he certainly did there. He's gone to 41, 64 for 1. Here he is again. Is Edward. He's bowled very well. Pushed back the long on. John right back on the boundary. as he moves in left arm round the wicket, bowls, comes forward and turns it out just in front of square. The forward short leg fielder. Let's see if the umpire would signal leg by. So he did, in fact, got a little bit of a nick onto that one, more the inner portion of the bat, and got it just behind, in front of square on the leg side. So he's gone on to 42. I think he will have a milestone on his mind there. It'll be lovely if he gets a half century, and the Windwards board, they've pushed on to 65 for 1.
Yeah, and you made a point this morning in terms of the batsman setting goals, a little objective, and it is so important. And if you're going to build, you instead of looking to see, well, you're going to go and score 100 runs, you do it in small objectives, 25, and then you move to probably 40, and then you move to 60. I think it is so important that the players so focus on themselves that they set themselves some small objectives.
Here's Edwards in, bowls to Bishop. Bishop again uses his reach. He's a tall youngster and pushes the ball out in front of square on the offside, but it was done in a rather cool, quiet manner. No chance for a single. He remains on 42. Edwards is in, bowls. He's coming forward. You could see him just itching, really. If it's over pitch, he's going to go for the big booming drive. But this time he checked it well, as if his shoulders were twitching for the big booming drive, but just patted it out on the offside for Ambrose. Now, this is a little bit of adjustment that he's making. No, somebody's down there at long on in the path of the batsman's sight. So here once more is Edwards in now and bowls. Short delivery that he rocks on the back foot, hits that in the air, didn't time it as well as he should have, but he would get 2. I don't think he'll be very happy with that at all. That's the second time that he got a short one and hit that down to mid-wicket. He's got to be careful. He got 2 though, which has now pushed his total, Robinson, to 42, and the total has gone to 67 for 1.
Well, we have seen 2 pull shot being played in this particular over, and I don't think even Robinson would have get hold of it. Hit this one was hit high into the air, and as it dropped, it just stopped. The batsman picked up 2, but you can see that the timing was not quite there. Looking to hit over mid wicket, and if they would have hit well, we should have rushed the boundary, but you could see that probably the ball is not coming on as one would expect. So it was sort of slow in coming on, and this seemingly had to wait on it and not being able to get the timing right. But again, was good batting to be able to pick up the bad deliveries and play the attacking shot. Just about the timing that was not quite right.
Yeah, it's so important. It's vitally important, and especially when you've got a bowler who's bowling very well, who's fine, good rhythm, good length and line, and batsmen having, finding very great difficulty in putting the balls away. Whenever you get one that is bad, ill-directed, ill-pitched, then you've got to capitalize on those very, very, very remote opportunities there. So Ranjan is called back into the attack. This time he's switched in. He's bowling from the River Road end, and he's going to be moving into bowl to Robinson, who is on 42, 67 for 1. Here is John from the far end in hazy sunshine in bowls. He's right on top of this delivery, pushes it out to short extra cover is Robinson, and there is no run. Total remains on 67 for 1. So John 4 overs before this, none for 8, and he is trying his hand from the far end, the River Road end. Of course, there are 2 well-known ends here at the National Cricket Stadium. We've got the Darbo end, and the Darbo end was named from one Miss Lucy Darbo, who in fact did own this area many, many years ago before Raphael Crony was born, of course. Here he is once more in and bowls, and he's driving, sort of inside out. Good shot here by Robinson. It's going to be pulled back just inside, down to the long off area. So he gets 2 more to his total. He's gone to 44. The other good thing about it, though, is that he's a very audacious player, is Robinson. He's not afraid to go after the bowling, and that has a plus, that has its strengths and advantages. And I'm a little bit surprised that they took so long maybe to pull one of the slips, because nothing has been going through the slip, but he has been lifting the ball over the infield. So let's see whether they're going to plug a gap here.
Yeah, a good move, I think. Yeah, to take out one of the slips and to put probably an extra cover, is it? Yeah, two slips now. Gully backward point, deep cover, extra cover short, and a mid off.
So here is John in and bowls outside the off stump, let alone that. And Smith going around. The ball didn't quite carry as he would like it, but I thought he handled it very well. Didn't make a meal or a mess of that one. Total remain there on 69 for 1. Robinson is 44. Bishop looks on from the non-strikers and he's 4, but he's got a great opportunity here to do as well as Robinson, get up to a good score. So a landmark is looming in the distance there for Robinson, who taps at where the crease and looks up and sees that Thomas is in and bowls, and well played. That's outside the off stump. Allowed discretion and prudence to prevail, and just shouldered arms as Smith collected behind the stumps. The total remains on 69 for 1.
Yeah, good delivery by John, leaving the right-handed batsman. I think Robinson was really equal to this one. John is bowling to just two fielders on the leg side, forward square leg and a mid on. So really his line will have to be just outside the off stump. Still with the 3 fielders close to the bat attacking, 2 slips and a gully.
Here once more is Ryan John from the far end. He's there and bows to Robinson. Robinson is coming forward and hitting that out to a cover that is a bit extended. It didn't cue that all that well. I don't think he'll be very happy. Didn't get really to the pitch of that one, but it was slightly pitched up, and he was looking to drive it through the line. I think he was looking to hit that much straighter too, and went out to cover. He got a single though. He's gone to 45. He's 70 for 1.
Yeah, and with the ball leaving the right-handed batsman, looking to hit straighter, it just went in the air, but short of the fielder cover, and he picked up a single. So John will continue to walk just at that off-stump line there, and giving the batsman the opportunity to drive.
Bishop, who might be a little bit more discreet, taps away the crease and looks once more as he sees that John is in. Bowls, and he comes forward, and that completes the over. Just maybe looking to push that out on the offside, doesn't make contact. So the over comes to an end. Bishop remains on 4. Robinson is 45. And Windwards Cricket Board 11. They're off to a good start. They did in fact lose the wicket of Junior Henry, who was bowled by Larry Edwards for 14. But since these two have pushed on the total to 70 for 1.
Yeah, Robinson would have had scores of 6 in the 6 and 3 in the first game that you have played. Yeah, he's on 45 no, so you certainly don't want to make this count. I mean, you don't want to reach just sort of score and give away a wicket, and this seemingly have been somewhat weakness in the batsman. You reach, you batted before lunch, you come back after lunch at 45, you'll want to go on.
Here's a delivery that he comes forward and hits that one. That's a fine shot, and that's going to go for 4. Well, he just came forward. The field is in. The mid-off and the mid-on are in fact in. Saw the opportunity for the lofted drive and drove it straight. He really hit that straight, and that went over more so to the long on area, and it went into the boundary for 4. Didn't go all the way in terms of being airborne, but he got 4. He's now gone to 49 as Edwards is in now and bowls to Robinson outside the off-stump. He's off the back foot and cutting well. That brings up a 50 for him. Well played. That might just go over the boundary. No, maybe pull back just inside. They will come back for what would be the 3rd. No, they decide against it, but they get 2. So Robinson has scored a well-played 51. He's really batted very well. Short delivery outside the off stump, and what a wonderful way to bring up a half century. And well, full credit to him for a well orchestrated 50 runs of how many balls? At 59 balls, 82 minutes, 5 fours, and how well he has played.
Yeah, very good inning by Robinson. We have seen in that over, he really hit a real control shot that he hit back over long on. And then that backward point hit it down to the backward point boundary.
Edwards brings him forward. He's a little bit indecisive. He looked rather awkward in the end there. But it was a well-flighted delivery. And maybe he wasn't sure whether he should come forward or go back. But in the end, he pushed out, really pushed out, long down the track. and took it on the pad. Here's Edwards again in and bowls, and Robinson is playing the ball really on its merit. Plays it back along the track for the bowler to pick up on this follow through. He remains on 51 of 61 balls. So he's been really batting rather quickly. 76 for 1. Windwards cricket board 11 in is a delivery that is driven back to the offside area, and that's going to go all the way for 4. I think that that was sort of missed there. Let's see the replay. It was airborne. Did it carry? No, it didn't carry, but I'm not too sure whether Thomas would be happy with that at all in terms of his feeling the attempt that he made to stop it.
Yeah, he really should have made a better effort. Yes, it was hit hard, but really should have got his body behind this one. Just half-heartedly went for it, and it went past him for 4.
Well, Robinson is 55. Here is a delivery that brings him forward, Robinson, and pushes it out just in front of square on the outside as Alec Athanase came in rather quickly and preventing the batsman from going for a single. The over comes to an end. Edwards, 6 overs, no maidens, picked up 1 for 22, the lone wicket to fall so far. And the Windwards cricket board 11, 80 for 1. Robinson is 55. How well he has played. And Bishop, who will be taking strike, he's 4.
Yeah, he has played a tremendous inning. I think that he really would have put away the bad deliveries, not afraid to put bat to ball when those deliveries are there to be hit. And he made use of all the bad deliveries. He was able to hit it to the boundary, but really has been a tremendous inning. And at 55, I would think that he will really want to continue from there and just play ball on his merit. He has already have a start, and really he should be looking to go on.
Well, there's some players when they reach a milestone, they begin to almost think about, hey, you know what, I'm going to start all over. And there are others who would put the foot on the pedal and accelerate. Here is John in now and bowls to Bishop. Bishop comes forward, gets a good delivery that brings him forward, pushes the ball out to short extra cover, and there is no run. So what would be his intention here? Some players too would grow into the atmosphere of overconfidence and bring about their demise. But I think it's important that when you get to a milestone of 50, you should have another milestone. You say, well, okay, let me see if I can orchestrate another 25 runs to get there to 75. Maybe not quite looking at 100 as yet. Take small targets, and you've got to know your ability and what suits you best. Here once more is John into his 6th over, none for 11 so far. Brushes past the umpire now. He's there and bowls to Bishop outside the off stump and looking to cut. That one may have kept a little lower than anticipated. Smith collects behind the stumps. The total remains on 80 for 1 and Bishop remains on 4.
Yeah, would probably be a little disappointed he missed that. But as you said, it kept a bit low and he hit over it. But I certainly like the approach I'm seeing from Teddy Bishop. Not looking to take more chances, playing each ball on his merit. And this is what is necessary. This is a 3-day game. Certainly you have a lot of time to bat. That's why I think, Robinson should continue to put his head down and bat. You want to play big innings, and this is the opportunity.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a one-day affair. Here once more, John is in now and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is leaving that alone outside the off stump. He showed good judgment there on his part, and Smith collects behind the stumps. So you've got to come out from limited over mold and mentality and understand that you've got 3 days here to play this practice match, so to speak, and it's important that you remain there and bat as long as possible. And in an era and a time when you've got so many 10-10 cricket and 20-20 cricket, one-day internationals all over the place, it's so very important for batsmen to learn to stay there at the crease and bat. Here once more is John in now and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is driving well. Elegant shot. Runs here for him. That might go close to the boundary. Would it go over? Yes, it does. 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. Pitched up slightly over pitch, but don't forget he's got a good reach. He's a tall man and he drove it. There was a poetic motion about his driving that ball through the offside. You want to call it caressed. and it went over the extra cover boundary for 4. He's now gone on to 8, and the total has gone to 84 for 1.
And that will certainly give him a lot of confidence. This is was an excellent shot. His feet came out to the pitch of it, and as you said, he's really stroked it nicely through the covers, and that's the ability that he possesses. He really plays those shots gracefully. Certainly, really have been a good shot. That really should give him a lot of confidence.
It certainly does. Here is John in, bowls to Bishop. Bishop is off the back foot, opens the face of the bat, glides it nicely down to third man. Runs for him. He gets 2. And well played. One was pulled back in length, and he was off the back foot and glided it down to third man. Edwards had to chase. He got 2. He's now gone on to double figures. Bishop has got to 10, and the total has gone to 86 for 1.
Yeah, another confident shot off his back foot, and just steered it past the backward point, pick up 2, and really timing the ball sweetly. And would love to see these batsmen take advantage of this situation they are in, and really would want to see the brilliance of Bishop for a really long period.
Here's a delivery that is bringing the tall, lanky right-handed batsman forward. Drove the ball out to Ambris there at short extra cover. The over comes to an end. A rather productive one there for Bishop, who I think he reaped 6 runs off that over. So 86 for 1. Bishop is on 10. 55 to Robinson will be taking strike. And I'm sure that the Windwards Cricket Board 11 will be very happy with seeing that there are 86 runs on the board and they've lost just 1 wicket.
Yeah, I think they will be very happy. I think the first inning they scored 119. 86 for 1 has been a good start. I think both batsmen look rather comfortable. We've seen that Robinson completed his 55 from 63 deliveries. I really have not looked to be in any danger, any trouble with any of the bowlers. And Bishop, who came in not too long ago, but he began to look well.
Well, here is a delivery that is driven over the bowler's head, and that's going to go all the way. Well, really over long off. And don't forget that your mid-off fielder is in, and he saw the opportunity. That's brilliant batting. It really is brilliant batting, because Thomas was inside the 30 yards. The ball was pitched up, and he drove the ball through the line. Didn't want to hit it on the ground. And that went for a boundary. So he's now gone to 59. It's 90 for 1.
Yeah, good positive batting by Robinson. As we see the long off being pushed, the mid-off being pushed back to long off.
Here's a delivery that he's coming forward. This time he's driving the ball on the ground. This is a good knock, a really good knock. He's gone to 60, and the total has pushed on by 1 now to 91 for 1. Brings Bishop into strike, and they're now bringing in the long off and the long on for Bishop, who is the less aggressive of the two. Edwards, left arm orthodox, round the wicket, and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is reaching forward, pushes the ball out to short extra cover. Ambris in his customary position there, picks the ball up, no run. The total remains on 91 for 1. Here again is Edwards in and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is coming forward, gets a good delivery. That was a flatter trajectory, and almost action replay. Gets the ball again to Ambris. Still, the batsman can't score. Total remains on 91 for 1. As it's once more Edwards bowls. He comes forward. Is Bishop rather studiously and effectively too. And again for the 3rd time in the over, Ambris picks up, gives the ball a little bit of shine on his trousers and sends it back to the bowler. 91 for 1. Larry Edwards again bowls. This time he's driving well. Nice shot here. Will get a single. Was able to pass Ambris to his right this time and got it to the left of Thomas. And they had time to cross for 1. So Bishop has gone to 11. The over comes to an end. Robinson there. The total is now, gone to 92 for 1. 92 for 1. And what has been a good start by Henry and Robinson. They now continue to build on that foundation. That's Robinson and Bishop at 92 for 1.
Yeah, and this pair have so far put on 48. And I think both batsmen look pretty well. They seem to be in control of things. We have seen again Bishop showing quite a lot of patience, which I think is necessary for the longer format of the game. One would hope that you go from strength to strength, but it does look a picture. Really stroke the ball really sweetly, and you have seen Robinson not afraid to take advantage of anything loose, and he has 60 from 65. Really has been playing a good innings.
Yeah, the run rate has been very good, really. They're more than a canter. It's 4.38. So that's very good. Anything over 3.3, you'd want to call it scoring rather quickly. So they're up to 4.38. So the scoring rate has been very good, more so because of the input of Robinson with 60. So that Anslem brought into the attack. So it's a change of bowling from the far end. Ryan John is pulled out, and Anslem is going to come in. So he's got a slip and a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, forward leg. He's in and bowls. Off the back foot is Bishop, looking to heave that over mid wicket, but I don't think he really got it in the middle of the bat. Got more the bottom part of the bat and got it out to mid wicket, where Ambrose is there fielding. Here he is once more, bowls. He's looking to sweep, does so, but can't beat the fine leg fielder there in Maloney. So dot ball again, but too aggressive intention there by Bishop, who is in on 11. Here once more is Anslem in and bowls, and he's coming forward. This time it's a sedate, quiet shot that he pushes back on the onside of the wicket, and the bowler, in a rather nice, agile manner, skips across to his right, picks up and goes back. 3 dot balls so far. In now and bowled. So, Bishop just pulled her out because he probably wasn't quite ready. Yeah, there's a little word there with the umpire is saying something. We're not too sure what he's pointing out, but players just been held up a little bit here. You make it out, Raphael?
I'm not sure if they. No, I don't think it's a weather outside get a little cloudy, but they just seem to be concerned about something.
Well,
it seems to be okay now.
It's okay now. So let's hear is Anslem in now. He's there and bowls to Bishop, and Bishop is coming forward and driving well. Runs here, lovely shot. This is elegantly driven up to extra cover. He will come back for the second run. So that's 2. He's waiting for the bad deliveries to come. That's the good thing about Bishop. It's been a good inning so far. 13. It's still early days yet, but the total has gone to 39. So Courtney Anslem from Dominica, and off spinner. His surname is one that the first name of so many players, so many people across the world. Anslem, that is. Outside the off stump, left alone, and Smith collects behind the stumps. It's not many men as big as that. Carries a big stature for an off spinner. He's there now and bowls, and it's down the leg side, looking to sweep his Bishop. Doesn't make contact. Smith collects behind the stumps. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, Bishop remains on 13, 94 for 1, and Robinson, who is 60, it's batted very well, will be taking strike. And just looking at the bowling analysis here, John, 6 overs, no means none for 17. Gillan Tyson, none for 13 of 3. Josh Thomas, 5 overs, no means none for 31. Larry Edwards, the lone wicket taker, 7 overs, no means 1 for 28. And Courtney Anslem, just a 1 over for 2 runs.
Yeah, and this over Bishop here, just looking a little more attacking. We've seen him playing to sweep shot, not making contact, but again another beautiful drive on the offside. We picked up 2 runs. Certainly Anslem in his first over, not doing too much with the ball, just looking for length and line. Off spinner from Dominica, again one of these young players, not yet contracted, and he will really want to make an impression in this game. So we'll see what happens as he continues to bowl. First over, just going for 2 as Tyson picks up the attack from the southern end.
Yes.
It's not an end.
Another Dominican, is he? Yes. So Tyson would move in. We're going to talk a little bit about his approach. He's in and bowls, and he's locked in defense. Is Robinson pushes it out to extra cover, and there is no run. I'm sure that there is an observation, of course, here, Rapel, that Tyson runs in. I don't think that he makes more than 10 steps to get to the wicket. We're going to count it just to make sure that I'm not erroneous, but he probably doesn't make more than 10. And we'll probably comment about that a little bit more. So let's see, he's just about starting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, he did get up to 11 and driven up to mid-on, and there is no run. The fielder there is Desron Maloney. Picks the ball up, total remains on 94 for 1. Now, how much can a fast bowler do with a 12 pace run up to the wicket, Rapel?
Well, I think these sort of bowlers will get the pace really arms coming off the short run and being able to. The stronger guys going to come off the short run and be able to get the pace, of the arms. The arms comes over really quickly, and being able to develop pace. One remembers, I know Malcolm Marshall. I mean, I happened to play against him. He also came off a short run, but when he delivers, he runs rather quickly.
Yes.
So when he delivers, the ball skids off, and it comes off really quickly. And as he went through his period in cricket, one would have known in terms of the pace that he developed.
Yes.
But I think Ray Tyson just need to be a little bit more.
He is in outside the off stump, off the back foot, cuts well, runs here for him. It's getting very close to the boundary. We pull back just inside. They will come back for the second run though. So 2 more to Robinson, who's now gone to 62. It was shot outside the off stump, just made a bit of room and smacked it behind square, got 2. Total has now gone to 96 for 1. But I personally would love to see him lengthen that run up. You need a little bit momentum. You need some stride in. I don't think that 10 pace run up is just sufficient for him. Here he is once more, in and bowls, and he's wrapped on the pad. There is an appeal for leg before, not given out by the umpire, and he goes back. There was an appeal made by several of the players, but not with any great sense of animation and enthusiasm. You know that there was something suggesting that was sliding down the leg side. It certainly was. It kept a little bit low too. 96 for 1.
Well, it's the first time I've seen him, and I got the impression when he started that he would probably depend a lot on movement with the short run that he has. Try to be nippy.
Fine shot. That's a lovely straight drive for 4. Well played, Robinson. That was pitched up, and he didn't lose his shape at all. Just drove the ball, right through the line, and it went down to the boundary for 4. So the 100 has been posted. Wonderful shot there to climax that total of 100, and he's gone to 66.
Yeah, lovely shot, and as you say, he hit straight. He didn't try to hit across it. We all know the benefit of hitting straight, and that was really well played. And he struck it well. It went back just 1 or 2 bounces, and it went down to the boundary for 4. Again, the positive frame of mind of Robinson. And getting into position, he seemed to be playing the straight drive very well, getting into really good position to play the straight drive. We have seen 3 or 4 shots being played, and in all the shots that he have played, he seemed to be in really good position.
Yes, he really has. He's done very, very well. So Anselm is going to continue from the far end, and he's going to move in out to bowl to Bishop, who's 13. He's played very well too for his 13 runs. He's there now and bowls, and Bishop comes forward. Just seemed to be really paying very high value on his wicket today's Bishop. He's been very discreet, rather selective. Just 13 runs, yes, and he has faced 32 balls already, but that doesn't really matter. Here is Anselm again, in and bowls. He's off to the back foot and cutting, but doesn't really cue the ball very well. I think it took more the bottom part of the bat, went out there to extra cover, just pulling away a little bit outside the leg stump, looking for room. Anselm again, in now, and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is coming forward and pushes the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. And there is no run. The total remains on exactly 100 for 1, and Bishop remains on 13. Looks up again and sees that Anselm is moving in. He's there and bowls, and he's driving well, gets a single just to the left of mid-off. So 1 more to his total. He's now gone on to 14, is Bishop, and the total has gone now to 101 for 1, brings Robinson, who's on all the sixes, 66 into strike. As Anselm once more. This is going to be his 5th delivery. The mid-on is now pushed back to a long on, but not right back on the boundary. I think he's just about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. In he is once more, Anselm and bowls, and he's coming forward. Robinson and pushes the ball back. I think he's been reading the field placing very well, Robinson. He knows exactly where the players are, and he knows when to play the big shots. He's coming in once more, Anselm there, and bowls to Robinson, who is driving slightly inside out, gets it out to mid-off, and that completes the over. So at the end of the over, it's 66 to Bishop. Sorry, 66 to Robinson. Bishop is 14 and will be taking strike. It's 101 for 1.
Yeah, and this pair continue to bat very well. Robinson 66 from 73. Bishop 14 from 35 deliveries. They are so far put on 57 for this wicket. Really has been a good partnership. They haven't been taking many chances, waiting on the bad deliveries and trying to make use of those bad deliveries. But they certainly will want to continue in this partnership. Robinson, you having a good start. You really want to make it count and really go for the big one. I'm happy to see Bishop in terms of his discipline, and one hopes that really going to go on and get a big one.
Well, that'd be lovely for him. Tyson is in and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is driving nicely through the line. That's a fine shot. Runs here. It's not going to go all the way. It's pull back just inside. It will come back for the second. Good flowing drive. Reaching to the pitch of the ball and caressing it, really. Not trying to hit the ball too hard. And he got 2. And he's now gone on to 16. The total has gone to 103 now for 1. Beautiful shot. Pitched up. And he drove nicely through the line of it and opened the face just slightly, enough to get it between that backward point and cover area, and he got 2. Here is once more Tyson in and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is coming forward and this time plays the ball just to the right of the mid-off fielder, beg your pardon, who is Thomas. Moves across to his left, picks up. Meanwhile, the batsman had time to cross for 1, so Bishop has gone rather smoothly. He's gone now to 17, and the total has moved on quite impressively now to 104 for 1. Brings Robinson, who is 66, back into strike.
Yeah, and we look at again the bowling of Tyson from this short run. Really would want to do a lot more with the ball in terms of movements.
There's an appeal for cut behind. Not out, says the umpire. Short delivery. And they're saying, hey, that must have touched that touched something. Well, the ball is there, akimbo. We got an opportunity to look at it. That was close. We know we don't have the benefit here really to see whether the commentator would say anything, but it must have been very close.
Yeah, well, certainly it looked close, but from here, you just looked to me as though it passed. It seemed to be a good decision. I can't see from here that it actually touched the bat. It passed very close.
I don't know, but you just look at the body language of all the players, which seem to suggest, hey, you know what, we heard something here. Well, the umpire was constant as a northern star, said not out. Here once more is Anselm short delivery, a little bit tucked up was Robinson, turned it out behind square on the offside. We had a situation with Mitchell Marsh, of course, who did nick one to Puran, and he didn't walk, and there was the review, and as soon as the review was called, that's when Mitchell walked off.
Well, I've seen it with a number of players, not only Marsh, but I think there were a couple of occasions we've seen it with the Australian players. As soon as the review went up, they didn't wait.
They didn't wait. Oh, what a thing. Here once more Tyson is in now, and he bowls left alone there by Robinson in a rather discreet manner, allowed the ball to go into the glove of Smith, and there is no run, still 104 for 4.
Yeah, I was making a point in terms of the short run that Tyson's bowling from. You have to be able to do something more, either to be able to move the ball a bit, or either to extract some more pace in terms of the ball skidding off the wicket. But we have seen in this over that he was be able to move the ball a bit.
Yeah. I don't like what I'm seeing though. Here he is in and bowls. He's onto the back foot and pushes it back to the bowler, who picks up and follows through. No picks up. So that completes the over. And at the end of the over, it's 104 for 1. 104 for 1. Robinson is 66. Bishop will be taking strike. He's on 17. Now, let's just go back to Tyson a little bit. With just about, as I said, 11 or 12 paces. That, in my opinion, should be when you're coming back maybe for a second or third spell, when you would just try to be keeping things as tight as possible. He's got a good body. He's not overweight. He's got good shoulders. Now, if I were his coach, and I'm not saying that I know anything much about bowling anyway, but I would say to him, look, you need to get more out of that physique that you have. Anselm is going to be coming in to bowl to Bishop. We're going to have a little bit of discussion about that. Here he is now and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is off the back foot and tugs that back past the bowler. He'll get runs here, just a one. The ball not fielded very well down at long on, and will in fact come back for the second run. That's at mid on rather. Oh, they thought about the third. And my golly, Robinson was coming for the third and Bishop was not interested at all. So he goes to 19 as Bishop, and the total has gone to 106 for 1.
Yeah, shortish delivery. That was a hit back past the bowler. Well, I think it was good there that Bishop was able to see the danger and really stop Robinson, who was coming back for the third run.
Yeah, and maybe coming back, you may say blindly, although the ball was in his area. Here's a delivery that is bringing him forward. Is Bishop driving, and the ball peels off the outer edge of the bat. Goes to Devon Smith, who is feeling at backward point and can't score. That's not where he really wanted the ball to go. I think he wanted to hit that ball through the cover area. Got it more to the outer portion of the bat. Here once more is Anselm, right arm off spin. He's there from the far end and bowls to Bishop. Bishop is looking to sweep. He sweeps well down to backward square. Runs here for him. They've gone for one. Will come back for the second. The return comes into the keeper. Just pushes the diminutive Dennis Smith back a bit, couple of paces. So two more to Bishop, who swept well. He's gone to 21, and the total has gone to 108 for 1. Well played. Anselm again moves in to bowl to Bishop. Bishop is coming forward and driving the ball up on the onside, and the bowler makes coverage very well, slips across quite well and picks up rather nonchalantly. Goes back again, concentrates on his off spin. Is Anselm 108 for 1 in now to bowl to Bishop, who's on 21. He's there. Bishop is coming forward, gets a nicely flighted ball, does very well, and pushes the ball back to the bowler, who picks up and goes back in a workman-like manner. Here he is once more, is Anselm in with his final delivery in this over. Bowls shorter off the back foot and pushed up to mid-wicket. Can't score. That completes the over. And at the end of it, 66 to Robinson. Bishop is 21. It's 108 for 1. The West Indies Cricket Board 11, they're off to a good start. So let's go back, Raphael, to Tyson. We won't spend the whole day on him, obviously not. But I was talking about him having a lovely physique. To me, almost the ideal body for a fast bowler. Yes, he's not tall like a traditional West Indian fast bowler. Maybe like, I would say maybe a Michael Holding or Colin Croft or Joel Garner for that matter. But you look at him, he's got good shoulders. I would love to see him maybe getting up to a 15-16 pace approach to the wicket so he can generate a little bit more pace. He's in now and bowls off the back foot is Robinson and pushes the ball out to extra cover. That is slightly extended, but the ball was travelling much too quickly for any thoughts of a single. Total remains on 108 for 1.
Well, there must have been something in his bowling that obviously the selectors would have seen. He's actually a newly contracted player, and therefore probably there are some things about him that seem to be probably very effective.
Bowls outside the off stump, flashing drive, oh, caught behind. Well, he was flirting with danger there. That was outside the off stump. Robinson didn't have to play at all. He went after it. The ball took a little nick, and he's gleeful. Obviously, he's very happy about that, because in the previous over, did go up in appeal. That was pitch outside the off stump. I thought that was careless, and his bat was away from his body. Didn't wait at all for the umpire to raise his dreaded index finger. He knew that he'd hit it, And so he is gone, Robinson, for a well played 66, 108 for 2. But you cannot negate the fact that he played very well.
Yes, and ideally you would want to have put that right foot across and get over the delivery to hit it, because it was fairly short outside the off stump, and it's a delivery you'd want to take advantage of. But that's his style of playing. You know, he flashed at it, foot nowhere close to it, taking the edge, and the keeper taking a rather simple catch. But again, we saw some movements there from the bowler Tyson, a ball moving further away from the right-handed batsman, and probably maybe that's maybe one of the assets in terms of being able to move the ball. You know what? I saw him. That was the first thing that came to mind in terms of the shortness of his run-up. He had to be doing something more with the ball, and we have seen him getting a little movement away from the right-handed batsman there. And Robinson just failing to get across, flashed and missed and took the edge.
Yeah, well, I think he'll be disappointed with that because we've seen him play some really rather brilliant and exquisite shots. And that one really was one that was supposed to be punishable.
Yeah.
But again, he was playing with his bat very far away from his body. And that was a cardinal error, brought about his demise. So Roland Cato, who is the skipper for the Windwards Cricket Board 11, has come out. And this will be a great opportunity for the young man to maybe make a statement or two. Lost his contract, didn't he? Yeah, he did. I think, was it from last year he did? Yeah. I don't think he'll be happy about that, really, because he's such a fine player. One who maybe has disappointed fans. He moves in, is Tyson bowls, and Cato is coming forward, gets a good delivery first up, one that comes into him and plays it up on the offside. So Cato.
Yes, we didn't see the best of Cato in the last year. The ability that he has, we really haven't seen him playing the way we expected him to play, and having lost his contract again is an opportunity here, really for him to make a statement.
There is Tyson in and bowls. Cato leaves a delivery outside the off stump that doesn't really do anything. Innocuous delivery, just goes straight on. There's no lateral movement in or away from the right-handed batsman. And Smith collected behind the stumps. Total remains on 108 for 2. So 27. We're into over number 27 here. So the run rate hasn't been bad at all. As here once more is Tyson in now and bowls to Cato. Cato is coming forward rather astutely and rather correctly. Plays the ball, stabs it across there to Ambrose. Ambrose does like to feel in that area. He likes to feel in the cover area, especially that short extra cover position. Very quick off the turf. Enjoys. There's so many fielders who they've grown accustomed to certain positions that they've almost made those positions their own. Tyson is in and bowls to Cato. Cato goes in behind a delivery that is a rather short one and plays it out, stabs it out in the offside with no aggressive intention at all. The over comes to an end. Cato is yet to score. Bishop is 21. It's 108 for 2. The Windwards Cricket Board 11.
Yes, and as seemingly take a water break, I think that 108 for 2. I think the Windwards still will be happy in terms of the start they had. Cato and Bishop, from the same area, I think they will know each other very well. They would have played regularly, and therefore they would want to put their head down. Cato, who would really want to make a statement to get back onto the Windwards and in terms of getting a contract. And again, it's a good opportunity. And we have seen Teddy Bishop, who really has shown tremendous talent. And they will want to put their heads down. The wicket is playing pretty well. I think the start that they have, they probably would be aiming to go on from here.
Yeah, so they're refreshing themselves, of course, the players, and we're going to also refresh ourselves here too. So if the players can do it, why can't the commentators do the same thing? We'll be back, of course, after the players take the short break.
So Tyson is gonna pick it up, or the off spin. The off spinner going to take it up from that southern end. Ball is first delivery. Just push back on the onside. Teddy Bishop, and he's facing the right arm off spin of Tyson, and he's coming forward and push it to the short cover, and the fielder coming in quickly. No attempt of a run, and there's one slip, backward point cover, extra cover in Ryan John. Forward short leg, short fine leg as he's over the wicket, ball to Bishop. Bishop again is pushing on the offside. The backward point comes in. Devon Smith, the score 108 for 2. The win was cricket board 11. On the leg side, mid wicket, mid on, deep backward squares. Tyson. Again, Bishop is coming forward. Earlier patient in by Bishop, not taking more chances. This is the sort of inning we love to see him play. Such a really good stroke player. He faces another delivery, and he's coming forward and driving. This one goes just to the left of the backward point, and they're going to come back for 2. Smith having the chase, so two more runs to Bishop. Takes him to 23. It's 110. The Windwards cricket board winning the toss and batting. Really have been a good start, a good start. As Tyson, and for this delivery, he's been a stroke back along the wicket, the end of the over. And at the end of the over, after the break, 110 it is for the loss of 2 wickets. Henry went for 14, and Robinson, who made a very good 66. Now we see Keto not yet off the mark, and Bishop on 23. And really they would want to, in really good condition. The sun is now shining brightly, although there seem to be some clouds around, but the sun is shining.
Yeah, it's welcome back to the sunshine, because we've not had much of it at all, Rafael. We've had more overcast, gloomy, grey conditions, but it's nice to see the sun coming out.
So Roland Keto, the captain of this Windwards 11.
Tyson?
Yes, it's actually Tyson. This one is played by Keto to mid on. So he's off the mark with 1. And that last over really was Anslim, the off spinner. So Tyson in his 5th over. His 7th over so far, 1 for 23. Picking up the important wicket of Jelani Robinson. So the right-handed Teddy Bishop comes into strike. Still a 1 slip, Devon Smith. Gully, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. As he's up to the ball to Bishop. Again, Bishop is really covering up and pushing it back along the wicket. And again, we've seen really the commitment. He's really careful in terms of trying to play each ball on its merit. It's 111 for 2. As Tyson in the 7th over, as he's over the wicket again to bowl to Bishop. Bishop is off the back foot and playing it firmly to backward point. Again, no opportunity of a run. The leg side has a mid-on shot, mid-wicket. It's Ryan John, and long leg on the boundary. So 6-3 field. It's 111 for 2. Tyson. And he's bowling from this northern end as he's up to the wicket bowl. And again, Bishop is coming stylishly forward and push it down to mid-off. Again, Josh Thomas in that position. Again, interesting to see that Bishop not taking any chances. He really taking his time and looking to play each ball on its merit. And this is what is necessary in the longer format of the game. As he's driving beautifully to cover. Again, going straight to the cover fielder. As he rehearses his shot. Really looks a pitcher. And so much of us would want to see him push on. Such a graceful player. And when you look at Bishop batting, one could think about a player like Carl Hooper.
Yes,
very
he's
stylish.
Lovely player.
Again, right up, he comes down on it, push it on the onside. That completes a maiden over bowled by Tyson. No, 7 overs, 1 for 23. And the Windwards cricket board 11. 111 for 2.
Maybe he's bowling within himself, and maybe that's not his usual run up to the wicket. We know a little bit more about him, but as I said, I think here you have a fast bowler, a young man who, in my humble opinion, you can get much more out of him if he's got maybe a good coach who could tell him, look, you're a strong man, and you've got to use that which you have, whatever asset that whatever asset that you have, you've got to use it and maximize that and get the best out of it. And I still don't think that run-up would allow himself to get the best out of his bowling performance. And that's just my little niggling concern.
Well, it's the first time we have seen him, and certainly there had to be something more in him. As I said before, as Anselm, and this ball is just played on the onside by Keto. No chance of a run. Short, fine leg.
But he's bowled well, Anselm, I thought. He's kept a good line and length, good control.
And for the delivery, Keto again is choking the cover. Again, no attempt of a run, going straight to the cover fielder. Anselm, right arm over the wicket ball to Keto. He's again pushing it on the onside. Again, a good line, not doing too much, but just good line and length. And Keto just coming forward and really pushing it on the onside. Again, there's no chance of a run. 111 for 2. Keto is on 1. As he faces another ball from Anselm, tossed up, and this one is driven through the covers. Again, it goes down to the boundary, very close to the boundary. Really was all timing. He stroked that ball and through the extra cover and pick up 2 good-looking runs.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just wondered whether the boot of the fielder, John, didn't make some measure of contact with the rope. Interesting that.
2 more to Keto as he faces another delivery from Anselm. Again, he's coming back and just push it just past the forward, so like probably went in the air, but quickly. Really no chance of a catch, so he pick up 1 more. 114, and Keto score move to 4.
He's got to be careful because there is a fielder lurking that forward leg under the helmet. And he wants to make sure that when he's tucking it round the corner, that it's not airborne.
So Bishop, as he faces Anselm and push it on the offside, and again that completes another over by Anselm, who's now bowled 5 overs, no win, 12 runs, no wicket. 114 for 2, and both batsmen, would continue to look well.
Yeah, Bishop is 23. He's batting very well. This is early days of Keto, who's such a talented player, but has never really maximized the talent that he really has. And here is an opportunity for these 2 players to showcase their talents and their abilities. Now, Bishop is fairly set already. He's 23. He hasn't done anything injudicious, done nothing rash. He's been very discreet about his batting so far. And you can almost see him egging himself on as if today he wants a big total. The stage is set for it.
So Tyson it is over the wicket and bowled, and Keto is coming forward and playing it in down to the mid-on fielder confidently. There's no chance of a run. And you know, the inning we have seen so far from Teddy Bishop really a marked improvement from what we have seen. Yes, it have been different format, but you can see it just seemed to be concentrating a lot more and playing each delivery on its merit. And Keto is this one goes down the leg side, looking to turn it on the onside, made no contact again, and we see Smith moving around really neatly and taking down the leg side. 114 for 2.
Yeah, but they've gotten two good partnerships. That's the good thing about it. And then here's an opportunity to have a good third partnership between Cato and Bishop. So the both batsmen who fell, they did in fact string two good partnerships.
This delivery is on his back foot and push it out on the offside. No trouble. Shortish delivery rising, just on about off stump. And Cato being equal to this one, pushing it to square cover or point. The field remains slipping Devon Smith, gully, backward point. And he's just hitting this one over backward point, short delivery. And this one, again, not going to get into the boundary. And again, the timing wasn't that right, but we were able to pick up 2 runs. Safe shot, as it was short and just hit it over backward point.
And the other thing, Rapel, is that quite noticeably the field is not very fast. It's not like when the 10-10 were played, or even the 2020 internationals that were played here, not that quick. And maybe the fact that we did have some showers over the last 24 hours, that may have just allowed the ground to be slower than it usually is.
Yes, I agree with you, and it looked a lot more lush. There's Keto. Just looking to push this one on the offside. Let's see the signal. It seemed to come off the bottom edge and go down the onside. So one more for Keto. But again, the field looked rather lush, and the amount of rain that we had, the ball just seemed not to be rushing off the field, as will be expected. It's 117 for 2. And the right-handed Teddy Bishop comes into strike. And for this delivery, again, he's covering up and pushing it back on the offside, as he probably SOs a pull shot. So that completes another over bowl there by Tyson. 8 overs, 1 being 26 runs, 1 wicket. And the score 117 for 2. And we had some 31 overs being bowled.
Well, you had the prize wicket of Jelani Robinson, who batted well for 66, 79 balls, 8 fours. He scored in the process, but Tyson, I think, maybe wouldn't be very, very happy with his overall performance. 8 overs, 1 for 26. Looking at him for the first time, I think he's got talent. I think he's got ability. And again, as I say, I would like to see the best coming out of him. But once, of course, you've got coaches and such around, they can iron out whatever little rust there might be.
And Keto is driving, first delivery, and down to mid-off. John comes around quickly, but enough chance for the batsman to take a single. So one more. As Keto came forward and really stroked that ball just to the left, the right of the mid-off. Bishop comes in to strike, and he's covering up and playing it to that short, the mid-wicket position. He's not taking any chances, is Bishop, as he faces another delivery. Again, he's coming forward and pushing it to on the offside. 118 for 2, as we see some dark clouds is beginning to come over the field. Bishop again is taking no chance, coming forward, push it back on the onside. Again, the score remains Bishop 23. And for this delivery from Anselm, again, Bishop again is playing to the field at mid wicket. Anselm keeping things pretty tight. Bishop not taking any chances. He has a start, so certainly he will want to continue. This one is pitched up and he's driven straight. A lovely shot. This is going to go down to the boundary for 4. What a shot. Pitched up and he really moved into this one and hit it sweetly back past the bowler. A real confident shot. Take the score to 122. Bishop 27. As we see, the rain has begun to come. As the fielder is now, the groundsman just bringing the cover onto the field, but really have been a good shot played there by Bishop.
Yeah, it was. Maybe it was a shot that called the rain. But I thought that even earlier on in the over, I think might have been, might well have been about the third delivery in the over, when he got to the pitch of one of them, that he should have made a little bit more effort to score, whether he was going to go over the top or maybe just use his feet and climb into the delivery. But that was good because it was pitched up, the mid-off was in, mid-on was in, and he had absolutely no danger at all in hitting it straight down the ground. So again, a partnership coming in here with Bishop 27, Cato 8, and so far they've put on 14. You know, so by and large, they would want to consolidate, and both players would want to make statements for themselves.
Yes, it's an opportunity for both players to really get on. There's so much room, there's so much opportunity, and they really don't want to make use of every little opportunity they have. And certainly we would be expecting that they will want to bat on and really put themselves in very good position. So we're going to take a break now. The rain is coming and the pitch has been covered, and we certainly going to join you as soon as the rain is over and there's more cricket. So until then, we want you to stay tuned. First delivery from Tyson down the leg side is play down to long leg. So Keto just getting inside of this one and turn it down to long leg for 1. Takes his score on to 9. It's 123 for 2. Teddy Bishop 27 comes in to strike. Range just a bit of a drizzle. Didn't come for too long. Still looking a little bit cloudy as Keto is coming. Bishop is pushing this one into the covers and picked up by using. He won't get an overthrow there as this one was not collected cleanly by the keeper. So that's 2 more to Bishop. He moves to 29. Really timed this one really well as he push it into the cover. So the field for Bishop is a slip, a gully, backward point cover, extra cover and a mid off. So that's 6-3 field. Bishop is driving. Beautiful shot through the covers. Really, as he caresses this one through the covers and he going to pick up 2 more runs. Really good shot by Bishop. Really timing the ball sweetly.
Yeah, he's a touch player. If you want to see cavalierism, then you can't turn to Teddy Bishop. I think if you want to see, however, good batsmanship, getting to the pitch, timing, then you've got to go to him. This Indians has been a model of not just concentration, but his timing has been very good. Superb.
The cover has been pushed back. And he covers up again, push on the onside. Ball right up by Tyson. And Bishop equal to this one coming forward. Push it back on the onside. And there's no run.
But you can see that he looks rather confident and he looks comfortable at the crease. He's not jittery. He's not fiddling around. There's no nervous energy exuding there.
This one is playing this one just past the first slip and go down to the boundary for 4. Again, looking for the cut shot, but one get the impression he just took he didn't intend to play it as fine as he did. Just seemingly coming off the edge and just past Smith, who is at first slip, and it goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he allowed his nephew to run after the ball, and quite rightly too. There's no way Devon Smith should run after that. So poor Dennis had to, with pads and glove and everything, had to go down to the third man boundary to retrieve the ball. You can't blame him.
But no much danger because the ball sort of kept down a bit, so there's no way he could have gone to the first slip.
Didn't want it that fine though.
And for this delivery, it's just slower delivery and played to mid-on. Bishop again on his front foot and just pushing it down to mid-on. A little bit beaten in the fly there, but played it down safely down to mid-on as the Tyson conclude yet another over. So far, he has bowled 9 overs, 1 mean 35 runs, 1 wicket.
Well, just looking, sorry, Reaper, just looking at the bowling analysis in the previous game where Gillon Tyson 13 overs, 2 maidens, picked up 3 for 33. Well, we weren't around to really see that particular match, but he did in fact capture 3 wickets in that inning. Must have bowled pretty well.
Yeah, I get the impression that he probably is more line bowler, tight bowler. Really, probably that doesn't give much away, and with a little movement. And I would attempt to say that sometimes he can come off the wicket rather quickly. Can create problems. Obviously there had to be some areas of his bowling that really has been really beneficial to him.
Well, I guess listeners must have heard me talk quite a lot about Tyson here. It's just because I think I've seen a bit of talent which could really develop into something better.
Keto plays this one to short fine leg, and as Anselm continue from that southern end. So the leg side field, forward short leg, short fine leg, mid wicket, mid on short, and a forward square leg on the boundary. As Anselm this again given some air and push back along the wicket by Keto. The offside fielder slip, backward point, cover, mid off. So just one feeler really outside, just a forward, and he's back and looking to cut, and this one goes to backward point. Good stop there, Smith.
He's got to be careful though, because he made a lot of room outside the leg stump, and that one, if he had missed, he would have been bowled.
Well, let's see what he does with this one. Keto again is coming forward and plays on the offside. Again, no sign of aggression. As Anselm continue to bowl a good line, not giving much away. As right arm. And Keto is hitting this one, where this one go down to long on. Let's see. And they're going to go down to the long on boundary for 4. Pitched up. And he hit it down to long on. Just past to the right of the mid-on fielder. And it went down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, there's a little bit of slight bottom hand into the shot. But then don't forget it's the off spinner. So it's coming into him. And if it's coming, the natural angle will take the ball more to the leg side. So you won't want to blame him really for using much bottom hand. It was a safe shot. The mid-on fielder was in.
And for this delivery, again, he's look at the turn on the onside, made the contact, goes into the pad. That's complete. Another over. Keto score moved to 13, 135 for 2. But again, I think he was looking for a lot of power. I think maybe that's one of the issues. And looking for a lot of power. So didn't really get the timing as he wanted, but had enough on it to clear the mid-on fielder to go down to the boundary for 4. So
yeah. The other thing is, Raphael, which we haven't seen taking place, because Anselm did in fact toss a few up. We've not seen the use of the feet. Now, some of these players should learn how to put on their dancing shoes, dance down the track, and that sometimes makes the difference. Rather than you have so many compiled dot balls, you can use your feet to a delivery that is relatively pitched up, and use the angle, little wrist work, open the face of the bat, get it square up the wicket on the offside or square on the on, as the case may be. All of those are marks of batsmanship.
Yeah, that's an area that is of a lot of concern in terms of the batsman using the feet. Now, Larry Edwards going to pick up the attack from this northern end. And we see him just paying some attention to his field as the cover is being pushed back right on the boundary. Again, the battle will continue as he's going to be bowling to Teddy Bishop, who is on 35. So far, he's 66 deliveries. And he's back to a quicker delivery, push it back along the wicket. One slip, backward point cover. And the mid-off is in. Mid-off in Thomas. Bishop get one that is choked down to Thomas and come to for a single there. Had to hustle at the end.
Yeah, but good run. And I say good run from the context that, that Cato was backing up well, and then he hit the ball on the move. Bishop, he hit the ball on the move, so that was an added advantage that he had. So he had the momentum. He just carried with it and got a single. Well run.
Keto just retaking his guard. Look as a middlesome guard. Now the cover is being pulled off the boundary. Let's see. Yeah, he would be coming into probably a normal cover position.
Yeah, he's got a rather low crouch, is Cato, but when he lifts the bat, he straightens up his body.
So again, it's full to the bat, play down to long on. Again, the fielder, John, they just ambled to his right. One felt he should have probably made more use of this delivery. It really was a full toss. Push it down to wide mid-on. So the right-handed Bishop comes back into strike as the cover goes back, and now he's being called in. Edwards, he's calling to normal cover.
Yeah, so he doesn't want to be wide here. Looking at the field setting, you don't really want to be wide.
Bishop is on his front foot and push it out on the offside.
No, if he is wide and short, the batsman can cut, and he's got nobody sweeping there on the offside.
Well, we probably just still have just one fielder outside of the circle, and Bishop is driving down to mid-off, straight to Thomas. But enough time for him to get a single. Again, driving confidently. Not trying to overhit the ball in any way, but really stroke it down to mid-off for 1.
It's the best thing that I've seen him play so far. Really is played within his limits and plays freely too.
Keto is playing to forward short leg, and the fielder field. So that completes Larry Edwards. So far 1 for 31. That completes his over. No, 8 overs. And pick up 1 wicket for 31. After 35 overs, 138 for 2.
Cato is 14 and he's batted pretty well for his 14 runs. He has worked the ball around quite a bit. Bishop is 37. Fantastic opportunity for him to get a half century. Now there's no way that you should get to 37 and look so very well and fall short of half century.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, and I think this is the reason why I was a little disappointed with Robinson. He got the 66 playing very well, and you don't want to just give it away. In my view, he did, and really you would want to make sure when you get those sort of score that you make it count. And you had to get into the frame of mind as batsmen in that you want to develop a habit of scoring big, of batting long, and particularly in the longer format of the game.
Yeah, I like what I see here, of course, with Teddy Bishop, though, that he realizes that this is a 3-day encounter. There's no limitations here. So he can bat as long as he wants. And players must capitalize on the longer version of the game. That's where you will get time to develop your technique. That's when you'll get time to develop concentration. And that's where you become better cricketers, not necessarily at the short versions of the game where, it's sort of fast food. You want to make sure that you play longer versions of cricket so that you could develop technique and ability to concentrate.
Anslem is 8 over. Bishop is back and swinging this one down to backward square leg, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Just shot you so quickly into his wicket day and really swung it, and the short fine leg had no chance as that ball went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, give him credit how well he got onto the back foot rather quickly and made the kind of room of the back foot, and a little bit inside the line, and swung it nicely down to backward square. Fine shot. So the partnership is building, and that's what we were talking about early on, the importance of partnership.
Bishop is coming forward and stroking this one to cover. Again, just a little movement forward. And we speak about batsmen using their feet. I think he's one of the few batsmen that tend to use their feet. I can think of Atene is another of the batsmen that tend to use their feet quite a bit. He's back and playing this one just to the right of the cover fielder. He pick up a single in the process.
Yeah, Edwards having to cover ground across to his left about 20 yards, so the batsman had time to cross for 1. This is fine batting here by Bishop, who's gone to 42. I think he's been playing very well.
So Keto, right-handed Keto comes into strike, and he's driving, and let's see, pan through the covers, and that's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Really, he didn't seem to put much into it, but I think the timing was right there. He timed it really well, and just past Edwards, who is at cover. And with only a mid-off, and he went down to the boundary for 4.
Well, of all the shots that he would have played, he played in his innings so far, which was not very many, I must admit. But, quite frankly, that one came off the bat. It was so sweet that he knew that once it beat the mid-off fielder, it was going to be 4. So he didn't even run down the track for a single. Well played.
147 it is. As Keto covers up and push it back along the wicket. I can see the confidence in both batsmen. They really have to put their head down and bat.
Yeah, no, why you should get out from that bowling, and that's such a lovely pitch to bat on.
And this one he's swinging. Where does this go? Again, down to mid-on. Again, not getting hold of it. You see him going for the, as he rehorses, probably thinking he should have hit it to mid-off. But it goes down to mid-on. No chance of a run. The end of another over bowl there by Anslem. And the score 147 for 2. The Windwards cricket board 11 after they won the toss today and elected to bat.
That last delivery there, I think Cato would be disappointed with that, in that he was seeking to play with more bottom hand. And if he had come forward really and get to the pitch and hit it straighter, that may have been the preferable shot to hit. So he was looking for power rather than timing.
Yeah, and that's one of the weaknesses we are seeing, where the batsmen are supposed to get closer to the ball, which would really put them in better position to place the ball where they want it. They tend to pull away and look for power.
Yeah.
Bishop. Again, coming forward to another delivery from Edwards. Again, give him with generous flight. You could see that Edwards is making an attempt really to slow it up, not to bowl it too fast. Looking probably to get some bite, some grip off the surface. He's to Bishop. Again, Bishop, good balance as he stands up and push it on the offside. One of the assets in terms of batting is your balance, your positioning. And for this delivery, Bishop again is coming forward and push in front of him. Really seem to be in total control.
Yeah, I do wish that all Windward Island batsmen and West Indian batsmen as a whole will take up approaches like that to batting.
Again, he's coming forward and push it back to the bowler. You could see the little chip as the ball was giving some more air. And he just moved forward a bit and just push it back to the bowler.
Yeah, he certainly looks very good. He's been batting very, very well.
Again, he's on his front foot, plays in front of him. No sign of aggression. Really has been a mature inning.
Model of concentration too.
Again, he's stroking that out calmly down to long on, and arms a single. And that conclude another over bowl. And Bishop really continue to look good, and one can only hope that he really build on this. I think he has a tremendous start. I think one of the things in his inning is that he's been very selective, and hitting the bad balls away, but really being very patient in playing the good deliveries.
Yeah, well, he's got to be eyeing, I would think, Raphael, half centuries, some 7 runs short of that, and would become the second player to get a half century in this match. And the way the wicket is played, which is rather easy, and the bowling, there is absolutely nothing venomous about the bowling. He's got a fine opportunity to reach a landmark, and then maybe from there push onto greater business.
So he's
Arthanez.
So Bishop. So he's going to face Arthanez, going to pick it up, right arm over the wicket, and he's looking to push on the onside. He's out the leg before. First delivery, again looking to hit across, and there was a quicker delivery ball by Arthanez there on the back foot. Bishop looking to hit it, played through mid wicket. One of the few fall shot that he would have played, and is given out leg before as he misses that delivery. And what a blow, and you could see him come out with really disappointment as he tried to play this ball through mid wicket and just missed. And certainly he unfortunately very disappointed.
He has every reason to be disappointed, because we were just hailing him as having played practically everything on his merit and batted so very well and never looked ruffled, never seemed to be in any sort of bother at all. And to be dismissed without getting to a half century, he must be very disappointed about it. Let's look at that delivery that came back. It did come back. Ooh. Now, that was one of the deliveries, Raphael, that he could have been just playing back down the track. Or might have even be, playing on the front foot rather than getting deep into the crease and trying to work the ball on the onside.
Yeah, this is one of the few fall shots we think that you'd have played. First delivery from Arthanez. Just give yourself a chance to see what he's doing and push it back. But he played a very good inning. He's for the 3. I think it was really a mature inning. And really, you will be very disappointed that he didn't go on from there.
Dylan Douglas has now come in to replace him.
Douglas. Right-handed Douglas.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Arthanez striking with the first delivery that he he bowls.
But Athana's got a bit of turn, didn't he?
Yeah, he got it to turn a bit, and you could see that Bishop just missed as he looked to clip it through mid-wicket. Now he's on his way to bowl to Douglas. Give him some air. Douglas come forward, and again, seemed to be able to get the ball to turn a bit, not getting hold of it. Comes off the edge, short backward square. I had no chance of a run, but again, you have already seen that he's beginning to give the ball quite a bit of air. Give it an opportunity to bounce and to turn. 148 for 3. Dylan Douglas. He faces his second delivery. Again, Douglas looking to play on the onside, and I seem to have come off maybe the pad. Short fine leg in Thomas. Douglas from St. Vincent. Again, he's one of the players that doesn't have a contract, so we'll be looking to impress here. And he's back there and hitting to cover again there. Look, sort of dangerous shot as he came back there and looking to pick the gap. So Atanas in his first over really looked pretty impressive. Right over the wicket to bowl to Douglas. Douglas covers up and push it to mid wicket. The score remains 148 for 3.
Well, the three top batsmen have given them more than a start here.
Douglas
11.
Douglas hard hitting batsman. He covers up to another good delivery. I think just stay down a bit, and he plays it back on the onside, and that completes a really successful over by Athenaeus. His first over, and picking up the all-important wicket of Teddy Bishop.
Oh yes, and I like what I see here because he seemed to be getting more off this pitch than Anselm and also Edwards. Just with his first over, just seemed to be getting the ball to do a little bit more lateral movement. That's interesting. I would like to see him bowl a couple of overs here.
Yeah, and I think he's because of the flight. He's really flighting the ball well, and I think he's able to get it to turn, he's able to get it to the bunks. I think that delivery that got rid of Bishop is one that actually also turned, and he was trying to play with the turn. So Edwards, it is going to pick it up from this end, and Keto covers up and plays this on the offside. Good length delivery.
That's one of the flaws with Keto's batting, though. His shot selection looks good, and then all of a sudden does something rash. He's got to work on that.
He comes forward and push it back to push it on the offside. Again, there's no chance of a run as Edwards and Keto allowed this one to go outside the off stump.
That was a little dangerous, though. His judgment was impeccable. It was really superb because it wasn't very far from the off stump.
Edwards given the air against, and this one is stroked to the John, and quick single taking there. He was very careful in not trying to hit it too hard, but just stroke it to the left of Josh Thomas there. Pick up one more.
Thought that Douglas was a little slow in getting up there, and in the end he really had to hustle.
So it's 149. We're in the 39th over. And Douglas, who is not yet off the mark, going to face his first delivery from Larry Edwards. Edwards so far picked up 1 for 33. In hazy sunshine, but no immediate threat of rain. Edwards giving some eggy, and this one is again played to that feeler just on the offside of the wicket. Strange position, but again looking for that drive. So there's a that extra cover mid off. 3 feelers really just outside the off someday as Douglas covers up again to the final delivery plays on the onside. And Edwards taking up so far 1 for 33 as he completes another over. It's 149 for 3. The Windwards Cricket Board 11 after they won the toss today and elected to bat.
Good over by Edwards. Just trying to do the basics right. Get good line, good flight, good trajectory, good length also. all those components were part of that last over. So the spin duo of Arsenault and of course Edwards. Let's see whether it will work any magic here for Volcanoes.
So Keto going to face Athenaeus. This one he plays a forward short leg again. Ball give him quite a lot of air on his back foot. Push it on the onside. Athenaeus in his second over. Quicker delivery as he came forward there, and loud appeal, but seemed to hit outside the off stump there. Athenaeus going on his knees appealing there. Be interesting to see. That one just seemed to be hitting outside the off stump. As he comes in once again to bowl to Keto. Keto covers up and just push it down to mid on. Again, ball this is staying down a bit. Very yes, Athenaeus into Keto. Keto again is playing the ball to mid wicket. Just need to be a little bit careful there. Just seemingly hitting across that delivery. As for this delivery again, he's back and pushing it back on the offside again. Giving some air, not too fast. And Keto covering up, pushing it back on the offside. So Athenaeus continue to keep things very tight. Ball good line. As he once again to Keto, he's back and looking to hit through the offside, make no contact. And that really concludes another beautiful over bowl day by Athenaeus. 2 overs, no maidens, and picking up 1 wicket.
Well, you know what, Ray felt good over. My only concern is that Athenaeus had him onto the back foot with I think about 5 deliveries in those 6. Now he pushed him onto the back foot so very often. What Athenaeus should have done now is to tweak one, give one a little bit more flight and say, okay, I've had you on the back foot, let me see you come forward and drive. Then you would have the batsman in 2 minds. But with everything on the back foot, I think he should have, just mix it up a little bit more variety.
Push back along the wicket by Douglas Edwards, who continues to bowl, keeps things very tight. He's to Douglas. Douglas is looking to swing this one. That one goes to and 2 mid wicket to go down to the boundary for 4. One of the loose deliveries there, and Douglas taking full advantage and hitting it down to 2 mid wicket for 4. And he's that sort of player, aggressive. He's a hard hitting middle order batsman. So he's off the mark with 4. Score that brings up the 153 for 3. Edwards, one for 37 so far. As he's again on his way to bowl to Douglas. Douglas covers up and pushes it back along the wicket. As I say, good afternoon to Ali Bellhut.
Good afternoon, Phil.
Edwards. Douglas is flicking this one to mid wicket. He's going to probably get some runs here. The mid-on fielder had to run to his right, and he got this one all along the ground. No danger there. He pick up, that's 2 more runs to Douglas. He's moved to 6. It's 155 for 3. The Windward Cricket Board 11 winning the toss today and batting. Edwards. Again, giving some air. And this one just outside the off stump. Loud appeal there, but very close to the off stump. But certainly is hit outside the off stump. But we look at the replay where he stands there. So not out by the umpire. I think it was a really good decision.
I don't think he was really close to the off stump. He was a bit away from it, but the excitement and the noise.
Let's see Douglas again coming forward and pushing it in front of him, and that really concludes another over by Edwards. So far 1 for 39. It's 155 for 3. Really have been a good start. By the Windwards, as we see the players are just making their way off. Ali certainly have been an interesting display. We would have lost quite a bit of time with the rain, but have been able to get as much as 41 overs so far. And the cricket board 11, 156 for 3, and they winning the toss and electing the bat. Certainly, we'll be pleased with the stand at this moment.
Yeah, and of course, we can't stop comment about the quality of the ground with the amount of rain that fell, and was still able to get in play in the morning session. I think that speaks well of the ground. And of course, our his selection, I think guys are trying to ensure that they give the selectors something to see. And so I think the batters obviously concentrating quite a bit. As you said, selection is a very interesting period of time for them. That could be make or break.
So Douglas is on 6 not out, 13 deliveries. Kato 19 from 38 delivery. The Windwards cricket board 11, 155 for 3 as we break for tea. And certainly we would rejoin us just in about 15 minutes when we resume play after tea.
break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
Tourism connects us all.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours. That's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater, to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean. And I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
I'm masking for my family and friends. Who are you masking for? A message from the Ministry of Health.
The Nutmeg Princess is very special to me because I think it's the first Grenadian fairy tale, so to speak. Growing up as a young boy and stuff, we never really had positive images of fairy tales where we can see a black princess or a black prince and stuff. So I really wanted the world to know that there is a black princess and she comes from Grenada. There are other stories of black princesses, but this one is a special one because it's a spicy princess called the Nutmeg Princess. So she's a really beautiful black girl, and she lives in one of the most exquisite places in Grenada called the Grand Etang Lake. And it's a lake that has no bottom, right? And the only way you can see the princess, even if you're outside on the sailing on the sun and beautiful blue Caribbean Sea, the only way you can see the princess is if you have a good heart. You must have a good heart. And sometimes you think you have a good heart, but you might not have a good heart. So you might have to do little things to have a good heart. So to have a good heart, and then you will see her. And she will appear, and she's the most beautiful. She has diamonds in her hair, lots of braids, and sometimes she appears and she'll be singing a song. Sometimes it'll be a sad song, sometimes it'll be a happy song, depending on how you feel that day. If you're happy, you'll always get a happy song. So that's Nutmeg Princess.
My name is Anthony McLaren, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McLaren. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats in his life story. I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was one quarter a lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel that come from Guyana, and the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
So welcome back at the National Stadium, just after coming up after tea time. Windwards Cricket Board 11 155 for 3, and the players are now making their way onto the field. Still in pretty good condition, sun just shining, sort of hazily, but really good condition for cricket, and we do expect that, Ali, this afternoon we certainly should have a good evening play.
Well, now, as we said just before the interval, obviously it's selection, so the batters obviously will be putting the best foot forward, and of course the bowlers will also be trying to make a mark for themselves, so I think it will be at least very competitive cricket.
Yeah, we saw 2 good innings. Jelena Robinson, he scored 66, really played a very good inning, and somewhat sort of give it away at the end, but he really had a good inning. And then we see See Bishop really play, I think, an inning of maturity. Just was unfortunate looking to whip a ball through mid wicket, got leg before to Atenes first delivery. So those were two, I think, two positive part of the batting that we saw today. But Keto, who is still there on 19, and Douglas, who just came in on 6. I think they certainly want to bat as long as possible. Keto would really want to state a claim to get back into that state where you would be able to get a contract.
Well, I think that would be one of the key for most of the batters that have not been fortunate enough to get to that contractual level.
So Aten is going to pick up the attack from the southern end, and he's going to be bowling to Douglas, the right-handed Douglas. He's from St. Vincent. He's one of those attacking batsmen, and first delivery full to the bat, which is choke back on the offside. One got the impression the ball that should have been hit some way to mid-on. Just open up himself a bit and play it back to the bowler. He's back there and looking to cut, and this one goes through the covers. Let's see, going to run very close, goes down to the boundary for 4, giving himself a lot of room and getting on top of this one and hit it down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, really you can see from the keeper positioning that he was actually going down the leg side, and so that tell you the amount of room that the batter did give himself. But he hit it good, he hit it clean all along the ground, 4 runs.
Yeah, and we have seen him attempt to play this shot in the short innings, just pulling himself away to make room on the offside. He's coming forward and plays it just through the hands of the forward short leg, and the mid wicket had to run around, so that's one more. So Douglas, and actually it's Keto that actually played that shot. Now Douglas comes into strike. So Keto moves to 24, Douglas on 6. And it's 160 for 3. And Atenes. And this one is played back on the onside by Douglas. Atenes in his third over. Pick up 1 for 5 so far. He's over the wicket to Douglas, and this one again is played to mid-off. The batsman just coming forward and pushing it down to mid-off. Again, there's no chance of a run. And for Douglas, slip backward point cover mid-off on the offside. This one you're looking to push it down the onside. Load appeal there. The umpire is on move. That's Campbell, umpire Afia Campbell on move as he looked to push on the onside, and it seemed as though he would have beaten leg stump.
Yeah, the front leg was outside the line of the leg stump from the spinner, so it would be going further down the leg side, and he didn't make contact. It got cannon into the pad. Confident appeal as he has done for most of the day when the ball strike the pad, but I think the umpire making a very simple decision, pitch outside leg, down the leg side.
We have seen some really good decision made by the umpires. The 2 umpires we see in the Campbell, who's at the ministry, young female umpire that Ali does do a tremendous job.
Oh yeah, surprisingly she wasn't in the 10-10 because I think the competition prior to that she did an excellent job.
Well, it's 160 for 3. Larry Edwards and Keto is back and cutting, and they're hitting on through the covers, and let's see, the fielder is off heading and just beat him as he goes over the rope for 4. Again, the shortest delivery, and Keto continues to give himself room and hit this one smoothly through the covers, and the cover fielder just wasn't able to get there. Goes down to the boundary.
A poor delivery. It was short, it was outside the off stump, it didn't make much height. It was, you give him sufficient time to pick the spot, and he did just that and got a boundary.
He moves to 28. He's coming forward and pushes one back to the bowler. Edwards, so far 1 for 43. He's into his 12th over. And he's bowling to really strong offside field. As he's around the wicket, the bowler Keto. Keto covers up, push it back to the bowler. So the leg side is a mid-on, a forward short leg and a backward square. So it's 3 players on the leg side, 6 players on the offside. As Larry Edwards, and again Keto is pushing it back on the onside. 164 for 3. This pair has so far just put on 16 runs. Another short delivery. Edwards playing it straight to backward point. Looking to pick the gap, but going straight to the fielder. 164 for 3. Keto is coming forward, but playing it back on the offside, and again it completes another over. 164 for 3, and again the conditions look pretty good. The sun is still shining, and just a bit on the wicket. The pitch Ali certainly has played well throughout the day.
Yeah, and as probably could say now, traditionally the wicket here tends to play very well. Well, probably the wickets, because there are quite a few. They do play very well. I think it gives you a good chance to get runs, and if you're an excellent bowler, you have the opportunity of getting wickets.
So Atenes continues from that southern end, and this one is hit. Where's this one? Down to the field at mid-on, who had to move quickly to his right. So the batsman pick up a single. .165. Keto comes into strike. This one is playing again down to mid-on, who had to come in. Again, the batsman had enough chance to complete another single. It's a good rotation here.
Surprisingly, that Atenes didn't bowl in the 10-10 in the cricket, because he seems a pretty decent bowler.
Yes, he's over the wicket, and this one is swung. We're down to backward square. And let's see, the fielder comes around, but it goes over the boundary for 4. Just 3 in length. And Douglas getting into good position and swung it down to backward square, and it goes down to the boundary for 4.
And as you said, Douglas is the type of batsman that really doesn't let loose deliveries go by, and you can see him really swinging at it. It was not that probably a bad delivery, but he got the front foot out and was able to hit it cleanly.
Yeah, he hit with a turn, and still a short fine leg, and not a forward square leg on the boundary. One would have thought that probably might be a little more backward to the off spinner, but let's see if some adjustment is being made. The slip is being taken out and put to, let's see, now he's bringing him that forward square, he's bringing him more to mid wicket. And now there's back square and a short fine leg. Let's see what happens. This time he clipped it again, and there's going to be a close there. Let's see. Keto just looking for a single, which really was not there, but just happened to get back into his crease. The fielder moving from mid wicket quickly, and really could have found himself in a lot of trouble, but just made it back. This delivery, and again he's looking to clip on the onside. He's out leg before. Again, quicker delivery there, and Douglas looking to play, probably to square leg, played across it, and the appeal went up, and Campbell answered in the affirmative. He out leg before for 11, and Atenes picking up his second wicket, and Douglas LBW for 11.
Well, you can see him as he makes his way out, rehearsing the shot that he should have played. Now, there were 5 players on the onside. The ball was probably on the stumps. I would say nothing short because you're not going to get any run for it. And he just tried to turn it when he probably could have played it straight, and he would have been much more effective. So I think that, yes, good bowling on the stumps, but I thought that the batsman didn't really play a good shot.
Yeah, and you've just seen that they strengthened the leg side field in that they put 2 fielders, the backward square just to the right of the square leg umpire, and then after you had the fine leg, which was up. You had a forward short leg, and then you had the mid wicket, and then you had the mid on close. So really, and the shot that he played was he just played around, just to play it on the onside, probably with the turn, and that could have been a straighter delivery, and he missed. And really, the umpire had no hesitation.
But yeah, it was problem like before, and as you said, and the strengthening of the onside field, the shot is really a nothing shot. You're not going to get runs for it, and you're taking a risk by not playing straight. So a good wicket from Martinez, and at the start of the over made the point that surprisingly that he didn't bowl much in the previous cricket competitions that was played, but he seems to be a pretty decent bowler.
So John Lewis, the left-handed Lewis from Dominica, he's again one of the players, left-handed middle order batsman. Also, he's a medium pacer. He's one of the players that does not have a contract, so again he want to make a statement. He faces Atenes, who now comes around the wicket to bowl it. And this one he's probably taking on the pad there. A ball again, he looking to play it on the onside. No chance of a run, and the end of a successful over bowled by Atenes so far in his 4 overs, picked up 2 for 11.
Yeah, good bowling. I think the field placing, I think, probably is assisting him a bit. In fact, they put in a lot of pressure on the batsmen. Their batsmen, in fact, that last delivery, there were 2 slips and a forward short leg. And so the batters had to be very careful. And I think the little bit of nerves in them with the fielders so close to the bat, they're not really free. And I think they are just picking sometimes the wrong deliveries to play the shots at.
So 170 for 4, 44 overs bowl. Roland Cato on 29. So far faced 48 deliveries. He's hit 4 fours. And he's gonna face Larry Edwards. No, change his head again. Now we're in cap. Edwards. Cato looking to drive. He's out, caught in the slips. Very good catch by Smith. The ball pitched up, and again playing across that delivery instead of trying to play maybe with a turn. Just come forward and really play a loose shot there, and really taking the edge and went straight to Smith, who is at a first slip day, and taking a really simple catch, really stretching to push at that ball, and the leg spinner turning away, taking the edge, and a simple catch to Smith.
Well, simple catch, yes. Ball pitched in the good line, the good areas, but you try to think if he didn't misread what the delivery was, because Edwards has that ability to bring the ball into the right-hander. And that one moved away a bit more than probably previous deliveries, but he was not to the pitch, and the ball did have a little time to move, and really, the dismissal looked to be a very simple one. He just didn't do the right thing there.
Yeah, certainly he was not to pitch. I mean, orthodox left arm leg spinner with the ball leaving the right-handed batsman. But as you said, it was on good length, and he had to really push to get to it, and the ball just turned and took the edge and went straight to Smith. Good blow struck there by the Windwards Volcanoes. Picked up the 5th wicket. Cato going for 29. So we have really 2 batsmen in now. Both batsmen haven't scored. Agostini, and he's coming in the 170 for 5. As Edwards, who just picked up the second wicket. And he's coming forward to the first delivery, push it on the offside. Again, there's no chance of a run. Kevin Augustine. Again, he's coming forward. Again, good length. Giving the ball quite a great deal of flight. And the ball pushed out on the offside. Augustine St. Lucia, again one of the players with no contract. Just coming forward and playing it back on the onside. Score 170 for 5. Both batsmen on 0. As we see the long off in Thomas comes up. Ball given already, looking to play on the onside. Just seemed to come off the pad. Probably take maybe a little bit of bat, but just fall down on the onside. As he was looking to play that ball somewhere through mid-wicket.
A very risky shot to the left-hander because he's playing across the ball.
Gustin again coming forward and playing on the offside, and the end of a successful over bowled by Larry Edwards. He has so far in his 13 overs picked up 2 for 43, and the Windwards cricket board 11, 170 for 5 after 45 overs.
Yeah, good over. The line and the length was particularly good. It didn't really turn the ball that much. Of course, one of his weapons is the one coming into the right hander. He didn't see it much there. He bowled a genuine leg spinner. But he also had a slip on a gully, so I think he was really bowling to his field, and pretty good over. Successful and good over.
So, Atenes.
And I will see added pressure. The gully, short gully is added to the offside.
And for this delivery, and this ball is played just past the bowler, and they're going to come back for 2 as the fielder goes down to the boundary for 4. Really has been good timing. He didn't seem to put much into it. They went back to that shortish delivery, John Lewis, and just push it back past the bowler, and the fielder at mid-off really had no chance as he went down to the boundary for 4. So he's off the mark with 4. And for this delivery, he's driving it to cover. Again, no chance of a run.
I think that first shot had quite a bit of time in Grooney. He really just pushed it along for 4.
Yeah, it really didn't look as though, he probably could have even got a single for it. He allowed this one to go outside the off stump. Kosciuszki, John Lewis, and he's from Dominica, left-handed middle order batsman, also a medium pacer. As he faces his compatriot Atenes, also from Dominica. So they would probably know each other. He now goes around the wicket. Now goes over the wicket to bowl to John Lewis. Ball given some air. He's looking to drive, make no contact. Ball just turning away from the left-handed batsman. And 2 slips, or slip and a really short gully. Probably 2 slips in position. Backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off deep. This time he covers up and plays it to cover. And who just comes in and field, and it completes another over from Atenes.
Well, Atenes tried a bit of variation there. He started around the wicket, and he switched to over the wicket. Of course, once you go over the wicket, you tend to get a little more turn in the ball for the right-hander off spinner, and but the batsman seems to be looking at his deliveries, and as you say, probably they're very familiar with each other, so he sort of knows him. He no risk in his shots, and had a good look at what Atenes has been offering him.
Edwards to Augustine, took to play this one on the offside, and the fielder there. And again, they're using 2 slips for the left-handed Edwards. Yeah, and a forward short leg. The 3 fielders really in an attacking position. Edwards into Augustine, who's coming forward and plays a forward short leg. Just building some pressure here. Augustine not yet off the mark, and Lewis on 7. Picking up 2 wickets after the break. Ball giving some edge, swung down to long on, really safe shot. There's nobody in that position. Pitched up, and given the treatment by Augustine, they hitting over long on, wide long on, and that ball goes down to the boundary for 4.
Well, he was closer to him. I didn't really have to stretch to it. He just was right in his line. He stretched the front foot forward, right in line, and he just helped it over what would be a mid wicket and down to the boundary for 4.
He's off the mark with 4. Yeah, so far faced 8 deliveries. And he's back and hitting this one to cover again. Not getting the timing right. You see him looking to really pick the gap and force it to that position. Edwards. Again, giving some air, goes to mid on. They go through for a quick single. Again, good running. I think he was off very quickly.
Definitely good running, because the player is at a short mid-on position, and just a couple steps in, he got to it quickly and had a pretty good shy at the wicket too. Didn't hit the stumps, but a real well-timed single.
179 for 5. As Lewis comes into strike, he's on 4. Again, this 3 players on the offside, so pretty strange field. Just 3 players are on the offside. Edward comes over the wicket to the left-handed Lewis and comes forward and push it on the onside. And again, there's no chance of a run. So at the end of the over, 179 for 5. We have 47 overs bowled, and Edwards so far 14 overs, 1 maiden, 48 runs, 2 wickets.
But probably we felt it was the last ball of the over, so there's only 1 delivery. Probably that's why they only had the 3 players on the offside. Yeah. But because when you do that, you probably eliminate the chance of the one coming into the or going away from the left-hander. So it tells you that he's bowling mostly into the left-hander. But again, good bowling on a line, on a length. The batters are what number now? 6 and 7. So you are coming down to the middle of the batting lineup. So the bowlers will always feel they have a chance to these batters.
So Athens continue the attack, and this ball is played in front of him, Lewis. Augustine.
What you notice, Raphael, is that they had no deploy players on the boundary.
Yeah, we have seen for the first time there's a long one right back on the boundary, and also there's a mid wicket on the boundary. As this ball is pushed to mid wicket, probably would have a little knowledge about Augustine. Athens. Again, down the leg side, a quicker delivery. The leg slip is in position, and there's a forward short leg and a short fine leg, sort of backward. So they seem to be playing to a plan, and this one he comes forward and push it back on the offside. Tennis just seem to be looking to bowl that quick delivery just around middle and leg. They're going to turn, hoping that he's going to play it in the leg slip hand or the forward short leg. He comes forward, he covers up and push it back along the wicket. Again, just 3 players on the offside, so really the attack would be just around that middle and leg stump area. Again, he's coming forward and push it on the offside, and that completes a very quick over bowled by Atenas. Maiden over. It remains 179 for 5.
But he didn't flight it that much as he did to the previous batsman. And again, probably as we said, they are compatriots, they're from the same island, so he's probably aware of what he can do. And as he came here, he saw they deploy the players on the boundary. But what he did most in that over was just keep it very tight, just around the off stump, line of the off stump coming into the right hander, and the batsman being very careful and watchful, just ensure that he played the ball on its merit.
So we have quite a bit of players from the 4 islands, Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and then we have Grenada all competing here. The Volcanoes, Windward Volcanoes players, contracted players, and they comes up against probably some of the players that is pretty close to the Windwards setup. And this one, as he comes forward, comes off the edge and goes down to a short third man. Smith having to run back from slip. So that's 1 to Lewis. The score moves to 180. The right-handed Augustine comes into strike. Yeah, so we have probably quite some of the better players in the region competing. Some do have an opportunity to make a name or to impress. But I think it will all goes well in terms of the development of Windwards cricket. This one is hit to a 2 mid-wicket. This one goes down to the boundary for 4. Again pitched up. And Augustine seemed to be pretty strong in playing that shot. And he came forward and hit the 2 mid-wicket, which is vacant. And it went down to the boundary for 4.
And where it's with Atenas, we saw the strengthening the boundary areas. They didn't to him, and he chose to flight it. Not bad bowling, but of course no protection on that part of the field. Now they have deployed someone down there, so he can continue to fly the ball if he needs to.
So the long one in Ryan John goes right back on the boundary, and this one he allows to go outside the off stump, bouncing, pick the line, and just allowed it to go through. And for this delivery, again he's back and looking to clip it, but hit it straight to mid wicket. Again, no chance. As I said before, Ali, it's a good opportunity for some of the better players competing against the best we have in the Windwards. And again, Augustine is coming forward and push it back. A great opportunity. Yeah.
What I like about it is the trial match, where they have a good chance to appeal for stumping there as he came forward. Made no contact. And Smith quickly taken off the bails, but umpires on move. And never really moved that, lift the back foot. Again, good decision by the umpire. The end of another over by Edwards. 2 for 53 in 15 overs. Yeah, when I was saying about the 3-day practice game among all the good players getting together to have this practice game, it can only improve from there on. Whereas sometimes they just pick the squad and then the squad start to train. Here is actually a trial match, and I think, and in fact, it's nearly the second one, so that's good. I think it's all good for the development of Windward cricket.
Yeah, and it's so good to see that we are able to have practice matches even in this difficult period. Again, opportunities for players across the Windwards. This one is played to an extra short cover. The left-handed Lewis as he faces Atenas in the 7th over. Ball give him a little bit more air. But Lewis equal to it, pushing it back. Lewis on 5 from 11 deliveries. 184 for 5. Again, Lewis is coming forward. Really no signs of aggression. As we look at the field, there's nobody back. There's a mid-off. And there's a mid-on shot, mid-off. Just probably would have been on the edge of the 30-yard circle. And this ball again played back. So really there's no one out. A defensive frame of mind is Augustine and Lewis. 2 slips and a forward short leg. Now he goes around the wicket. Ball again given some air and stopped by a second slip coming off the edge. 184 for 5. Very quiet period. That's Athenaeus. Again is coming forward. Quicker delivery and push it back along the wicket. So we have seen 2 maiden overs in a row. It's 184 for 5.
It's good to see the captaincy there, that he keep the captain, that he keep the pressure on the batsman. You know, he's bringing in the field more. They taking out the single. You really will have to attack that. The batsmen are not attacking, but the field is placed in a way that the single is even very difficult to get if you are not attacking. So that you know, help keep the pressure on the batting side. Good bowling, line and length is right there, but the captaincy in keeping the pressure is also effective.
Yeah, I agree with you. Certainly agrees with you. Making it difficult even to get the singles. Edwards pick it up from this northern end. Long spell into 16th over. Augustine on 9. This ball is played in front of him, back to that extra cover. Ball again giving quite a bit of air, and the batsman is coming forward, playing it in front of him. Really no sign of aggression. We still the long one is right back in Ryan John, the only fielder outside of probably a 30 yards radius. Augustine again very defensive, playing it back on the onside, but the light it's really good light. I mean, there's still the sun is shining. It has been a day of you know, we had some rain this morning and pretty cloudy, but really good conditions. No threat of rain at the moment. Augustine continued to defend, pushing the ball back on the onside.
Again, you know, can't probably talk too much of the quality of the outfield, because the rain that fell this morning there, I tell you, in some of the grounds, that would have been it for the day. You know, to get so much cricket, it tells you the quality of this outfield.
The end of the over. You allow this one to go to outside the off stump. Yeah, it's an outfield that really have a really good drainage. Water really don't settle on it, and there was a lot of rain this morning. Really, the field just be a little bit on the slow side, as one would expect after so much rain. But it's really good conditions.
But it's also good to see the batsmen are trying to build an inning. You know, it's a 3-day game, and it's election. You know, it's trials. So batsmen are not, I would say, giving away their wicket. They are trying to ensure that they do what will impress the selectors. And you know, it's all good for cricket to see batsmen coming at 6 and 7. You know, really trying to build an inning.
Athenaeus again, he coming forward and playing it back is Lewis. And it was pleasing to see some of the innings today. I thought that both Robinson and Bishop, in my view, I think really played maturely in terms of the batting. It was good to see Bishop. I think he really played a good mature inning of 43. Having looked at him lately in the shorter version of the game, was really a different player today.
Well, of course, I think probably his mentality is more into the longer version of the cricket. So, you know, probably, as we say, this more suit him.
Well, for this, Lewis is driving, but again, straight to mid-off, looking to come for a single, which is not there. The ball shown to back to the keeper, and you see Smith they having to make a make a lot of height.
Well, that doesn't say that the ball was that high.
Yeah, pretty short keeper, but do have very good glove work.
Very good, very good.
And again, he's coming forward and played in front of him.
Hey, that was a beautiful delivery. He was actually beaten. He looked totally as if he had covered it up. Atenas going around the wicket, slide it into him, and then when it pitched, it left him. A beautiful delivery.
He's in his 8th over. Lewis is playing this one to cover. Short cover, and again, no chance of a run. The score remain 184 for 5. And really, both batsmen just seem to be, taking it, ball by ball.
Well, initially it looked as if, particularly Augustine was probably a bit more on the attacking side. But after a couple of shots early in his inning, he seems to have decided whether he's going to play out time or he's going to take a longer look at the bowlers. But he has surely gone into a very defensive frame of mind. But he's been pretty correct and pretty tight in his defense.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that they probably does not lose another wicket, maybe before the end of the day. Augustine is hitting the one to straight to cover. Again, looking to beat cover there. Not timing well. Straight to the cover fielder.
A lot of time when you pull yourself away and you play the shot on the move, you don't really get that foundation to hit the ball that hard.
Quicker delivery played to mid on. Again, no chance of run. It's a really quiet period. Edwards just looking to make sure the fielders are in the right position. He's around the wicket ball, and again he plays this so short on. Looking for a run. Let's see it. And really had to get back there really quickly as you were looking to take a run there, and the field at short gully, moving quickly.
The thing is, Atenas, that was came across pretty quickly. But again, it tells you what happens when you have the batsman under pressure. They're trying to create something that is not there. They're looking for the singer and nearly fall for the trap. In the last, what it was, probably 51 deliveries, only over 14 runs has been scored.
For this delivery, he's back, and they know he's picking a gap. And let's see how close it's going to get. They feel that cover run around again. The timing wasn't there, so he really didn't just speed off the outfield. But he was able to pick up 2 runs, so actually break the spell of maiden overs. So 11 Augustine, 31 deliveries, 186 for 5. Edwards giving some air, and let's see, this one goes through mid wicket. The backward square had to move to his left. Another single. Probably trying looking to hit it a bit straighter.
But there was no one in the mid wicket area, and I probably really tried to hit it there, but he hit it a bit too square, and so the fielder at square leg came around pretty easily and only restricted to 1 run.
The long off comes into mid off for the left-handed Lewis, who covers up and plays it on the onside, and that completes another over. 187 for 5. The Windwards bowled 11. They won the toss this morning and elected to bat.
Yeah, but I think they will still be satisfied with the decision at 187 for 5. Probably they were thinking they were lost a wicket or two too many, but And that's why the two batters there, Lewis and Augustine, seems to be trying to rebuild. I think they will be looking for well over 200, maybe closer to 3 in the first inning, winning the toss in a 3-day match on a good wicket. So you still think that the field inside have probably just edged them out in the performance up to this point in time?
Yeah, I think I would agree with you. They don't want to aim definitely over 200, 250 and above. I also think it was a brave, maybe confident decision to bat first on the wicket this morning. You looked at the weather, the rain about. Athens continues. This one played on the onside. And you would think the wicket probably would not have been at its hardest, maybe a little dampness. And one felt that, a team winning the toss would have opted to field. That wasn't the case. They won the toss and decided to bat. Had a good opening stand.
Yeah, I think that would have been a brave move, because even the length of the time that the covers was on before it came off, so should have been able to assist the bowlers a bit.
Augustine again is looking to beat cover. The feline John moves quickly to his left. No chance of a run. Athens having a pretty long spell in his 9th over, and this one is played to that backward square position. As you say, Ali, keeping the pressure, not giving away easy singles. 3 attacking fielders. Backward square short, and also the mid wicket very close. As Athens bowl, I continue to bowl just around that midland leg area. Just 3 fielders on the offside. A slip in Smith, cover in John. There's also mid off. This one he's swinging and hitting this one straight. Again, the timing is not there, so even the long on just comes around and feel what really you could see that the force that he plays there, one got the impression that the ball would have traveled much faster, but obviously the timing was not right.
And I also thought that that's not where he intended to hit the ball. I think he was more looking for mid wicket, where he actually hit it straight and safe, because there's nobody there, and it went over the ball ahead, and they were able to cross for 2 runs. But again, good bowling. Is still of course trying to tease the batsman. I think probably could just be a little more flight in his deliveries. It's a 3-day game. He has the players around the bat. I think he could just probably give it a little bit more air and sort of tease the batsman into playing a bit more shots there, a little bit on the defense, and has been fairly effective. So as we welcome back past the room to the microphone.
Well, pretty good total, 188 for 5. I would think maybe want to get up to 250, Ali. That's a good working total to have, 250. They don't want to be dismissed for, let's say, 210. 250 should be a good total.
Yeah, a bit more, but and you could see the intent by the 2 batsmen there now. It seems to be rebuilding, so obviously they think they need some more runs on the board.
Edwards to Augustine, who is off the back foot and opens the face of the bat. Nice shot. Runs here for him. They'll get at least 2 here. They're going to come back for the second. The return comes in as they get 2. So 2 more to Augustine, who's now gone on to 15. And the total has moved on now to 190 for 5. But this has been a very good batting display by the Windwards Cricket Board 11, in contrast to their previous performance last Sunday. Here once more is Edward into Augustine, who is coming forward and easily pushes it back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through, and there is no run. So he's 15, Augustine. Jean-Louis is 5. So we've been having some partnership throughout the course of the day. Not massive partnership, but good enough. As here is a delivery that pushes Augustine onto the back foot and just stabs the ball out on the outside to a short extra cover. Can't score. Still 190 for 5. As Edwards into his 18th over, 2 for 58 so far. Started off very well in his early bowling spell, and then may have just tapered off a little. Left arm orthodox, wrong the wicket to bowl to Augustine. Augustine just pulls away because I think the silly off fielder was just moving about. All is still and everything is fine now. Edwards in, bowls to Augustine, who comes forward and pushes the ball out in front of him. Picked up there on the offside at short extra cover by Ambrose, who commands that area. He has been fielding there for the most part of the day so far. Areas once more in, bowls, and looking to turn that up on the onside. There's an appeal for leg before. They will come back for what would be 2 leg buys, as would be confirmed. No, it's not confirmed. So the appeal really was a worthless one from the context that he got back onto that, according to the umpire, of course.
It seems to be too convinced that he did, but the umpire's opinion that he did get a nickel onto it, because he didn't signal like bias.
He's gone to 17. It's 192 for 5. Yeah, once more he's in now, and bowls to Edwards, left alone outside the off stump. The judgment was good. Good take also by the keeper Smith behind the stumps. That completes the 18th over bowl by Edwards. 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 60, and the Windward Islands cricket board 11, 192 for 5. With John Louis, he'll be taking strike. He's not out 5, and Augustine the 17.
What is from a cricket point of view, there and the Windward teams is the sort of partnership and the way they go about trying to build a partnership. They have hardly played any rash shots. I can see them trying to get to a bigger score. 192 for 5, as you said, reasonably good score up to this point. But we'd like to see some more runs on the board, and they are really playing to get into that position.
Yes, so Arthur Nares picking up 2 wickets, 2 for 16 of 9. He bowled well. It's going to be Arthur Nares once more, wrong the wicket, outside the off stump, and just let alone the keeper collecting behind the stumps. Well, good judgment there by John Louis.
I think he played for the one going away from him, and he didn't. He passed pretty close to the off stump.
Arthur Nares once more in, and bowls off the back foot and cuts, and that goes over the slipper. It did in fact parry it. Who was it? Was it John trying to turn it into a catch? Yes. Not the easiest to hold. Yes, it came very quickly, and it would have been a spectacular catch if it were taken. And then John was really darting after it to complete the catch. Meanwhile, the batsman had time for one, didn't they? No, they didn't cross. So, bit of drama there. It's 192 for 5. Here once more is Arthur Nares in now to bowl to Lewis, who's coming forward and driving out to extra cover, and there is no run. So John Louis, he must ring a bell from Dominica, doesn't it?
Oh, of course, there seems to be always one of these
down the track. He comes. There's an appeal for like before, not given out, as they were in fact screaming the appeal. But if you notice that he was dancing down the track,
a pretty long way down the track.
Yeah, can't be given out for that. Good decision by the umpire. So 192 for 5. Arthur Nares, who's bowled very well, in now and bowls. And to this delivery, he's coming forward, is Jean Louis, and pushes the ball up for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. And there is no run. So it's 192 for 5. Arthur Nares, 2 for 16. He's really bowled very well. In now, wrong the wicket and bowled. John Louis is driving well up to mid-on. Runs here. They've gone for 1. Will come back for the second run. The return comes in, and they will get 2 rather comfortably. I think it went through mid-on, but I think he wanted to hit that straighter. The over comes to an end, and at the end of it, John Louis is 7. Augustine is 17. And after 56 overs bowled, it's 194 for 5, Ali.
And I made the point previously that the bowling of Artinez probably is a bit surprising that he didn't bowl in the previous competitions, because he seems to be a pretty decent bowler.
Yes, it's a good all-round cricketer, good fielder, and gosh, his batting, in my opinion, has really gone leaps and bounds, and he's one of the refreshing sights in sub-regional cricket is Arthur Nez. I think he's got a good future.
Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing him in this longer version of the game because he definitely showed his attacking abilities in the limited over version of the cricket, and so I'm very interested now. Of course, his timing and his variety of shots, so was really something to look at, and in this longer version of the game where he has time. I'm pretty much interested in seeing what he will produce.
Yeah, I think also he can be a stroke maker. I love to see him when he's going, because he doesn't slog, he doesn't lose his shape. That's Arthur Nez we're talking about. And if you want him to be up-tempoed, he certainly can. He's a fine cricketer. So Josh Thomas comes back into a strike, into bowling, and he misses his run and will go all the way back. He's going to get ready to bowl to Augustine. Just a one slip in, there's a gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off. There is a cover that is extended, straightish extra cover. And there's no need to say who's feeling at the short extra cover. That's Ambrose.
He's been there probably the entire inning.
Oh, you're right, he certainly has. Here once more is Josh Thomas. Commencing his 6th over in now. And bowls left alone outside the off stump by Augustine, and the total remains on 194 for 5. Smith collects behind the stumps.
He's the captain, so probably he's putting himself in a position where it's very easy to talk to the bowlers.
Yeah, I guess that's right. So he goes back. Is Thomas. Oh, I would think maybe a little bit disappointing in terms of his returns and his overall performance, with moving again to bowl to Augustine, who is coming forward and driving the ball out to cover. No aggressive intention, but he did in fact open the face of the bat and got it out to cover. Can't score. He remains on 17, and the total remains on 194 for 5.
But again, Thomas, it doesn't seem to be that flat out as he used to be previously. Of course, he's just returning in his second spell, so he's just loosening up, as we'll say. But you're not seeing that vigor and that energy being exploited by him.
Well, he moves forward once more. In now to bowl to Augustine, who turns it up on the onside. They go through for a very quick single. They've got to hurry. They do so and get it quite comfortably in the end. Good running there by these two. Just pushed up on the onside, saw the opportunity for the single, and took off immediately. The response was good. The running between the wickets have been good generally. And so the total has moved by 1 now to 195. 195 for 5 brings John Lewis into strike.
But they, of course, with not many boundary balls being delivered to them, they have to find another means and ways of scoring, and one of that is to rotate the strike and get the singles. And so every opportunity, they're trying to make use of it.
Certainly have batted very well in the context of the game, as here is Josh Thomas in now. Well, he's got to go all the way back. Never liked it. How did you handle it, Ali? I mean, you were rather conventional leg spinner. Did it bother you when you're about to bowl and the batsman pulls out and say you got to go back?
Yeah, sometimes it throws you off totally. You have a plan to what to do, and just as you wonder if he tries to distract you, so he deliberately pulls away. But I know a lot of fast bowlers don't like it at all.
All right, we'll come back to that. Here's Josh Thomas in now and bowls to Jean-Louis, who is leaving that alone outside the off stump. Collected by Dennis Smith, who dances across rather neatly. Total remains on 195 for 5.
I think you know guys as Paul and Clovey.
Yes.
I mean, it was a risk really doing that. You better
They got upset, didn't
they? And you guarantee what will be the next delivery. It will be short, it will be climbing at you, so it's not something that a lot of batters would really want to do to these guys.
Yeah, but sometimes it's quite genuine, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes I've some insect fly across, or some player move, or somebody make a comment on the field.
Right. Here is Thomas moving in once more to bowl to John Louis, who comes forward, and maybe he would say that he played inside the line, and the ball did in fact go past the inside the line bat and collected behind the stumps. Yeah, well, the other thing is that sometimes as a batsman, you get into your stance, and for some reason or the other, you don't feel very comfortable. It has nothing to do with anything distracting you or somebody walking along the boundary line straight ahead. But it's just you don't feel quite comfortable, so you can pull out of your stand, which is authentic and legal. And of course, it upsets the bowler. But then you have to think about your comfort, don't you?
Yeah, definitely need to be in that zone.
Thomas bowls, and John Lewis is forward, plays it up on the offside, and he won't score. The total remains on 195 for 5.
One of the other things too is some bowlers had that ability or that trickery into them that they turn before they get to the usual bowling mark.
Yeah.
And so your head was down, you know they have a couple steps to go, but when you raise your head, you notice they're on you already. And so that's another reason why batters withdraw from the wicket. I think one Peter Thomas was very famous.
Yes. Good old Peter Thomas.
He turns, just come back at you before you really settle in.
Good bowler he was. For those of you listening, former Windward Islands and Grenada fast bowler that played up to what year, Ali? He was in the 70s and
80s.
And 80s. I don't know what year that
could be the early 80s. But did he also play for
he played for Windwards. I'm not sure whether he got up to Combined Islands, but I know that he played for Windward Islands. It's something that we can look and sort out. So is there a change of bowling from the far end? Yeah, there might be one. I was just looking at Ali, and to try to determine who is that player that Arthanes was reminding me about in terms of his approach to the wicket. And Nathan Lyon, the Australian off-spinner, is the one that came to mind. Nathan has this way of moving forward, and then he punctuates his run and flows in. So 195 for 5 is the total. Change of bowling from the far end. Who is pulled back? Is that Anselm back into the attack?
It's based on the field, it's Anselm, it's an off spinner because you can see the field already been set for it. 3 men on the offside, and so.
Yes, there is a slip in. There's a short extra cover mid off. Long on is right back on the boundary. There's a conventional mid on, a deep forward square, and a backward square. As Anselm moves in. This is supposed to be second spell, I think it is, second or third, outside the leg stump. There's an appeal for cut behind, not out, says the umpire. That was slanting down the leg side. And Dennis Smith took the ball rather, and started to, it's like a jack in the box. It was jumping. He's diminutive, you see. And so whenever there's any little bit of excitement, he comes out of the box, if you want to put it figuratively, and begins to jump up and down. 195 for 5. Here is Anselm in bowls, gets a bit of a turn there, but I thought he played it very well as Augustine pushes it out just square of the wicket on the offside. The total remains on 195 for 5.
One of the things too that he has to jump is obviously to make some height so that the umpire can see him because he's behind the batsman.
That's interesting. Anselm bowls, he turns that out on the leg side, will get a single as Tyson there just running across his left and hurled the return to the keeper's end. So one more to the total has gone to 196. Well, you know, Ali, I never thought about that. And whether you said that in a rather humorous way or whether indeed that might be the case, it may well have been like that because he's a rather diminutive man, a dapper cricketer he is. So when he's got to appeal, he jumps up and down quite a lot. And I thought it might have been just his mannerism. But now Ali has explained that he's got to be a little bit more active to get the umpire's attention. Here once more is Anselm wrong the wicket. He's in now and bowls to John Louis, who leaves it alone outside the off stump. And the keeper collects. That's Dennis Smith. Total remains on 196 for 5. Never thought about that. Here is John Louis in both now, and he's down the track and driving well. gets the ball up to mid-on, and there is no run. It just shows you how wise you are, Ali de Bellat. After all of those years, they're pertinent things that you would pick up, and because you're a little older than I am, I just don't pick them up. Anselm is in again, and bowls, and John Louis is wrapped on the pad. There's a little appeal for leg before. The umpire said not out. The ball went behind square on the leg side. That completes the over. At the end of the over, well, Augustine is 19, John Louis 7. It's 196 for 5, and Anselm 9 overs, no middles, none for 31.
Something that's curious there, as the players leave, could it be a water break? But they are all leaving. But the bowler, which seems to be, based on the slip, a bit quicker than Atten is, but for the first time we see the batsman tripping down the wicket.
Yes. To me, that was really enterprising. I just love to see it. Not that it was productive, meaning that he didn't get a single out of it, but it was just nice to see somebody use their feet. We've not seen that in the innings so far. Did you, Ali, before this
No,
one?
and that's why I commented on it, because Atten seems to be a bit slower, maybe because he turns the ball a bit more, but he's a bit slower, and no one actually used their feet against him. And now that the Anselm came on, based on the slip, the slip is much deeper than it was the Artenays, but you still see that the batsman came down the wicket and using his feet, and that is always a pretty sight in cricket.
Beautiful sight down the track and get into the pitch of the ball. My favorite player with the use of the feet, that's before the Bran Lara era, I would say it has to be Jeff Dujon. Yes, he was fleet-footed, very neat on the feet, very nimble on the feet, and you would see him playing the spinners not only from the crease but was able to come down the track. And then Brian Lara came on the scene, and he's, in my opinion, was the master of footwork. He was quite brilliant, wasn't he? Yeah, really, really brilliant he was, in contrast to Sir Gary Sobers. Sir Gary Sobers should be what, 87 now, I think it is. Should be around 87, thereabout. I'm going to check back just to confirm. But he didn't use his feet, Sir Gary, and who could blame him? He said, if the ball is going to be bowling to you, let the ball come to you. You don't have to go and beat it.
That's a sort of statement that, goes against probably what they tell you how to play spin, because they tell you go and meet it. But of course, he would have scored so many runs doing what he did that obviously no one would have questioned him or questioned the reason why he said it, because he was effective in what he was doing.
He was a strong back foot player. If you would notice how he cut the ball, especially when he was cutting the ball behind square, there was a lot of weight onto his back foot, and he had a pretty high back lift too. And he hit the ball so hard off the back foot. Now, I'm not saying that he was in a sweet time off the front foot, because I looked at him, scored the 6 sixes against Malcolm Nash in Nottinghamshire, I think it was, many years ago. And quite frankly, it was wonderful to look at. And he did not use his feet for any of those deliveries.
But that was Viv Richards. Did Viv use his feet? No?
He did. He used his feet, and quite interestingly too, sometimes he did it against the medium fast bowler. Yes, came down the track. Yeah, but then when you've got such outstanding players, the players have just refreshed themselves and will go back. But when you've got such outstanding players, of course, Ali de Bellat, like the great Sir Viv Richards and Brian Lara. And of course, there'll be a lot of discussions as to which of the two were the better, whether it was Brian Lara. I thought that Brian Lara was a better player of spin than Viv Richards. And in terms of fast bowling, I thought that that Richards was much more intimidating against fast bowling. But both players were so complete, being able to play both spin and pace in such an effective manner. But I did speak with Viv Richards a lot of years ago when I was maybe about 17 at the time. And he told me that his thoughts about playing the spin attack, Alvin Kalitran, was his best. Interesting that. I'll give you a story that he told me about when they played against India. And Alvin Kalitran would be batting and Viv would be at the non-striker's end. And Viv related to me the story that Alvin would actually call out what the Indian bowlers were bowling before it reached him. And on every occasion, he was right. Such a wonderful player he was.
Yeah.
Alvin Kalitran, former Ghanese left-handed batsman.
That's a marvelous feat to have, because some of the bowlers sometimes struggle to know what they are bowling.
I know.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was such an outstanding player, both spin and fast bowling. That's Alvin Kalitran. Know if we would produce great players as those wonderful players of yesteryear.
I think we'll produce great players, but I'm not too sure they'll be like these guys.
No. Would you get a Viv Richards again? Or Brad Lara? You probably won't.
Like really good in some of the era, but probably not as good as, we go back to people like Lawrence Rowe and these guys, you just don't see Calypso. You don't see these guys no more. You don't see that type of cricket anymore.
They don't produce them
no more
like those anymore. There's a great Calypsonian, the late Pretender, sang that song. You remember that?
Yeah.
Well, here is Josh Thomas in now, and Bose Augustine, who comes forward rather stylishly and pushes it up on the offside. Can't score. Up on the onside, rather. There at the straightish mid-wicket. Total remains on 196 for 5. Was he right with that, Calypso?
Yeah, I think he is. They don't produce these guys. Go back to the Sparrow and the Kitchen. He really called quite a... And in truth and in fact, I don't think, I have any duplicate of these guys around.
And he produced a plethora of names in that Calypso that he sang, which I thought was really wonderful. I listen to it every now and again.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Here he is once more, moving in. Is Thomas in and bowls, and he is squared up. There's an appeal for caught behind. Does the umpire give him out?
Yes.
Yes, he has, finally. I think the umpire might have waited to see him move, because I think the thick was so big, really, but he stood there and then finally decided to march off. So Augustine goes, caught behind of the bowling of Josh Thomas. He's gone for 19, and the Windward Cricket Board 11, they're now 196 for 7.
Dude, it's good to see Thomas coming into the fray, picking up his wicket. But again, the interval, and that one was had some time to it, but they always say that these intervals always gets a wicket.
Yes.
And here again, but it wasn't that probably a solid delivery. He didn't seem to get behind it. Played the sprint pretty okay, but sort of not backing away, but he was pretty side on. He didn't seem to try to cover it and get behind it, and it came back a bit and took the edge, and a simple catch to the keeper.
But it's interesting because the edge seemed to be rather thick, wasn't it? And the appeal went up, and Dennis Smith took that one. He knew that he had touched it, but the batsman just went back and crossed his leg as if to say, I didn't play that. Now, that's interesting, and of course we can debate that over and over. I'm going to give you a little story that I had many years ago, of course, playing against Dominica. I think it was in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And there was an umpire called Umpire Rock. You must remember Umpire Rock was from Barbados, really. And a fast bowler called Al Seed from Dominica. And that particular day, I remember that in the first innings, I was trapped leg before. Was a big inside edge. Trapped leg before. And I was devastated because I had to go back to the pavilion, and I knew that I played it. I think the umpire realized he made an error, but of course, he had already made his decision, and I had to go back rather disconsolately to the dressing room. The new batsman is Hooper, so I'm going to get back to that interesting story there. 196 for 6 as Thomas. No, they've strengthened the slip cordon. There are now 3 slips. And there is a backward point. He moves in now and bowls, and he is coming forward and just playing the ball out in front of him to short extra cover, and there is no run. So in that first innings, I was trapped leg before, big inside edge. Second innings, Steve Mahon and I, we were batting very well. Steve Mahon got 62. I got 29. And I'll see bowler short delivery outside the arse stump, gloved it. And it was so big that it went, I think it was the second or third slip. Gobbled up, everybody went up in appeal, and the umpire said not out. Well, you know what I did? You would not believe this. I actually walked off. I'm going to come back to that. Here is Josh Thomas in now on balls outside the off stump, left alone by Hooper, and Smith collects behind the stump. Well, Kenny Hobson, the late Kenny Hobson, was furious. And he said, but the umpire didn't put you out. I said, well, manage, actually, I played the ball, and I don't think if I'd stayed inside there that I would get more runs. Yeah, and he told me, well, you know what, some of you folk just are too honest. But there's always going to be the argument. If you play it, should you walk, or you wait until the umpire puts you out?
Does his job.
Yeah. So here he is once more. Moving in. Thomas in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone there by by Hooper. And the total remains on 196 for 6. Ali, back then it was played with greater honesty. People did walk, didn't they?
Well, cricket then was known as the gentleman's game. So you would have had that sort of ability in you to play fair and honest. And of course, as time went on, it changed a bit. But again, back to the song, we don't make these men no more.
Yeah, really. Did you walk in your time?
I can't remember walking when I didn't know it. I always felt I didn't know it.
Thomas Wood, he has to abort his run. His running really is, as the batsman wasn't quite ready. But one of the players of yesteryear who they used to call a walker was Adam Gilchrist. And you can't blame him after having such an illustrious career and scored runs at will. He was the kind of player, he felt that if he nicked it, he walked. Not today. They have to go to see what Snicker would say. Here once more is Thomas in bowls outside the off stump, let alone that is Hooper, and it's collected behind the stumps, and there is no run. So the over comes to an end, and maybe we can have a little discussion more about that 196 for 6. Ali, what's your overall thought about it though?
But it's a pretty decent score at this point in time. Remember that they won the toss and chose to bat in I wouldn't say difficult conditions, but conditions which would, I think, slow down the batting run rate, because with the heavy outfield, of course, it was nice condition for the bowlers. The wicket would have been covered for a longer length of time. So I think they did well up to that, to be at that stage. Above 196 for 6, I still think a couple more runs will be needed, 250 plus. And probably they will feel fairly comfortable.
Yes, certainly won't want to go under 220 at all, but they've got 4 wickets intact. This is going to be over number 60 coming up, bowled by Anslem. None for 31 so far in, and bowls for John Louis, who is off the back foot. He probably should have been advised to come onto the front foot. That may have just hustled onto him, stabbed it out on the offside. Total remains on 196 for 6, as Anslem again is in and bowls. Delivery just turned behind square on the leg side there by John Louis, with similar result, meaning no run. 196 for 6.
He is a big spinner. If these spinners are that type of size, probably wonder why he wasn't bowling pace.
Yeah,
has that frame for that.
He's moving in again there and bowls, left alone outside the off stump. That was a teasing delivery, but it was probably just a little on the wider side, and John Louis left it alone for Smith to collect behind the stumps. It's 196 for 6, as he's in again, right arm down the track he comes and drives, gets it to a short extra cover, and there is no run. So 196 for 6. Good use of the fee there, it was.
Yeah, again,
so refreshing.
Took some time to get him into that.
Anselm is in and bowls to John Louis. John Louis thought about coming down the track, and maybe Anselm saw him coming and just pulled back a little bit the line, or flattened the trajectory, and pushed it up on the outside, and there is no run. Still 196 for 6. Good, nice battle developing here as Anselm is in, bowls to John Louis. John Louis is coming easily onto the back, but turned it behind square on the leg side. They hustle for the single, and the return goes to the striker's end, but which may not have necessarily been the correct end, and the batsman had time to cross for 1. So 1 more to John Lewis is now gone to 8. It's 197 for 6 at the end of the over, with extras being 7, and Anselm 10 overs, no maidens, none for 32.
The previous over from Thomas, a bit of as I review it, he got the wicket bowling over the wicket, and the ball came in to the right hander and got a head. Left hander came in and he went wrong the wicket. Right, so that over the wicket would have been much more effective because the ball would have been leaving the new batsman, and he went wrong the wicket and bowled into the left hander, which is usually their strength. I thought that was a bit surprising, but probably he has other thoughts. In fact, now he's continuing to bowl wrong the wicket. In our time, you hardly would have bowled wrong the wicket.
That's true.
Yeah, bowling, that was rare.
Yes.
But
well, we'll get back to that. Here is Thomas in now and bowls. And there's an appeal for cut behind.
But the bowler didn't appeal.
Yeah, but who would have been jumping all over the place? Dennis Smith was jumping. I mean, really jumping. And that is enough to intimidate any fast bowler. Sorry, any umpire. The umpire said no, not out.
You can see the bowler was least interested in it. So I'm not too sure where the ball passed, if it was close to the stump. But he appealed as if it's a cut behind. But really, the bowler showed absolutely no interest in that.
That's one of the cues that you take, even maybe as an umpire too. Here is once more Thomas in and bowls. He is coming forward and driving up to mid-off. Will get a comfortable single. Nice shot. Just got to the pitch of the ball and drove it nicely. John Louis, which now brings up his 9th run. And the total has moved to 198 for 6. So it's inching closer to that landmark of 200. The sun going horizonward. It's July month, really, 23rd of July. So you would find the days, as we say it, in the northern hemisphere much longer now. And when it gets down to around October, thereabout, get shorter. Yeah. All has to do with the whole rotation and all the geographical details that maybe Ali knows much better than I. Delivery sinking down the leg side and turned down to long leg. We'll get a single. So one more to... Well, Hooper is in fact off the mark. He's gone to 1. And the total has gone to 199 for 6.
Yeah, and again he continued to bowl wrong the wicket and getting the ball to slide in to the left-hander. I wonder why... Not that variation where he gets it to go away from if he could come from this end and get it to move away from the left hander, it would be excellent.
Right.
But most of the deliveries has been into the left hander.
Thomas is in and bowls and coming forward, driving out to extra cover is John Louis, and there is no run. You did mention, of course, back then when your bowling coach would tell you that you get close to the stumps as possible, very close to it. So that's why very often you were not encouraged to go wrong the wicket.
Yeah. And one of the things to wrong the wicket, it was very difficult to get leg before decisions because the figure once you go wrong, the ball
keep going further.
It's behind the batsman back.
Yeah, but some of these bowlers are now straightening it and reversing it. Here he is once more. Thomas in and bowls, let alone outside the off stump. Good judgment there by John Louis. Remains on 9 and the total remains on 199 for 9.
He has been there for quite a while, John Louis, and for the 4 deliveries, I suspect he has, I know he must be fairly comfortable in his decisions whether to leave or to play.
Yeah, just going back to what we saw a little earlier on, talking about whether you should walk or not to walk, as the case may be. Ali, what's your personal thought about it? You played, you walk or you stay, or do you walk in the context of the game according to where it is? Here is Josh Thomas in bowls, let alone again outside the off stump. Dennis Smith collects behind the stumps, completes the over, 199 for 6.
I think it has to do with your own
conviction.
Yeah, if you could stay and continue batting as if nothing happened, but some people will be fidgety after that. They figure they play the ball, whether they should have walked. And some people can't take a lot of talking, and that the other bat fielders will be telling you that you played the ball, why you didn't walk. If you can handle all of that, it's up to you, because of course they say the umpire is there to do his job. And there are times when you would not have out, and he put you out, and you had to go. So sometimes it's strike a balance.
Yeah, but the umpire wasn't dishonest per se. It's just maybe judgment wasn't good. Wasn't correct in that particular.
Yeah, because he didn't feel he played.
Right.
Whereas the different to the batsman is that he knew he played, and then the batsman might tell he didn't show he played.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I guess growing up with the sort of virtues that was instilled with me, I walked. I got a lot of criticism for that, but it felt good in the end. Here is Anslem just pulling away his hooper, wasn't quite ready, and he has to go all the way back.
I think that the batsman takes a very long time looking down. I think that's why he withdraws so regular. Just look at him and let's see how long it takes to raise his head.
Yeah, he lifts his head now.
Right.
Here he is, Anslem in now and bowls to Hooper. Hooper is off the back foot and cutting. Doesn't really make contact. And Dennis Smith collects behind the stumps. Has this beautiful way of spinning the bat in the hand is Hooper, like former batsman Maholtra of India did. Here's a delivery that comes forward, just pushes the ball out in front of him at short mid on. Can't score. The total remains on 199 for 6. So that 200 seemed to be taking quite some time to come. Anselm is in again and bowls. And he's swapped on the pad. There was an appeal for like before, not given out by the umpire. Vociferous appeal by, of course, mostly Dennis Smith behind the stumps.
Because again, the bowler didn't look that interested in the decision, whether it goes in his favor. And most bowlers would, when they think they has the scalp.
Yeah, so the total remains on 199 for 6 as Anslem comes in once more to bowl to Hooper, and Hooper is just patting the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on this follow through, and there is no run. When will we see that 200 come up on the board? It's been quite a few dot balls so far. So he's going to move around the wicket again and bowls, and off the back foot hits it hard into the ground. Maybe our score will tell us how many dot balls we've had so far. Quite a bit though. That 199 has been there put for quite some time. See whether he's going to get a maiden over. Would he? What's your thought, Ali? Would he get a single?
Yeah, I doubt it.
You doubt it?
Yeah, it doesn't look to be really playing for that.
Anslem comes outside the off stump left alone, and that completes the over. Maiden over there, bowled by Anslem, and Hooper remains on 1. John Lewis is 9, and it's 199 for 6. 199 for 6. But by and large, Ali, I think the cricket board 11 could feel that they've played well.
Yeah, and you could see people like the players like Hooper and Lewis coming lower down in the order, still trying to stay there. They're not really playing any rash shots, and it tells you that they still think that they need to bat sometime or occupy the crease. And of course, as we said, it's trial selection, so everybody will be trying to give the selectors a great opportunity to see them, a long opportunity, and the longer they stay in the wicket, the more they will be on show.
Thomas would move in to bowl to Jean-Louis, who is coming forward and plays that ball rather neatly out to Ryan John, who is feeling there at mid-off, and there is no run. The total remains on 199 for 6. Still 199. We probably will get up to the 200 in this over.
I was facing Louis. Louis has been batting a while. 46 deliveries for his 9 runs, so that tells he's been pretty defensive.
Yeah, well, I think the name of the game now is how well you can occupy the crease, as Thomas is in again and bowls to Louis, who turns it up on the onside. Well, thought for a minute about the single, but Desroy Maloney is staying there. Yeah. That's up at mid-wicket, straightest mid-wicket, and there is no run.
The 200 is up,
oh, yes.
and both of us would have lost our bet because it came off a no ball.
A no ball. A no ball. There you go, Ali. So 200 has been posted finally for 62.1 overs. The run rate now being 3.22, so that's not bad at all. Turns once more is Josh Thomas from the top of his mark, rather. Long approach. He would brush past the umpire, now wide of the umpire rather, bowls outside the off stump, let alone it was and that's Dennis Smith just skipping across rather nicely. Ball was wide enough, almost in front of first slip. Collects, no run, still 200 for 6.
One of the things too about wrong the wicket in our time, which is some time ago, was known as sort of defensive bowling.
Yes.
And in a match like this, at this stage, the bowler really shouldn't be defending. He should be trying to attack the batsman. And not too sure what it is because time has changed, whether they consider this attacking bowler defensive bowling. But I think with his speed and so he needs to probably attack a bit more.
He's in once more balls. Good delivery, really good delivery. That one just may have straightened a little, pushed at it, sparred at it, and didn't make contact. Ball taken behind the stumps. But we have noticed though in the last the last year or two with Shannon Gabriel, who tends to go around the wicket quite a lot, particularly to the left-handed batsman, and he has in fact picked up quite a few wickets coming from that wide.
The other West Indian fast bowler in the Test cricket too, the one who opened bowler Gabriel.
Roach.
He also was quite a bit from
around the wicket,
particularly to the left-handers.
And he's been picking up wickets too.
Yeah.
Here he is once more. Is Thomas in bowls, driven nicely, fine shot here. It's not going to go all the way. I doubt it would. Will be pulled back just inside, and they will come back for what would be the third run. Yes. So they get 3, didn't they? Total has now moved on to 203. That's correct. 203. Good running
shot.
there.
And good shot too. He got to the pitch and stroked it beautifully.
Yes, it was a nice shot. It really was a nice shot. Didn't look to hit it too hard, but it went between the extra cover and mid-off, and it went very close to the boundary. It was a really good shot there by John Louis. Hooper now comes into strike. Well, talking about Hooper, we've had only one Hooper that played for the West Indies, course coming out from Ghana. Such a wonderful player. Here is Josh Thomas in now and bowls, and he is tucked up in defence. Pushes it back along the track is Hooper. A little bit of footballing work there by the bowler on his follow through, but Ali would tell me whether he was very impressed with it or not.
Well, probably he had that intent to do something. I think he tried to flick it up to his arms.
Boot to hand.
Yeah, but
it costs a bit of skill to do that.
Yeah. He wasn't successful. Don't think he would have made the Grenada team, though.
No. Well, I'll give you a story about that one. I tried that once, and I'll tell you what really happened to me. Here he is once more, Josh Thomas, and you'll tell me what really went wrong. He's there now and bowls, and he is just leaving that alone outside the stump. Dennis Smith connects, and there is no run, 203 for 6. Well, I was bowling a little bit of medium pace. I think Anthony Dixon had given me the ball, and I thought, well, let me... somebody had hit the ball back firmly, and I decided to flick it from boot to hand. But trust me, it went from boot to mouth.
Yeah.
Where did I go wrong there, Ali? What is that?
The pace. The pace.
Oh, was the pace of it?
Ball, yeah, it's too much. Yeah, the pace. Because the pace will tell you the height it will go.
Right.
Yeah. So if it's coming real quick, it's high it will go. So you have to average the pace that the height will be somewhere catchable. Waist height.
It was highly embarrassing. Very embarrassing.
But you were not known for your football
ability,
I
wasn't.
So I think most people would have understood what went wrong.
Well, I thought it was, such a wonderful opportunity to kick it from both hand.
It looks good. Michael Holding was pretty good.
He was great at it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a good feeling when you hit it from both to mouth. Here is a delivery that is off the back foot. Is John Louis, and hits the ball out to squarish cover. Can't score. Total remains on 203 for 6. Here is once more Anslim in now and bowls. John Louis is off the back foot and turns it up on the onside. Now they've hustled for a single, gets it rather comfortably too, as Thomas fields there at a sort of conventional mid-on. Total has moved on to 204 now for 6.
I think in the stage of the game is a bit deep, and they were a bit closer in. Just step back a bit.
And Slim is in to bowl to Hooper. Hooper comes forward, gets a tantalizing pitched up delivery that maybe he could have used his feet to dance down the track and hit it through mid-on, but he elected to stay there, put in the crease and pushed it back along the turf for the bowler to pick up. Anselm again in, bowls, left alone outside the off stump. There is Hooper. So he has faced 15 balls for his lone run single. And they'll have to wait. Oh, he's just asking the square leg umpire how many balls remaining. The square leg umpire told him 2 remaining. Let's see what he's going to do with those 2. He's there now. Anselm in and bowls, and he comes forward easily. Hooper plays it up in front of him on the onside, and again there is no run. The ball picked up there at by Larry Edwards. I think they're feeling under the bat. Here he is again once more. Is Anselm just spinning the ball from hand to hand. He's a big figure for an off spinner. He's there now and bowls, and this one that is a shorter length and flatter trajectory onto the back foot he was, and hits the ball back to the bowler. The over comes to an end. So at the end of Anselm's over, 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 33. Windwards Cricket Board 11, 204 for 6, 204 for 6, with Hooper not out 1 and John Louis 13.
You know, Pastor, I've been a bit curious to know why Hooper was inquiring on how many more deliveries in the over, because it seems his game is just to defend, it doesn't matter how many more. But it's good to see at that, that's number 7 and 8 in the wicket, and they're still playing cricket, not giving away their hand. They're still trying to extend the inning as long as possible, and I think that's pretty good for the cricket.
Yeah, and maybe, as we said, that they'll want to get up to the 250 mark, because that's probably what's in the back of their mind. So it's going to be once more Josh Thomas into his 10th over, 1 for 38 so far, moves in, wrong the wicket, and bowls, and to this delivery, turns it up on the onside. That's John Louis, gets it up to mid-on, but won't score. Total remains on 206 for 5.
He has been bothering from here, the no ball. His feet has been landing, in fact, at times just over the crease, but the sole was still there. So once it goes up in the air, I think his chances of no ball is pretty good.
Well, there's only one thing you can do when you have those sort of problems. You've got to go out there on the practice field and you've got to iron it out. Here he is once more, moving in, wrong the wicket, and Bowl Thomas deflected nicely down to backward square. The first of one will come back for the second, as the return would come in from that looks to be Tyson, and they get 2. So 2 more runs there to John Louis, who is now gone on to 15, and the total has gone now to 207 now for 6. Thomas 1 for 41. So maybe it might be a little bit disappointing with the fact that he bowled a few no balls. No bowler really love to know that he's called. It's almost like a waste of energy, isn't it? Especially if you're a fast bowler.
And this late time in the day, you have been out in the field, the entire day.
Thomas moves in once more and bowls to John Louis, who edges jumping maybe just in front. Just looking at his body language, I thought he may have just gotten a little nick onto that, and died before it got to the keeper. But the way that he flicked his head back really quickly, that's how batsmen, that's how they react. When they hit it and it's going behind them, you will see them flicking their head back very quickly
to see what has happened.
To see what has happened. Those little things are indicators that umpires use to help them in their decision. Call that body language. You've got to read them. 207 for 6. Lewis is 15 of 55 deliveries, so these 2 have been there. Not that they've been scoring quickly, but they've been taking up quite a great deal of time. Here's Thomas in now and bowls to John Louis outside the off stump, let alone, and Smith in a very nice gliding manner collects the ball behind the stumps. Total remains on 207 for 6. But just looking back, of course, also here at the National Stadium, Ali, there's been an absolutely marked transformation of the facilities here. Of course, if you had died and come back to life and you saw Queen's Park here, you probably would not have made it out except for maybe the Dabo Hills that they're unforgettable.
That might not have even be a thing, because I remember in our time we were trying to get the number of houses on one hand.
Oh, right, yes.
The hand wasn't complete. So.
Here he is once more, Thomas in and bowls to Louis, who gets a good delivery that brings him forward. His bat and pad right over the top of the delivery. Got a bit of height attached to that. Thomas plays it out on the offside to mid-off, and there is no run.
It's modern times and different buildings, but I'd like to see something reflecting that old pavilion. Not too sure what, but maybe even there's a big picture of it somewhere. But that old pavilion is historic, it should have been there as long as possible.
Yeah, built in 1926.
Yeah.
It was quite a long way back, and had quite a great deal of historicity about it. Here is a delivery that he's driving well, fine shot, beautiful shot. That's a magnificent shot down the ground for 4. Even the fielder there at mid-off is was that John?
Yeah,
really just had to look at it go. Fine shot by John Louis. He's now gone to 19. The total has moved on to 211 for 6, and that was a shot really of a number 3 batsman.
Yeah, that's one of the better shots that has played whole afternoon. It really got the meat of the bat. It was
it has to be one of the shot of the day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's right in line. He corrects it, and he didn't try to hit it too hard. He just pushed it and put a bit of flair into it, and it was very effective. 4 runs.
Everything about it was lovely, really lovely. So 216 for 6, and this continues to be a really worrying partnership between Hooper and John Louis. Now, not that they've got a whole lot. John Louis got 19, Hooper only 1, but gosh, the amount of balls they've soaked up together, I think 76 balls, if my math is okay. I took a risk with that one to tabulate, and it looks as though I got it right. Did I? Yeah, between them, 76 balls?
I think Lewis would have been there before. So
no, altogether, I meant.
Yeah.
Here's a delivery that brings the left-handed John Louis forward and just plays it up on the onside, just behind square rather. Total remains on 211 for 6. Here is Anselm again in and bowls. He is coming forward and hits the ball up. He was looking to maybe hit that straighter. Didn't cue it very well. Got it up to mid-on. Couldn't score. So Hooper facing now his 20th delivery in and bowls Anselm that outside the off stump, let alone there as Smith collects behind the stumps. Total remains on 211 for 6. So here once more is Anselm in and bowls. He's off the back foot, looking to cut. But that one had a bit of bunks attached to it. It's collected behind the stumps there by Smith. Just jumping because he's a small man. Still 211 for 6. Anselm from round the wicket. Right arm off spin. Would move in to bowl to Hooper, who's on 1. He bowls. And this time he is pulling that well over the mid-wicket area. That's going to go over the boundary line. No, it stops just inside. And they will come back for the second run. So he has just come off the shackles a bit there. He's been on 1 for quite a long time and finally got a short one that he pulled down to the mid-wicket area. Got 2. He's gone to 3. Total is moving on now to 213 for 6. Good afternoon, Raphael.
Yeah, afternoon, Stevens.
Here's Anselm bowls and Hooper is coming forward and pushes the ball out in front of him on the offside. That completes the over. So with the over coming to an end, 213 for 6. 213 for 6. Hooper is 3 of 23 and Lewis is 19 of 59.
Yeah, good fighting effort by the Windwards board 11. Despite having a good start and losing wickets in the middle, but as we come down to the bottom half, the players seem not to be giving it away, just batting and trying to reach a stage where they get a good fight in total.
Yeah, they've done pretty well so far. So I'm going to give you some bowling analysis. John, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 17. Tyson, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. Pulled back into the attack. Thomas, 10 overs, no maiden, none for 45. It was a little bit expensive. Larry Edwards, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 60. Courtney Anslem, 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 35. And Alec Athanase, who I thought bowled very well and rather economically too. 10 overs, 5 maidens, picked up 2 for 18. Here is Tyson, bowls, and that's John Louise right over it, opens the face of the bat and just glides it behind square. And there is no run. The total remains on 213 for 6.
And Tyson is his 10th over. Really would want to try to really get into the tail, pick up some wickets. But I think you need to probably bring the ball up a bit more. And condition really continues to be very good. But any little assistance you would want to get in terms of the movement of the ball, you'd want to bring it up a bit more.
There he pushes past the umpire and turned up on the onside. But again, it's a dot ball. Is there John Louis remains on 19. I think the good thing about this innings, Rafael, was the fact that all the batsmen seem to want to remain there and bat for substantial time. That's good.
Yeah, you're certainly right. I don't think anybody really rushed it or give away the wicket, but they wanted to bat for a long time.
Yes, turning that, or looking to turn that up on the onside, and not well taken down the leg side by Smith, but he did a bit of redemptive work. Ran around very quickly to his right, peeled off the right glove and hurled the throw to the wicket. So good work, good agility, good alertness on the part of Smith. Total remains, however, on 213 for 6.
With a pack offside field had been a bad line bowled by Tyson, that ball going down the leg side. Just 3 fielders on the leg side, mid wicket and a long leg. So I guess he would be advised to just keep the ball more at the off stump and give the batsman the opportunity. There's still a slip on a gully, catching position.
As Tyson moves in now to bowl to John Louis, who gets one that he turns neatly down to long leg, will get a comfortable single as the return comes into the keeper. So one more to his total. He's now gone on to 20, and the total has gone to 214 for 6. Brings Hooper, who is 3, into strike.
Yeah, I don't think the captain will be too happy with the line that he's bowling there. Last few deliveries, all going down the leg side. Let's see what the captain is now moving up.
He's going to bring a second slip in.
Going up to a second slip. Well, let's see the line that he's going to bowl now.
Outside the off stump, left alone there by Hooper, quite wisely too. And Smith collects behind the stumps.
Maybe he's sending a signal, like putting someone else in the slip, so at least he get a message to bowl outside the off stump.
A record. Yeah. Tyson, so far, 1 for 36. Would move in again with this shortest approach of his, past the umpire now, and bowls outside the off stump, and that was left alone there by Hooper. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, Hooper is 3, John Lewis 20, 214 for 6.
Yeah, and both these batsmen continue to bat on. Nobody seemed to be looking to give the wicket away. I think this partnership so far is 18, with Lewis on 20, Hooper is on 3. And they probably will want to bat through the rest of the day. There are some 10 overs to be bowled in day's play. And the light is pretty good, so we might probably just get in the next 10 overs.
See how it goes. So, John Louis 20, going to be taking strike. Hooper is there, playing a supportive arm. Asif Hooper, 25 for his 3 deliveries. Here is Anslem in, and bowls to John Louis outside the off stump and cuts the ball down to cover, but can't pierce the field. He remains on 20. Total remains on 214 for 6.
Still with the attacking field, 2 slips and a forward short leg.
Delivery that is turned out on the onside. And running the wrong rather quickly there, just behind square and in a leg gully area is Tyson. Prevents the batsman from crossing for the single. Here once more is Anselm in and bowls. He is driving up to mid-on. Again, ball given generous flight. Didn't use his feet, just sort of played from the crease. Got it up to mid-on. Anselm is in again and bowls, and John Louis is getting a full toss down the leg side that he really didn't do anything special about it. That was a really wasted delivery. Good opportunity for him maybe to hit that to mid wicket or maybe even square or behind square, but he missed out on that. And Dennis Smith just whipping off the bail, but he was planted in his crease. Here is Anselm bowls short outside the off stump, rocked onto the back foot and hits it hard straight out to extra cover, short extra cover, where it is Amber's fielding. I think again that should have been hit square of the wicket on the offside. Missed out there again. Here is Anselm in, bowls to John Louis, who comes forward, rather studiously forward, bat and pad close together, head right over the top of the ball and stabs the ball out to short extra cover. That completes the over, and at the end of the over, 214 for 6.
Yeah, Lewis has played a good hand so far. He has faced 69 deliveries. He's on 20. But as you said, it's very difficult to be able to hit the ball with any sense of assurance or surety or even placement when you're pulling away from the ball. And we saw in that over. Short delivery, pulling away from it, and really was not able to get any timing into it. And just it went bonks into the short cover. So you would be advised to get closer to those delivery, get over it. And in such a situation, you really would be in a position to place it and also to time it.
Well, it's going to be Tyson once more. 1 for 36 so far of his 10. And he's going to prepare to bowl to Hooper, who's on 3. Well, Hooper has played a supportive role, if you want to put it that way, to John Louis, who's 20. And they both have stayed there and dug it out. Delivery that brings him forward. That's Hooper. Plays the ball out to short extra cover, but can't score. So Robinson caught Dennis Smith of the bowling of Tyson for 66. 79 balls, 8 fours. He really batted very well. Henry was the first to go, bowled by Edwards for 14 of 40 balls. Then Teddy Bishop batted really well, leg before to Athanase for 43. Tyson is in and bowls to Hooper. Hooper is annoyed with himself. Delivery that was just outside the off stump, and he should have left that alone. That's what he said in the end, but he did in fact had a swish at that one, and Smith collecting behind the stumps.
Yeah, a bit too close to him for the shot that he wanted to play, and it really was the best decision to allow it to go through.
Cato caught Devon Smith of the bowling of Edwards for 29. Dylan Douglas, leg before to Athanase for 11. Delivery that is turned up to mid-wicket, and there is no run as it's Anselm fielding there, just in front of square. Total remains on 214 for 4. So Tyson goes back. Augustine was caught Dennis Smith of the bowling of Thomas for 19. John Louis still there, not out 20, and he is supported by Asif Hooper, who is not out on 3. Here he is once more. Tyson bowls outside the off stump, left alone there again. Dennis Smith collects behind the stumps. So Hooper there in his stylish manner, allowing the ball to go by. 214 for 6. As Tyson will continue to try. The fading sunlight here at the National Cricket Stadium in St. George's, as is Tyson again moving in to bowl to Hooper. Hooper leaves that alone outside the off stump, collected by Dennis Smith. Ball keeping on the low side, getting to him by his bootlaces, and there is no run. Still 214 for 6.
Yeah, ball just staying a bit, particularly after it passes the keeper. But Hooper didn't have too much much with the bat. Not playing really a better inning. He's on 3, even though he's just on 3 face 30 deliveries so far.
Tyson bowled short delivery and got onto the back foot. Just pulled one hand off the bat as Dennis Smith ran around very quickly. And so that completes the over. Hooper is 4, John Lewis 20, 215 for 6, the Windwards Cricket Board 11.
Yeah, good lifting delivery there by Tyson. Hooper having some problem in getting this one up. But no feeler close on the leg side. Probably just came off the gloves and dropped on the onside. But he has certainly been playing a better innings. The partnership now is 19. He's on 4. Didn't get off in the last inning that he played. But you can see that both batsmen, the intent is to stay there, not to give away the wicket. And certainly they are trying to play as much as possibly each ball on its merit.
So here is going to be Arthanez. Yeah, Arthanez is called back into the attack. 10 overs, 5 maidens. He's really bowled very well. Picked up 2 for 18. And he hasn't looked innocuous at all. He's looked threatening all the time. And he's going to move into bowl to Hooper, who is on 4.
Yeah, he bowled very well. And one imagine he'll probably want to give the ball a great deal of air.
Delivery that is short, that he pulls and gets it down to long on and would get a single. Well, not quite long on because the field is not really pushed back, but it's just extended wideish mid on. So 1 more to Lewis, who's now gone to 20. Hooper now comes into strike. He's on 4. 215?
215.
Yeah, that's right. 215 for 6. So they didn't run, did they? No. So here once more is Arthanez in and bowls. And he comes forward and opens the face of the bat, just glides it behind square on the offside, will not get a single. Yeah, his approach to the wicket, certainly like Nathan Lyon of Australia. That's Arthanez. Just we're looking at him now on the screen. We have this facilities, little bit of a run in, and then there's a pause, and then he runs through. I love to see Nathan Lyon's bowl. He has to be probably the best off spinner that Australia has produced.
Yeah, that little hop on the skip.
Yes, there he goes again. In now and bowls. And he is off the back foot and pulls that well. That's a fine shot. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. Well, it was short. One of the really few bat deliveries that Arthanez has bowled. He picked it up very early. That's Hooper. And we haven't seen him in an aggressive frame of mind. But he picked it up so very quickly. And he got under it and lifted it over mid-wicket in a rather handsome manner. And it went down to the boundary for 4. So he's gone on to 8, and the total has gone to 219 for 6.
Yeah, good shot played by Hooper. It was confidently played, getting into position very quickly and hitting it over mid-wicket.
Here is Arthanez bowls, comes forward. Is Hooper, turns it up on the onside. No aggressive intention attached to that shot at all. And the total remains on 219 for 6. Over number 70 here in progress. As the afternoon just fades away. Arthanez in now and bowls, and Hooper is onto the back foot, pushes it back along the track for the bowler to pick up, and this followed through. That completes the over, and at the end of the over, 219 for 6. I think we've got another 8 or so overs remaining.
We've got another 7 overs remaining. Another 7 overs remaining.
Right. So Ripple Crony is going to be here with Ali de Billet.
Conditions look pretty good. Yes, we are seeing the shadows from the pavilion coming around, but really I think it's a pretty good condition, taking in consideration that we had so much rain today and the cloud have been around. But the light is good, and we have spinners on. The bowling of Arthanez, who has so far picked up 2 for 22. Really had a good spell, and we see who's going to continue from this northern end. We see Ryan John just coming around, but this pair so far are adding 23, and it's very clear that the batsman is not looking to give away the wicket. Well, it's Tyson coming around the wicket outside the off stump. And Lowe is there making no attempt to play wide off the off stump. Really doesn't require him to play. And one would think that you want to put a little more pressure. There's still a slip and a gully, catching position, backward point, cover. Short extra cover and a mid off. So it continues with 3 fielders on the leg side as he comes right arm around the wicket. Again, outside the off stump, no need for the batsman to play. Again, very clear they're going to play a delivery that they don't need to.
Of course, only 7 or 6 point whatever overs left, and you really had to be challenging the stumps a lot more, particularly when we saw probably the last hour in the way they just played at only what I think was necessary to be played at, and so I think at this stage they will not risk playing, and you're hearing the commands from the dressing room, take it easy.
He covers up and push it on the offside again, and it's an opportunity to really put some pressure. I think none of the batsmen is really looking to be aggressive or take any chances. One could afford to make sure that the field is in, make sure that you running hard, and just put a little extra pressure with maybe 2 more fielders around it, maybe a forward short leg, and maybe even a silly mid off in front of the bat, just to put some pressure. But Tyson, who so far none for in his 12th over, and this time he's driving again to short cover, no chance of a run. None for 37 so far.
Well, probably
one for 37.
I think a bit surprising that the period of play, probably half an hour back or there, they were a lot more close and tight in the feeling. They are a bit more relaxed now, giving them the opportunity to get the singles.
Outside the off stump again, no shot offer. Really, you want to force the batsman into playing.
Ryan John might be injured because he only bowled 6 over and he opened the bowling. So it's probably strange that he was not brought back into the attack.
What he's on the field, if he's injured, one expect that, he probably would have been off. But we're looking at Tyson once again coming around the bowl. Lewis looking to swing. He goes to Devon Smith and the slip who takes it. What seemingly coming off of the body, high off the tie, it looked like. And the umpire quickly said not out, but just seemed to be taking high up on the tie as we look at the replay here. Let's see it. Yeah, taking high up on the legs, looking to pull a short delivery. But Devon Smith taking the catch.
I don't think the field inside showed any jubilation in that. I think it was pretty obvious that, of course, the wicketkeeper who was past to describe a sort of jumping jacks sort of thing, he would have been jumping, but I think the other players were pretty confident that he didn't really get, bat onto that. But again, when he went past us here, the discussion was the fact that so many of the bowlers seems to bowl such long spell around the wicket. It seems different in trend that it would have happened probably in our time when you would have hardly seen a bowler bowling around the wicket. In fact, you would have considered that to be negative bowling. But now you see, in fact, in the last couple of overs, maybe 10, 15 overs have been bowled around the wicket.
Yeah, really interesting point make there. And you come around the wicket, you limit yourself even in terms of getting the leg before decision. And we always encourage that you bowl over the wicket unless there's a specific strategy or particular batsman are having some problem. You want to come wrong and maybe hit from just outside the leg coming into him, the lifting delivery that will give some problem. But generally, as you said, really was over the wicket. And tennis continues. Push on the offside, no chance of a run. Yeah, really, you have so much more option with coming over the wicket. Coming on around the wicket here, you limit the opportunity of getting leg before decisions. So Atenes continue. Again, he also is coming around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. A slip and a forward shot and a silly mid-off. Now we've seen a silly mid-off for the first time. As he's to the left-handed Lewis, who's back and looking to swing, goes straight to the mid-wicket. Again, no chance of run. And again, you see now that because of the silly mid-off, he's forcing him to play a shot, hit to the leg side. Let's see what Atenes does. He's come down hitting this one over mid-off. Good shot. As he lifted it over mid-off and it goes down to the boundary for 4. A really positive shot played there by Hooper.
I said in time changes, but the off spinner bowling over the wicket will tend to get the ball to turn a bit more and give the batsman probably a bit more difficulty, whereas around the wicket tend to straighten a bit, and sometimes that was just used to alter the bowling, but it's very consistent that he bowls around the wicket.
Yeah. You come around the wicket as off spinner. It's, again, too, is because you want to you get the ball with the arm, use the arm to get the ball, probably pitch coming into the left hand and leave him. And he's swinging this one down to mid-wicket. The fielder John is offside. He's going to stop it just before he gets into the boundary, but yet another 2 runs to Hooper. 225 for 6. And Hooper's score moves to 14 from 42 deliveries. So this pair so far putting on 29. Atenes continues around the wicket to bowl to Hooper. Hooper again is swinging, taken beautifully in mid-wicket there by the fielder there. That look like it's Desron Maloney take a beautiful catch in mid-wicket there. Again, Hooper looking to pull, not getting hold of this as he wanted, and moving really quickly to his left, and just had to leap to take a very good catch.
Well, not too sure you could blame Hooper for the shot. They probably played it in the air, but with the forward short leg being introduced, what you saw the bat, in fact, since that he has played 3 or 4 attacking shots, because you don't want to just defend and the ball pop to that man, in front of the bat. So he's been playing a bit more shots, and the result of that is that he'll be spectacularly caught in middle wicket, and there was just 3 players on the onside, and unfortunately he went too close to the man at middle wicket. But a good fighting innings from him, and really the bowler, you have to give him credit for setting up the batsman or the captain by bringing in the forward short leg and putting a bit more pressure on the batsman now forced to play a couple more shots.
Yeah, certainly. And I was just making a point just I think over or so before, where one felt you needed to put some more pressure. Just put some doubts in the batsman. So you bring in your silly mid-off and maybe a forward short leg 2 please under the bat. So there he was really concerned in terms of coming forward with the fielder right in front of him. And the second shot we have seen him play in the over, pulling. And this one he was not able to get it over the mid-wicket. Malunu, who took a really good catch. And once again, Atenes striking, picking up his 3rd wicket. 3 for 28 so far. 225 for 7. As Lewis comes in to replace Hooper. Vincent Lewis, and he's gonna face actually what was the end of the over, so both Lewis who's on 20, and you just would need to identify one is left and one is right, so pretty easy. As Larry Edwards so far 2 for 60, comes back into the attack, left arm, and he's going to come over the wicket. Kosciuszki, John Lewis. He's coming forward and push it in front of him. We are in the 73rd over. It's 225 for 7. Lewis on 20. And he's back and playing this one to cover. Again, no attempt to run. He has so far faced 77 deliveries. As he's coming forward, again push it to cover. Edwards. So far picking up 2 for 16 is the 19th over. As we come to the end of the day's play this on, again he's back and forcing, but again going straight to cover. And the score remains 225 for 7. Larry Edwards, left arm spinner from St. Lucia. Again, this one is played back along the wicket. Again, pretty quiet over. As Kosciuszki, John Lewis is driving, and this time going to pick up past the field at mid-off, and he's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Field has shot mid-off. Let's see, no, it's going to stop just before you get to the boundary, and the batsman pick up 3 runs. The fielder is still on the field, just moving to his right here and just happened to go down, and that's Ryan John just holding the knees there as the physio comes out. So I wonder if there's not something that really would have affected him. Probably he didn't bowl again.
Yeah, but just just over 2 ago, I made the comment that he opened the bowl and only bowled 6 overs and did not been reintroduced into the attack or so. And now we see him on the ground. Seems to be in some sort of injury. It looked like the knee or somewhere. They're having a look. The physio is having a look at it, but I think he probably would have felt something. Probably that's why he was not was bowling.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a problem with the knee because as we look at it, the knee is actually strapped.
Yeah.
So there seemed to be some issue there, and as he moved to his right, just seemed to fell down, and that ball went down to long off. The batsman picked up 3. So Lewis goes on to 24 now. John will be helped off the field, as we see the physio.
But he was off the field for a while, John, and then he came back on. So probably, he would have been having some problems.
Yeah, just showing a lot of concern with that knee. So it's 229 for 7, and we Lewis is on 24. Kosciuszki, John Lewis, 24 from Dominica. Again, is not one of the contracted players, so he too is going to look to take this opportunity really to impress. And Vincent Lewis, who has just joined him, also from Dominica. Quite a bit of players we have here from Dominica. Not a contracted player. One of the fast bowlers. So it's more opportunity for these players who are going to state a claim. Anything comes up, they are probably in line for selection at any time. So we have seen 73 overs being bowled, 229 for 7. Just 4 more overs to be bowled in the day's play.
I don't think they will have problem in getting in the 4 overs. The light is pretty good.
Yeah. As Atenas, right arm off spin so far picked up 3 for 28. And he's going to bowl his first delivery to Lewis, Vincent Lewis, who comes forward and push it back along the wicket. And still one slip, still 3 players on the offside, a slip cover and a wide mid off. Atenas, he covers up again and plays it back on the onside. And And there's no run. Just a shot and a skip as he bowled another delivery. Played back on the onside. Again, no attempt to be aggressive. Maybe instruction is that he should remain for the rest of the day's play. Now he's looking to sweep ball, pitch up and sweep well down to that deep backward square. Ball going to roll into the boundary. The fielder, who was basically just around that forward square position, didn't have a chance to go down to the boundary for 4. The ball just angling down the leg side a bit, and was swept really nicely away by Vincent Lewis. So he's off the mark with 4.
A good shot, but I still, with the way Alton has been bowling the player, and we spoke about it previously, that he's a bit too straight. He should be a little bit more backward, and again the ball going into the boundary.
This time he's back looking for the aggressive shot. Able to play it out to short cover. Yeah, he's actually at mid-wicket now. And sometimes I had to look at who is batting and look at the way the players that is in batting and being able to set the field to suit. But now he's coming around the wicket. It's Atenes now is coming around the wicket. So let's see what happens. Still 3 fielders on the offside. This time we come back and just turn it on the onside. Shot backward square, had to move quickly to his left. No chance of a run. That completes another over by Atenes. 13 overs at 3 for 32 is 233 for 7, and we had some 74 overs bowled.
Well, it's still good to see that the batsman coming in position 8, 9, still trying to stay, no rash shots. He's, still trying to build an inning, still trying to advance the score. That's good. Lewis, 2 Lewis in bat. The 2 Lewis, both from Dominic. Wonder
if they're related.
Yeah.
Yeah, with left-handed Kashaki, John Lewis, he's going to face. Edwards now comes around the wicket, ball tossed up. He's thrown back to the bowler, no chance of a run. And Vincent Lewis, both from Dominica. It's John Lewis. This one is pushed in front of me on the offside. Well, I would think that John Lewis and just Lewis will be different. But Edwards, 2 for 64 so far. A slip, a cover and a mid-off on the offside. Ball giving some air outside the off stump, going with the arm. No shot offered by the batsman. A leg slip and a forward short leg, and a slip attacking fielders. This ball is pushed back along the wicket. 2 fielders out. We have long on and a deep mid wicket, right back on the boundary. But there's no indication that any of these batsmen is going to be looking for attacking shots. Again, he's coming forward and playing on the onside. So could have afford to put some extra pressure with fielders closer to the back.
I would have gone that way, close up the field and give them the opportunity of trying to hit over the top. It's just 3 or 4 runs you might have lost there.
Again, he's coming forward to a ball tossed up and just push it on the onside. So completes another over, 75 overs being bowled, 233 for 7. And Lewis, 24 not out. He has so far faced 87 deliveries. And Vincent Lewis on 4 from 6 deliveries.
It's very obvious that just 3 overs left in the 2 overs left in the day's play. So obviously they are just trying to play out. I would put a bit more pressure on them. There's no need for the deep square leg and the deep long on, because not that they wouldn't try to, but if the player is there, they'll hardly do it. I'll bring them and let them get the option of trying to with the player not there.
So Atenes is going to continue. A pretty long spell, is 14th over. Now the long on, maybe, I know Ali seemed as though they are listening to us. Now the long on comes in to to mid on. Now there's a leg slip, a forward short leg, and a slip as close catchers around the wicket, and the batsman is again coming forward, but still there's the mid wicket right back on the boundary. A short backward square leg, a mid wicket. Again, he's coming forward and pushing it back to the bowler. 233 for 7. Vincent Lewis. So far faced 8 deliveries. And this one he's swinging. He really made a big swing on his out bowl. Really a poor shot. Well, and again, this one was just giving some air, and he just swung right across it and went into the stumps, and you could see the disappointment on his face as he comes out. Really shot, really a, what do you call a really nothing shot, just big swing, and went into the stumps.
But somebody might have told him something under the bat, because you just do an over or so to go. You had to try to understand, his thought or what he was thinking there. Maybe he think it's enough for the day, so he could start a bowl tomorrow, because obviously position he bats, he's a bowler. But I think, again, and the fielder came in, right, from long on, so probably he thought that he could have hit it over the top, rather than if the player had stayed there, he might not have risked playing that shot.
Well, he was looking to hit it, to me, between
the stadium,
mid-wicket area, and really a shot that just came from nowhere. They were playing very defensive, trying to stay there, and just, as you said, probably maybe somebody told him something, and he got upset. So the 8th wicket has fallen.
But Gurney, in the days of gone by, our era with the Stanley Hines and Thomas and Kentish bowling, I think you have been seeing 7 or 8 men around the bat.
Yeah, most definitely, you would have seen really the batsman would have been under so much pressure, trying to play out the day. It's actually what is happening. They're trying to bat out the day.
Yeah. It's not really runs that matter much, It's to get the wickets.
Well, there's no four men around the bat, so at least we are seeing some efforts as Atenes, and he's going to bowl to Cyrus, and who just probably allowed this one to.
I had a gully and a forge out there, and silly mid off.
Yeah, silly mid off is missing really there. As Atenes, a skip and a jump, and this time he's coming forward and pushing it in front of him on the onside. Daryl Cyrus picked up some 6 wickets in the game that was played last weekend. He have done well with the ball. This one starts right up, and he just comes on it, plays it on the onside. So yet again another successful over being bowled by Alec Atenes. 14 overs, no maidens, 4 for 32.
You always give the bowler credit when they get wicket, but I thought that occasion they really will have to have a good look at the batsman. You played a shot that, as you said, just out of nowhere. He was defending well. The pressure, not much pressure was on him, because there were not many men around the bat, and he wasn't looking that bad in his defense, and then he just decided to hit over the top and was bowled. So, but again, a good bowling spell from Atenes, and continue to wonder why he was not a bowler in the previous competitions. Maybe probably just bowls in the longer versions of the game.
Yeah, he did have a good spell, bowled pretty well. So John Lewis is on 24, and we make it in the last over coming up. Edwards, he's going to bowl to Lewis. Lewis covers up, push on the offside. 2 slips, a leg slip and a forward short leg. He seemed to be bringing the ball into the batsman. Again, he's coming forward, but again, the forward, the silly mid off. Push the ball wide, coming back into the batsman with the silly mid off. So all the players, all the fielders around the bat comes into play. Gives some air. He covers up and plays in front of him. Probably need to just pitch it a little bit wider.
Yeah, I would have somebody close to
No,
him on the offside because you have to put a little bit of pressure on him in terms of him just pushing forward. He push forward there's no real pressure on him.
This one again, give him some air, and he just plays it easily on the onside. Again, no chance of a run. 2 deliveries left. It's 233 for 8. Windwards board 11. That's Edwards. So far 2 for 64. This ball is pushed on the offside, and the Ambler single as a mid off, just having to run in and move to his right, and that's give the batsman another single. So Tyson it is at mid off, and now Cyrus is going to face what's supposed to be the last delivery. Now all the fielders have been called in. So let's see. Now there is a silly mid off, the forward short leg, the leg slip. You have 2 slips in position, cover in, mid off. And Edwards. These are around the wicket ball to Cyrus. And Cyrus is coming forward and playing it to the mid on area. There's no chance of a run. And that concludes the day's play. 234 for 8. The Windwards Cricket Board 11, they won the toss today and they elected to bat, and they ended up 234 for 8.
With 234 for 8, a shortened version of the day's play, probably not that a bad score, but I think they would have liked to see probably closer to the 250 mark, even not at the end of the day's play, but at the end of the innings. I don't think they would like to be under the 250, so... And as you see from the last set of batsmen, they're still trying to increase the score. They're not playing rash shots, except the batsman that out, the last batsman that got out there. Was it Lewis? No, it was
Vincent Lewis.
Vincent Lewis. But generally the batters batted pretty well, and the bowlers bowled. So it was a pretty good day's cricket.
Yes, very good day's cricket. We lost just about just about 2 hours. We lost this morning. 1 and 50 minutes we lost this morning. The Windwards Cricket Board 11 won the toss and elected to bat. Again, a decision that in second thought, one would have think starting the game but playing. But I think the fact that the wicket was used before they took the opportunity to bat first, I think, which was really a brave decision, and they batted well. I thought that they batted well. They had some good partnership, and certainly ended the day at one time. One would have felt that we were going on to a lot more than 234 for 8, but at the end of the day, I think they did pretty well. 234 for 8. We had good scores from Jelani Robinson, 66. We had Teddy Bishop, 43. Roland Keita get 49. Generally, those are the batsmen that really impress, and the bowling of Alec Atenas picking up 4 wickets, and Larry Edwards, as we know, continue to bowl pretty well. So it has been a good day's play despite the weather. 234 for 8. Certainly, we have been able to get in 77 overs bowled for the day, and I think they would be pleased the fact that they would be able to bat through today with 234 for 8. So Robinson got 66. Henry, he went for 14. Keto 29. Bishop 43. Douglas, he got 11. Lewis not out 25. He has played a good hand so far. Augustine went for 19. Hooper 14. Lewis went for 4, and Cyrus not out 4. So at the end of the first day of this 3-day game, the Windward Islands Volcanoes versus Windward Islands Cricket Board 11. The Windward Islands Cricket Board 11 batting for a score 234 for 8. Certainly, we do expect that really will be a competitive match as we look forward to tomorrow's play. So we wish you all where you are hearing us a good evening, and we feel free to join us tomorrow when we start at 9:30 in the morning.